PC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
大家都是你的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από 70% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου το 90% των επενδύσεων και αναδεικνύουν το φάρμακο ως το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής οικονομίας. 56 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 51 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων και 31 ερευνητικά κέντρα και τμήματα διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Με τις επενδύσεις μας ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε περισσότερες από 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελλειμματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως στην Ελλάδα η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,8 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα ευρύ φάσμα δράσεων. Από την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων παραγωγικών και ερευνητικών υποδομών έως και τη δημιουργία νέων εργοστασίων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση υψηλής τεχνολογίας. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν το χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά, ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above. Two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Καλό.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα?
Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ.
Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε?
Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την βλαχοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά με τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and to seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways? By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από 70% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και αναδεικνύουν το φάρμακο ως το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής οικονομίας. 56 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 51 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων και 31 ερευνητικά κέντρα και τμήματα διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Με τις επενδύσεις μας ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε περισσότερες από 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως στην Ελλάδα η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,8 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα ευρύ φάσμα δράσεων. Από την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων παραγωγικών και ερευνητικών υποδομών έως και τη δημιουργία νέων εργοστασίων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση υψηλής τεχνολογίας. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν το χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά, ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above. Two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άλλο.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε.
Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα?
Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ.
Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε?
Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την πλακοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μην τα άφηνα.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It hasn't been such a
Morning,
long
if you could take
time
your
since
seats,
people
please,
first
and
started.
welcome to our round table. If you could take your seats, please. So good morning, everybody. His Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, Konstantin Tassoulas, has arrived. Please, could you all stand? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is a very special edition, our 30th anniversary edition of this roundtable, and it's going to be, I'm sure, the best ever. So without further ado, I'm going to invite my co-chairs, Joan Hoey and Alistair Ross, to come and join me for a brief opening discussion before we hear from the President. So, this year's conference goes under the rubric Progress in an Age of Upheaval. There's certainly an age of upheaval. We're all seeing that. Let's hope there's progress too. We're going to examine that. We have an extraordinary upheaval in geopolitics. We also have an extraordinary upheaval in the area of technology. And Alistair, perhaps you could just kick us off with a few thoughts on the artificial intelligence revolution, which I'm reliably told is going to change absolutely everything.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. That sounds like hype. You know, you tell people the world is going to be different from now on, and people assume you're sort of hyping everything up. But I think in many ways, this is one of those technologies that's quietly come along and already changed an immense amount. But I think it's barely scratched the surface of the potential AI has to change our world. I think there are two ways of looking at it. One is through the technology lens. This is a technology innovation. It's computers doing what computers do. But the interesting thing there is the pace of change has been extraordinary, like nothing else in the digital transformation that's been going on for 50, 60, 70 years. So that pace makes it very hard to predict where we're going to end up. I think the key thing to watch for me, if there was one thing to watch, it would be this concept of RSI, recursive self-improvement, which is where models begin to observe themselves and begin to make changes to their own code based on their observations of how they could improve. We're not there yet, and there's disagreements about how far away we are. But AI has proved itself to be a lot faster in every case than people assume. So that could be just around the corner. When that happens, you get this explosion in capability. So,
and you have the impression that even the people who are in charge of some of the leading models are almost in awe of the pace at which things are
absolutely. I think this is one of the sort of striking things, that the inventors, the developers, the sort of maths geniuses who are putting all this stuff together are being overtaken and outpaced, and they're looking into the black boxes they've created and trying to figure out what's going on in there. Which is sort of quite new. I mean, that's not something that we've experienced.
So the challenge is to make sure that it amounts to progress and not some horrible disaster, which is
in short, yes.
Very good. So at the same time as this revolution is going on, we have another revolution in geopolitics. We have an old world order, which is, depending on what your medical metaphor is, it's either dead or in a serious advanced stage of decay, and we're not entirely sure what's going to replace it. This event is happening at a time of a critical NATO summit. We're going to be hearing news from that as we speak. And Joan, one of the tasks that you have is to try to collate all this into some sort of forecast of what's going to happen in Europe and in Greece. And I think it's always useful to start off with a sort of an encapsulated view of your forecast for what lies ahead, at least in the short term.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. Great to have you with us. Well, the effects of the Iran war continue to dominate the outlook for the global economy this year in 2026, and maybe a little next year too. But the balance of risk has obviously shifted in a more positive direction since the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding in June. Of course, Europe is one of the regions that has been most exposed to the energy price shock that has been caused by the war because of its heavy dependence on imported oil and gas. Now, the ceasefire, the signing of the memorandum means that energy prices have already come down from their recent highs, and that poses downside risks for inflation. So inflation maybe will be less than many had forecast even a month ago. And there's upside risks to growth, maybe slightly more positive growth outcomes, but we still expect a rather weak performance in terms of regional growth in Europe in 2026, because the effects of the war will take time to unwind. So the Economist Intelligence Unit forecast for Europe as a whole is for growth of 1.2% and 0.8% in the Eurozone. and then picking up respectively to 1.7% and 1.4% in 2027. Now, the southern European economies have been performing much better in recent years than the Eurozone average, and the Greek economy in particular has been growing much faster in recent years. And what we've seen is really stellar management of the public finances and the public debt. It's been exemplary. Foreign investor confidence in the country has really returned. We've seen growth, real GDP growth, averaging around 2% in recent years, and indeed in the first quarter of 2026, Greek real GDP grew by 2%, driven mainly by fixed investment growth of 12.1%. Now, of course, the war, the fallout from the war has an effect here too, and particularly in terms of private consumption. Household consumption has been slightly depressed, but nevertheless, this memorandum and the recent developments in the war mean that I think our above forecast growth forecast for Greece of 2% will be borne out. I just wanted to mention one thing, that we've just done an exercise at the Economist Intelligence Unit looking over the past 10 years at performance in our risk indices. The EIU has two measures of country risk. One is focused on operational challenges that businesses face, so operational risk, and the other is more looking at the banking sector and also sovereign creditworthiness, sovereign risk or financial risk. Now, we did this exercise for the whole region, and there is one standout front runner in terms of improvement in performance, and that is Greece over the past 10 years. So since 2016, the country has achieved the most significant fall in risk, in both operational and financial risk. And that marks obviously a very significant turnaround from the depths of the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis, when Greek public debt as a percentage of GDP was around 180%. It actually went up to about 200% during the pandemic because of the sharp fall in GDP. And it's now down to getting to around 140%, is going to fall by the end of the decade to around 115% of GDP. So pretty spectacular turnaround, and particularly in comparison with other countries in the Eurozone, where the debt GDP ratios are going in the opposite direction. So I just wanted to mention that, as a piece of good news for Greece.
It's always nice to hear about things going well in Greece, of course. I'm just reminded that over these 30-year periods, we've lived through a lot, and a lot of discussions at this, would Greece join the euro? Then we had the euro and the Greek economic crisis, and then all the recoveries programs, and here we are with this good news that you said. I guess looking ahead, we're bound to have further ups and downs. What could possibly go wrong, Joan?
In Greece, or? In
Greece, yes. I mean, you've painted a very rosy picture, but I think one should be aware of what the potential risk could be for a country like Greece in a potentially quite a volatile part of the world.
Yeah, of course, you talked about the geopolitical turbulence, Daniel, and Greece is at this crossroads, exposed to risk in the Middle East, to the East as well. So geopolitics is affecting, it's affecting how governments are pursuing diplomacy and policy making, and obviously this makes life for businesses much more difficult. I wouldn't want to underestimate the challenges either that still remain for Greece, and we're going to be looking at those in our discussions today and in subsequent days, because there are still, very big economic challenges. And in the first instance, there's still a kind of affordability, cost of living issue here. There's an election next year. Our forecast is for that New Democracy will win a third consecutive term, which I guess, is good news in terms of on the policy front. So in terms of risk, I would really emphasize the geopolitical ones. The external shocks But Greece has proved itself to be quite resilient in the face of shocks from the fallout from the Ukraine war, from the pandemic, first of all, when New Democracy first came to power, and now the Middle East. It's been pretty resilient. So yeah, don't want to over-egg everything, but it's certainly looking more positive than it was back in 1996 or back in 2000.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. I think that gives us plenty of background to take us into the conversations over the next 3 days. We're going to be looking at all the opportunities and risks from many different angles. But thank you very much, Joan. We'll be back, obviously, shortly. And now it's my pleasure to invite the President of the Hellenic Republic to please come and give his presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I hereby declare the opening of the proceedings of the International Conference of the Economist, the 30th Annual Government Roundtable with the Greek government. Now I will proceed my speech in Greek. So prepare yourselves if you want my speech not to be Greek to you. Κυρίες και κύριοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's rather difficult to bring to mind a time in the course of humanity where democracy was in calm waters. It is
με τη λέξη κρίση.
Regime that is always in turbulence. This regime coming from us, to us from Athens, Demosthenes, never had a journey in calm waters. But in this regime, we have the value and power. It never collapses before difficulties. We need to protect democracy, though, because challenges are modern and change form depending on the era, but they are always the same. Modern democracy is similar to ancient democracy of Athens, not only because of its virtues, but its weaknesses. It treats unfairly those who bring most to it. Ancient democracy offered Socrates poison, sent Themistocles away, and Aristides as well. Exceptional politicians, and Pericles as well. Later, it sent to prison Kolokotronis, killed Capodistrias, and voted against Eleftherios Venizelos, and treated badly many more. This injustice that is seen throughout history is what one has to pay for freedom, the freedom for many to decide. An autocratic regime would have never killed Socrates because it would have never allowed him to speak freely. Socrates Socrates would never bother an autocratic regime because he wouldn't be able to express his points of view. Democracy, though, gives anyone the right of critique. It is the wind of freedom that pays justice or not to many people. But disagreement doesn't mean conflict. Democracy flourishes through different conflicts. Having the same view is not a virtue of democracy, but of autocratic regimes. The most difficult, the most democratic is to have the courage to disagree and the will, despite disagreement, to stay together. Today, we are deeply worried that, because citizens have stopped being interested in what is happening around them. They are indifferent to collective discussions. They are indifferent to what is happening in the public and political sphere. And democracy crisis and apathy, indifference, is a Greek word. It is true that people were distant themselves even in the ancient times. In the era of Pericles, Pnika, where people would meet to take decisions, could only host 6,000 people out of 45,000 who were there. So only few could participate in direct democracy. Aristophanes describes Scythian slaves running after the lazy people in the market, those who didn't attend the meetings in Pnika, with a rope red to actually paint those who did not go to Pnika red and show that they are indifferent. And later, some people had to be paid 3 drachmas to have an incentive to go to participate in discussions in Pnika. But today we cannot whip people, those, especially those who don't vote or participate in decision-making. There is a new crisis, though, nowadays. Because nowadays we question something that was a key for many decades. A lot today believe that autocratic regimes are practically more effective. And that is, in part, our mistake, because back in the 1990s, after the fall of communism, we believed that we reached the end of history. We believed that democracy will prevail everywhere, and that the era ahead would be totally different. In the world of globalism in which we live, democracy is under discussion. Many analysts believe that the future of democracy will be judged greatly in India, on whether the country that will exceed soon 1.5 billion people will continue to follow the Western standards of democracy or not. Today, we see more and more people living under autocratic regimes, and this rarely comes with abolishing elections. It comes by a more silently creating less conditions for democracy to breathe. And this, they intervene in public sphere, the area where people discuss and get a point of view, because no democracy can stand without a living freedom and based on principles public sphere, audience. In other words, Jürgen Habermas described democracy as a system of two poles. In the center, we have the institutions that set laws and govern. In the center, we have these institutions, as I said, legislation and the executive power, but they can become slaves of strong interests. As a counterbalance, around the center, there is public sphere. It is public opinion, initiatives of citizens, the free and research journalism, or even disobedience. This surrounding area brings to surface what the center ignores. Social inequalities, the protection of the environment, amongst other. It is the alarm bell for democracy. In the last 15 to 20 years, this balance has changed. The reason does not control the center. Poisoned by what is happening, it loses its censors, and democracy does not any longer understand what threatens it. Initially, we have institutions that at first view seem to serve democracy, but they promote polarization. And they are tools of confusion for those who wish to create instability in countries. That means that the ground on which we stood and understood what is real now is shaking. The facts are influenced by things that are not real. We have different subtotals that do not talk amongst each other. Each and every one echoes the words of the people of the same thinking, not understanding what others are saying. In that way, there is a very wrong image cultivated for democracy, that every political discussion or different opinion is in vain, that the policy to be implemented has already been decided, and politics then is just following the trends of economy. Ladies and gentlemen, at the core of democracy lies a truth. that reality is so complex that no man alone can understand it as a whole. Fully and objectively understand it. That is, the freedom of opinion is the only way for a society to understand the partial truths of many, creating a full picture of the world and deciding more wisely. This is the answer to those who are surprised or who are supporting autocratic regime, because those who limit the freedom of opinion turn society blind vis-à-vis risks, leading society to decay. Autocratic regimes seem strong, but are deprived by this wind of freedom. This that pays justice or not to many or few, and creates certain crises. Democracy, because it has open ears to many, guarantees progress, is the strongest guarantee nowadays for security and prosperity. That is the full meaning of this immortal invention of ancient Greece, democracy. I congratulate, after these thoughts, economists for organizing this event. I wish you fruitful discussions in your conference. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, for those reflections on that great Greek invention of democracy. And now it's my pleasure to welcome the President of Cyprus, joining us remotely, Nikos Christodoulidis. Very welcome to our conference.
My friend Konstantinos, President of the Hellenic Republic, good morning. I'm very happy because even remotely I can participate in today's conference. Allow me to start by congratulating the staff and the whole team of The Economist in Greece and abroad for organizing this 30th annual Government Roundtable, an institution that nowadays is a reference point for the public debate, both in Greece and in Cyprus. Furthermore, it is quite to the point, I would say, the title of the opening discussion: Democracy in Decline or in a crisis, an adaptation crisis vis-à-vis the unprecedented changes of the digital era. Allow me to take the relay from where the Greek president stopped. Let me resume by replying to this question. Allow me to say that I do not believe that democracy, our democracy, is in decline. At the same time, however, we cannot ignore the fact that our democracy today, yes, is being tested. Our democracy these days is invited to adapt to new data, to new situations, and new conditions that change rapidly and more drastically than the institutions of a state. For instance, in my view, there's no doubt that our democracy is being tested by polarization or by misinformation, that in today's digital era, misinformation is widespread in quite a big speed. Furthermore, it is being tested by the overall doubt challenge of different institutions. Of course, it is being tested by new technologies and the new ways of communication that drastically change the public debate, but also the relationship between citizens and politics, as well as politicians. Moreover, our democracy is mainly tested today, which is not new, but I consider that it has become more intense nowadays. And it is tested by the increasing feeling amongst the citizens who feel that their voices, their concerns, their beliefs are not heard. Judging from the concern of our citizens, they think that decisions that we are taking, decisions and decision-making processes are happening far away from themselves. Politics do not adapt, they believe. And politics do not adapt to the real concerns of them and to the changes that affect their daily routine. In my view, this is the most important threat or the most important challenge, better yet, that is faced today by our democracy. The reply to that challenge is not less democracy. The reply to this challenge is quite the opposite. More democracy is what we need. And by more democracy, I mean more participation, more dialogue, more transparency, more accountability. A democracy, in other words, that will adapt to today's reality shall use democracy itself, the different possibilities and the opportunities of the digital era, so that it may listen more and more directly all our citizens. Our democracy should use technology of the digital era, the new data of the digital era, and thus give to citizens a more substantial role in the decision-making process that affect their lives and their future. On the basis of this thinking that I have just mentioned, allow me very roughly to mention some policies that we followed and we implement to tackle this challenge, but also to intensify or empower participatory democracy, among many others. Let me give you some examples. First, we institutionalized the legislative initiative of the citizens, so that if they manage to gather 5,000 signatures, citizens have the right to shape policies. Another reform that we promoted in order to tackle this challenge was to decrease the 21st year of age, the age threshold when it comes to be able to be elected. Another reform was for all citizens that get 17 years old can be automatically registered in the electorate list and have a voting right. The previous procedure was quite lengthy. They should pay a visit in person to the local departments of the ministry in order to get enrolled. But at the same time, through the proper use of modern technology, we were able to create multiple tools that empower us and allow us to listen to the voices of our citizens when it comes to the decision-making process. For instance, we moved on with the e-consultation process when it comes to public consultation. Moreover, we established an electronic platform which we named the Voice of the Citizen. And there we had some consultation and we had some polls equally. Furthermore, we created another platform called Ekfrasi, expression in Greek, especially for our youngsters, giving to them a podium to submit specific proposals or ideas horizontally to all the different institutions and sectors of policy. We moved on with a digital platform called Dιακυβέρνηση, government in Greek, where citizens can 24/7 At any given moment, they can monitor the implementation pathway of the decisions made by the government, all decisions made by the cabinet. So citizens can know at any given moment what is the stage of implementation for each decision. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 week ago, our country, the Republic of Cyprus, finalized the presidency of the Council. It was an institutional obligation that we tackled. It was a national mission to us. And we could all say, overall, it was said, but also the European institutions said so, it was quite a successful presidency. From the very first moment that we shouldered the presidency of the European Council, we set a very specific and clear target. Work to the benefit of a European Union that would be more humane, more effective, and clearly, above all, closer to European citizens. An EU that would listen, comprehend the daily concerns of citizens, that shall be able to adapt itself in practice vis-à-vis the big changes of our era, and, of course, what is most important, to give substantial replies to real problems and the everyday challenges of our societies. You can all understand that the EU undoubtedly should play a substantial role and leave a positive footprint to the daily routine of EU citizens. And of course, 27 member states collectively and jointly, we can more effectively tackle challenges that are faced by our democracy today. For that reason, during our presidency, we aspired willingly to bring Europe closer to its citizens. Our aspiration was to listen to our youth, the civil society, listen to every possible voice, every group, every team that belong to our societies. Through this dialogue, through these constant procedures of substantial participation of citizens, we managed to give some space to different views, concerns, and their expectations. We worked all together in order to be more specific, and I will explain to you why I'm making this reference. We work to the benefit of a Europe that will be less bureaucratic, more competitive, by promoting labor and the decrease of the administrative burden for businesses and citizens alike. We work to the benefit of the migration, we promoted specific solutions, and we managed to implement the new EU framework, meeting one of the biggest concerns of our citizens in the EU. We moved forward with the deepening and enlargement by promoting the EU pathway of the candidate countries after so many years. We set the foundation for the new MFF, that is the European budget for the next 7 years, which should meet the new needs and priorities of EU citizens and the EU. Moreover, we promoted partnership, enhancement of cooperation in issues related to European security and defense readiness. We worked for energy security, resilience, and competitiveness of the European economy, and by using our geographic position in the wider Middle East, we managed to bring Europe in practice closer to our region, to our neighborhood, by enhancing political debate and the different strategic partnerships in the EU. Dear friends, what I mentioned was done in purpose not to enumerate the achievements of our presidency, and besides, let me mention that I'm very proud for this achievement, but I made this reference because there is a direct link between the quality of democracy, of our democracy, and the ability of our institutions to adapt themselves, to listen, and to give solutions to the concerns of our citizens. Only if we give solutions to problems, Only if we mitigate concerns shall we enhance even further democracy, and we shall not create any layer so that our citizens will seek for alternative solutions to democracy. When citizens feel that institutions can listen to them, when they feel that we can understand their own concerns, and mainly what is most important, that we meet their concerns, then very simply we can enhance their trust towards democracy. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big bet, this is the big challenge that lies ahead for all of us. That is, guarantee that our democracy will not just follow developments of digital era, but it adapts and it uses the different possibilities offered by the digital era. And for sure, digital era, in spite of the numerous risks, because there are many risks due to this digital era, so our digital era offers to us at the same time new tools for a more direct communication and more substantial participation of our citizens. Exactly these tools should be used, should become our allies in our effort to tackle challenges that were mentioned quite rightly by His Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic. By way of conclusion, allow me to repeat that I do not believe that our democracy is in decline, but I believe that our democracy has to tackle the challenge of adaptation to the new digital era, and it's up to us. It's our responsibility. It is the responsibility shouldered by governments and institutions to prove to our citizens that we are next to them, we can listen to them, we can comprehend their messages, and even more, that through our decisions and our policies that we implement, we give solutions to their problems. It's very important, let me repeat, they should feel that we listen to them and we meet their concerns, that we can truly improve their lives. So the message that we must all have as a takeaway can be found in our need to use tools given by the new era, give to our citizens a more substantial role, create true, substantial, and modern channels of participation in shaping decisions that we are making as an executive power. Because more participation by the citizens equals, at the end of the day, to more democracy. And more democracy means more powerful societies, more powerful institutions, and finally, a European Union that will be more humane, more effective, and closer to its citizens. That was all from me. Thank you so much for your attention and for giving to me this opportunity. I wish you all the best and fruitful proceedings. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We've heard from President Christodoulidis further reflections on democracy, this time on the modernization of democracy and the challenge that that represents, but I think an optimistic view that it can be done. We're going to carry on the conversation now. I'd like to invite Anne Applebaum and Enrico Letta, please, to join me for our next session. Let's see. Do you want to sit in the middle? Yeah. So before we start, I just wanted to take 1 minute to say a word of thanks to all our sponsors. We've been here 30 years. Some of our sponsors, I think, have probably been with us for all 30 years. We're very grateful to all of you for your support and staying with us all this time. We couldn't do these events without you, so thank you. So we're going to talk about Europe with Anne Applebaum, who's a journalist, Pulitzer Prize-winning author, former colleague, many years ago at The Economist, and Enrico Letta, former Prime Minister of Italy, author of the famous Letta Report, which I'm sure we'll talk about, and a great friend of this conference over the years. So thank you both for joining us today. And perhaps I'll start with you, because we've been hearing about democracy. You've literally written a book on democracy. Your reflections to start with on where things stand in Europe with the challenge of keeping democracy going in the face of formidable challenges.
So thank you. First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here and to be back in Greece. Every time I'm here, I hear more statistics about how well Greece is doing, and that's it's really wonderful. I've spent a lot of time trying to think of what word we can use to describe this current moment. You know, is it a turning point? Is it a paradigm shift? Is it transformative? What is the expression that we use to talk about our current era? And what I finally landed upon was a book title. So I've stolen this idea. And it's a book called The Hour of the Predator. And I do believe that we're living now in the age of the predator. We're living at a time when the United States of America no longer sees the world as a space for integration, mutual cooperation, everybody wins kinds of politics, and looks much more at the world as a zero-sum game. Where can we win? What can we take? What advantage can we have? We are in Europe also living next door to a Russian regime which has a truly hybrid plan to undermine governments, to use both kinetic, real warfare, as well as sabotage, acts of sabotage in Poland, in the Czech Republic, in the UK, in Germany, to undermine governments and political stability around the region, as well as the threats of military attack to destabilize the NATO as well as Ukraine, and also in a time when the Chinese increasingly see themselves, if not military opponents of Europe, but as a power who want to have control of all of modern technology, who want to be self-sustaining, and who also increasingly don't see Europe as a partner or a place of mutual investment, but again as a source of as a place where they can sell their stuff and not necessarily need to buy anything else. And paradoxically, what we have here at the moment is three great powers who are challenging Europe's ability to be sovereign. And this word sovereignty is really important and interesting at the moment, because it's a word often used by the far right, who talk about the threats to sovereignty in Italy or in France, or in Poland or here, whereas really, and they speak of the threat to sovereignty as if the threat were coming from the European Union. Or from NATO, or from these multilateral European alliances. In fact, we're at a moment when exactly the opposite is the case. In other words, Europe is only going to be able to maintain its sovereignty. European democracies will only be able to stay democratic if they build up their ability to work together and give Europe a voice in the world. I'm sure we'll talk about this more on the panel, so I won't go into more details, but certainly in at least three areas, Europe now needs to think about how to become sovereign. One of them is in energy. Europe can be neither dependent on Russian gas nor American LNG, because both can be used as tools of political blackmail to change and alter governments here. And that puts a push on the green transition, which we all thought of as some nice thing that we needed to do to save the planet. It now turns out that it's also something that has to be done if Europe is going to maintain its independence. Secondly, technology. Again, it's not just about wouldn't it be great if Europe had some of its own tech companies. It's a question of who is going to control political conversation here in Greece, in Poland, in Germany, in the UK. Will it be the algorithms written in California and in Shanghai? Or will it be European companies writing the rules, setting the rules of conversation and the rules of information according to European values and in ways that benefit European countries and strengthen European democracy? And we've just heard from Cyprus the importance of using tools of modern debate and conversation to strengthen democracy and not only to allow them to be undermined. We are right now at a moment when both American and Russian influence campaigns inside Europe are seeking to push the cause of far right and sometimes, in the case of Russia, far left parties. The only answer to this is for Europe to have its own way of communicating and distributing information according to rules that are more fair and, again, as I said, not determined from the outside. And finally, the most obvious, of course, is defense technology, which has been, I think, transformed to a degree that most Europeans still don't understand. I was last in Ukraine a month ago. I visited both a unit who were operating drone interceptors in the field, and I was in a couple of factories. This is now a cutting-edge technology. It's changing almost every month. Every European country that wants to be safe, that wants to understand how to protect its citizens in the future, should be involved in investing in Ukraine. Again, not just because it's nice to help Ukraine, but because that's really where the technological cutting edge is. It's not about buying big pieces of American equipment anymore. It's about modernizing European defense technology to keep Europe sovereign and to keep, and to keep Europe safe. I'll stop there, but I'm happy to continue.
Fascinating. I want to, before turning to Enrico, I'd like to unpack a couple of things there, because there's a lot in that. First thing, it's striking in the way that you frame it as Europe under threat from these three hyperpowers, if we may call them that. I don't think Russia is a hyperpower, perhaps, but certainly China, America, but also the formidable presence of Russia. And you put America as a kind of, you did it as a kind of equal challenge for Europe. And I'm curious to know whether that is really the case. Is America really as much of a challenge to Europe as China, as Russia? And do you think that this is something that is specific to the current administration in America, or is it something that Europe is just going to have to get used to for the long term?
So it's very important to listen to what the Trump administration says, to read the documents that they put out, to read their national security strategy, to listen not just to the president, but to people around him. It's very tempting to frame this administration as, a strange moment in history with a president who's very whimsical and, intervenes in a soccer match one day and, in a foreign election the next without much strategy. But actually there is a group of people around him, and they are now people who have influence in politics and influence in the right-wing media sphere, who do now see Europe and European liberal democracy as a kind of enemy. And of course they see it as an enemy because they interpret European liberal democracies as being somehow the equivalent of the Democrats in the United States. Again, they say it. You can read you can read them saying it. You can hear them talking about it. You can hear them talking about European civilizational collapse. You can hear them talking about Europe having letting in too many migrants, having changed its civilizational orientation. And so they understand that this Europe needs to be changed. And in the President's national security strategy, it was very clear that the U.S. no longer sees itself as the leader of a democratic camp promoting democracy around the world, and we've heard that also from the President. But instead it sees itself with really there's only one part of the world where they're interested in political change, and that's in Europe. And so I think, again, U.S. is a very big country. Foreign policy is produced by many different institutions, by Congress, by the Democratic Party, as well as by the administration. But it's very important to listen to what they're saying. And to take it seriously, because even after this president is gone and is replaced by somebody else, maybe even a Democrat, then this set of ideas is also going to remain inside the body politic, and it will have a set of adherents in Congress and elsewhere. And it's really important to understand that the speed with which the U.S. made this shift is a kind of, which really has happened over the last decade, it should be taken as a warning that nothing is guaranteed, that of course there are long-standing ties to the United States and friendships and actually deep military partnerships. If you asked an American general, intelligence partnerships, if you asked an American general right now, who are your closest allies, he would say Europeans as well as the South Koreans and the Japanese. But all of those things are still there, but the ideological commitment to them, both at the top and in the country more broadly, is badly frayed. And so it's very important for Europe going forward to not be beholden or nostalgic for the past. I think, as Mark Carney said, hope is not a strategy. Hoping that we will go back to where we were isn't really an option for Europe.
So one more question, and then I'll turn to Enrico. But you said that in the military sphere that Europe hadn't yet really grasped how fast things are changing on the battlefield and on the technological level. And I think you're saying, in a way, that Europe isn't really grasping the fundamental nature of this shift and the likely durability of this shift. Is that a fair assessment? Do you think we're still running behind? And you straddle, interestingly, the worlds of Europe and America. Do you think that we're still playing catch up in Europe in terms of getting our minds around quite how much the world has changed?
I think there are different, there are different interests. There depends who you speak to. There are some people who clearly understand the nature of the change, and others don't. But look, Ukraine doesn't have a navy. It has no navy to speak of. And yet Ukraine chased the Russian Navy out of the western part of the Black Sea and might well continue. Ukraine doesn't really have an air force. It has a very small one. And yet Ukraine is now able to attack Russian refineries very, very deep inside Russia. So eliminating the idea that Russia has, as President Zelensky said yesterday, that Russia even has a kind of safe strategic rear. I mean, unfortunately, if it's true of Russia, it's true of everybody. And so everybody's navy now needs to be a navy that takes into consideration the possibility that a very small $100,000 sea drone can take out a submarine, because that's happened in the Black Sea. And everybody needs to take into consideration the idea that their factories or their production lines, deep in the countryside, far away from the front line, aren't necessarily safe if there ever came to a shooting war. And as I said, there have been a number of really important European investments already in the Ukrainian drone industry, which is largely supported by European money. And this is also, there's been already in the last year an important transformation. I remember even a year ago people saying to me, but is it possible that Europe could support Ukraine? We don't have the resources. We can't do it without the United States. But it turned out that it was possible. And it just took a different way of thinking about what that support looked like. It wasn't a question of giving the Ukrainians tanks. It was a question of supporting the drone industry on the ground, doing joint ventures, doing deals, learning from this kind of constantly updated technological revolution that's happening there. So, there will still be a need for F-35s. There will still be a need for planes. But how they're going to be used is going to change a lot.
Okay. Enrico, listening to this, you've been focused on another sort of European challenge, which is particularly the economic competitiveness. Also a kind of wake-up call to Europe of the depth of the reforms that it needs to put into a practice. 2 years on, how do things stand?
But first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here with Anne. I recommend reading Autocracy. INC is one of the must read to my students in Madrid, because today is really a reference. I have to say, I see a direct link, Daniel, between what Anne said, but also on the previous speeches, the great speech made from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Greece, that I liked very much, on the point on the strength of our democracy is how to agree on how to disagree. That is, for me, a fantastic definition. Because the true strength of the European democracy is that we are based on reconciliations. We were all enemies. We were all enemies. I ask you to give, I would say, a thought to all the names of the streets in our cities. Half of these names, for what I know, I used to live in France, in Spain, in Italy, all these names, or a large part of these names, are people that are for us, each country, heroes, but they are heroes because they killed the neighboring countries' people, or they were killed by the neighboring countries' people. And today these borders are cooperation borders, no more bloody borders. Our democracy is based on reconciliations. And our democracy is based on the fact that we are a union of minorities. And this is the point linked to competitiveness. Because there's a way to be competitive in Europe that is different from the rest of the world. Because of the history we have, and also because of the dimension of our countries. We are all small countries in Europe, all small countries. The main problem is that someone in Europe is not aware he is small. But we are all small countries. And we are all small countries, and today the main point is how to combine competitiveness and sovereignty. Because we can be competitive without being sovereign. There are plenty of countries in the world that are small, they are competitive, but they are rule takers. They are not sovereign. We Europeans, we want to be in full sovereignty. And if we want to be in full sovereignty, we have to integrate, because we have to scale. It's the only way. So if I have to summarize in a nutshell, in a message, the true mission today for the European institutions in the implementation of the two reports is just one very simple message. With the raise of dimensions of China, India, the American competitiveness, the world has totally changed in terms of dimensions. I give you just one image that can be maybe a way for you to smile. My own country, Italy, when the single market was created 35 years ago, was economically as big as China and India together. Today we are smiling to this perspective. China, India together, more than 3 billion people, the same size of Italy economically? Yes, it was the same size of Italy. Today they are 20 times. So the dimension has changed everything. And the key point is that if we want a future that is a European future, we have to integrate and we have to raise scale. Otherwise, the future is to have a debate that I see in the different European countries, that is a debate between two polarities, who want to be more close to the Americans and who want to be more close to the Chinese. Being an American colony or being a Chinese colony. We have to be Europeans. Today, I am more hopeful than last year for a very simple reason, because after what happened this year, and first of all, the big acceleration happened after January, February Greenland crisis. Yep. That was, in my view, the turning point of everything. The European leaders understood that they have to integrate. There's no alternative. And so they decided, during the Cyprus presidency, I congratulate the president of Cyprus for that, The date, the most important date, is April 24, because they agreed, European Parliament, tomorrow you will have Roberta Metsola here, you can ask her. The European Council and the European Commission decided to have these 42 measures. The plan is One Europe, One Market is the plan to have in the next 18 months. Each measure has a Q3 26, Q2 27 for the implementation. All these measures are trying to integrate energy, financial markets, connectivity, introducing the so-called 28 regime, so a unique corporate law system for the entire European business, able to help European business not to have a complicated environment, but to have a simplification. The fifth, freedom on innovation. All these 42 measures are there. Some of them have been already presented, and they started already their track in the legislative process. Now it's time to go, and I'm very pleased to be here, also because Greece is playing a fundamental role. I want to congratulate Greece for many reasons, but the fact that today the Eurogroup is under the leadership of a Greek Minister of Finance, Mr. Pierakakis, is something that is enormous for the way in which Europe worked in the last years. And I'm sure that this leadership can help the integration of all these topics, and it is fundamental. Daniel, I hope, and Nectaria, I hope next year, when we will meet here again in July, we will have not 42 measures to go, but just 10 to go, because the other 32 will be already approved.
Wonderful. Well, you mentioned two reports. Of course, the other report is the Draghi report, your sort of twin roadmaps for a more competitive Europe. I guess the challenge to this picture, this optimistic picture that you present of Europe, is that it still feels slow. I know for Europe it may not be slow. In European terms, this is deadlines and progress. But what Anne has described is a world that is moving at sort of breakneck speed, at warp speed, technologically and geopolitically. And yet Europe has to follow its processes. And so I come back to the question of, 2 years ago, your urgent report, your urgent urging for Europe, how many measures have actually happened from that report?
But I answer in the easiest way for me, that is the fact that today we are here, and for instance, on trade, we had the last 5 months in which the European Union delivered more than in the last 10 years. I just mentioned 5 big choices that are signed and into force: India, Indonesia, Australia, Mexico, and first of all, Mercosur. 5 giants around the world, 2.5 billion in terms of population. We, in the last 5 months, this is why I mentioned Greenland. Greenland was an accelerator that is incredible. I don't know if the American people or the American experts are really aware of the consequences of Greenland. Because after Greenland, we had this acceleration also on these 5 topics. And it's the demonstration that the acceleration is there. You're right, Daniel, last year, the European Union and the European Union leaders were a little bit, I would say, shy. I think because they started thinking that they knew how to deal with Trump, because they had Trump 1. And they thought Trump 1 was easy. Vocal, jokes, but no bad consequences. In reality, Trump 2 is totally different. They understood, after 1 year of painful decisions, now I see the acceleration. Of course, the acceleration doesn't mean that we are in a new world, but there's an opportunity. But I would like to underline one point, because I don't want to, I would say, be perceived as naive, optimistic. I see this momentum, I see this opportunity, but I also see the fact that it is the last chance. I don't see another opportunity like the one we are having today. Today we have this opportunity. We have the plans, we have the awareness, and we have the determination of the different countries. And we have also the possibility to do it in the next 18 months. We have the pressure from abroad. I have to say the pressure from abroad is really great. I've never seen in these days of football all European supporters supporting the same European teams. We were all Belgian. We were all for Lukaku, Decatur. Also,
well, there were specific reasons for that, in fairness.
Also the Dutch, I think, France, they were for the Belgian. Also the Italians, we were all for the Belgian. And I'm sure that the French will be supported by all the Italians too in another match. So it's something incredible that is happening. I'm not joking. These topics are important as politics is important. There's a sense of unity in Europe that was not there before. Of course, this sense of unity is because of the pressure from abroad, from Russia, daily strikes, daily killing people, innocent people in Ukraine, and it's unbelievable what is happening there. And of course, the pressure, the competitive pressure from China, with some conundrum that are complicated for us, because I don't want to say that everything is easy. We want to continue in the transition, in the green transition, accompanying the business in this transition, but we know very well that today, if we want to continue for renewables, for instance, we have to use Chinese tools. But if we want to protect our industry, we have to protect our industry from the Chinese tools. So that is a conundrum, and we have to overcome this conundrum in a very intelligent, creative way, because we have to continue on the transition. At the same time, we have to help our industry and avoiding to be overwhelmed by Chinese tools. So it's great to be in this kind of decisions to take, but I think and I feel that today this awareness is there, and it is a totally different awareness.
Anne, you wanted to come in on this.
I wanted to emphasize again this point about integration and add another difficulty, which is that, again, a part of the U.S. administration, a part of the movement that has been created around Donald Trump, is very specifically against EU integration and really specifically against the EU itself. Some of this is ideological, as I said, civilizational and so on, but some of it is very specific. It's because the EU is really the only institution on the planet that is able to regulate U.S. tech companies. Nobody else can do it. The U.S. itself is unable to do it. Nobody else can. And simultaneously, perhaps less important, but nevertheless they're there, the Russians are also very much against EU integration, because for them, when Russia speaks to Germany or when Russia speaks to France, they're at least an equal or a partner. When they speak to Slovenia, they're much larger. When they speak to the European Union, they're dealing with a real power. They have less influence. They have less ability to they have less ability to control the conversation. And so right now you have a real challenge to the European Union itself, coming both from, again, a part of the United States and from the Russians. And that's also and because both the US and Russia have political parties and movements and people and companies inside really almost every European country with whom they are aligned, and sometimes with whom they fund. This is another obstacle to integration that we don't like to talk about, but we will also see it in coming months and years.
Can I ask about this shape of Europe? You've both been talking about the European Union. Of course, I come from a country which is sadly no longer in the European Union, but also there are other countries that want to join the European, big countries like Ukraine that want to join the European Union, and it's not clear what the path will be, and many other not so big countries that are in the queue. Do you think that the future shape of Europe, because of these external threats, will end up being somewhat more flexible so that countries like Britain, like Ukraine, can have closer integration without necessarily being full members? Perhaps, Enrico, you take that one first.
I think yes, for the very simple reason that we have to find a way to have a relationship with the UK, and this relationship is a win-win relationship. I don't think this relationship can be resolved just in a rejoin. It's a complicated issue. So we have to shape a new relationship between the European Union and the UK. I'm dealing with this topic in the last months. I have the feeling that it's not a very sexy topic. People are exhausted in the UK and in Brussels on the post-Brexit discussion. So it's not easy for this reason, but it will be. On Ukraine, I think the main topic is the future will be Ukraine joining. I don't think that we can consider that Ukraine has to be out. The topic is when and which is the path. I saw a difference in the last months. Today, the fact that Ukraine has a military that is technologically very advanced has, I would say, made possible for some countries to change their mind on the way to have Ukraine on board or not. But the most important now is to be fast, in my view, on the integration of the Western Balkans. They are ready to be in. There's no reason not to have the Western Balkans within the European Union. And in my view, the other main message is the fact that one country like Iceland, end of August, will run a referendum to decide whether to be in the European Union. And if Iceland is in, I'm sure that Norway will start discussing. Traveling around Europe also to discuss about the report and the implementation of the report, I visited many times in the last months Sweden and Denmark. You know that Sweden and Denmark are countries out of the euro. I know that they are discussing seriously whether joining the euro is a perspective today or not. So in a nutshell, in my view, the sense of a healthy continent is also how many countries want to join the European Union. And today we have many countries queuing to joining the European Union. And for me, it's something that is the sense of positive. We have to be intelligent, generous, and having, we say, the perspective on that. I have to say that the enlargement of 2004 was a great success. We have to say it, because I remember all the discussions at that time, all the backlashes at that time. It was a great success. One of the greatest success of the European Union was the enlargement process. Today we are stronger and we are more competitive also because of the enlargement, and we have to consider that it's a mission. Of course, the enlargement is changing Europe, is reshaping Europe, but as the entire world is changing. So we have to adapt, and we have to adapt the future of Europe to these new dimensions. I think it's a great moment also because of that. Sorry to say, the 28th chair is an empty chair, but is full of people queuing to be part of this challenge. I don't see the same queue for becoming the 51st state of the US.
So for Anne, I wonder whether you see things the same way, or whether that Europe has to be part of the adaptability, might be in the future a more flexible way of some sort of adhesion that is not full adhesion.
So although I don't disagree with anything you just said, I also hope that we don't become too trapped by these institutions and who is a member and who is not when we think about moving forward. For example, in the area of defense, it's much more important to think about what is the project, what do we want to achieve, and who are the countries who are willing to work together to achieve it. And those countries will include the UK, Norway, maybe Canada, maybe South Korea. If we're thinking about how to build...
And Ukraine.
And Ukraine, of course. I mean, Ukraine goes without saying. When we think about, for example, go project by project, how to fight against kleptocracy, or how to reform the way we use the internet. there will be the need for Europe to build coalitions with countries who aren't technically part of the European Union, but who think the same way and have the same concerns. I was in Brazil a few months ago, where their concerns about how the algorithms work on their internet are the same as here, and why shouldn't there be a dialogue and why shouldn't there be a joint project in which the EU is working with those countries. There are a number already of defense projects. There's a kind of Scandinavian, British, Northern European, Baltic, Polish, German group that already thinks together and plans together because they have similar concerns around the Black Sea. There's already a coalition of the willing built around Ukraine that includes some countries that are in and out of the EU. And it seems to me that that's the way to think going forward. Not who's in this club or who's in that club, but what is the thing that we want to achieve, and who are the countries who are willing to help us achieve it. And I do very much hope that Europe remains flexible in that sense.
So we've had an emphasis on the external threats that Europe has faced that have, in a sense, galvanized progress, is galvanizing progress in Europe. What we haven't talked is a bit of the elephant in the room, or elephant not quite in the room, which is the internal dynamics of Europe in some European countries. Today we have the news that Marine Le Pen is saying she will be a candidate for the next French election. She is in, quite a chance that she might win. Enrico, you've lived in Paris, you say. How would you view this prospect? First of all, do you think it could seriously happen, and what difference would it make to the future of Europe?
We have next year many elections. The elections here in Greece, the election in my country, Italy, the elections in Spain, and of course the elections in France.
Poland. The
elections in Poland then. So I mentioned France as different from the rest. Of course, the French, they feel to be different from the rest. It's by definition. But it is different for a very technical reason. The French constitutional system is different from all the other constitutional systems. And today, the European Council is playing a fundamental role in the European institutional equilibrium. And the European Council is a place where the 27 are together. They are, I would say, the European sovereignty together. They represent their country and they represent the European Union. And of course, the French president within this 27 leaders meeting is the one with a particular status. And the particular status is, of course, the defense, security, atomic, UN Security Council role. And France is a system where the system of checks and balances that we have in all the other countries is a little bit different. So the president, once elected for 5 years, has big powers, absolutely different from what happens in Italy, in Greece, in Poland, or in Spain. So I have no doubts that in the other countries, there will be a continuity on the relationship with Europe. I'm afraid that in France, the result of the election can be really a game changer at the European level. So, of course, the French people will decide, but the French situation is a particular one on that. What I would like to say is also one point on the rest, on the other 26, that at the end of the day, Europe is more important than populistic voices and temptations. Because I saw many populistic leaders being very vocal against Europe while in the opposition. While in government, you give a look to the depth of your country and you become immediately pro-European.
So you have an example close to home.
Yes, of course. So I see that, and I say that because I don't want to, always say, underline too much the potential problems of Europe in these terms. Because at the end of the day, we had in this period the European Union more united on these topics. What is important, I would like to say that in the last seconds, Daniel, if I may, there's one point that is fundamental. All these discussions, there's one point that is more important than the others. is the strength of the European financial integration system. Because today we have the euro, but we don't have a financial European market. We have 27 financial markets. It has consequences because the European financial strength, with all the consequences towards tech investments, and I give you just two numbers, 17%, 25%. The GDP of Europe, 17%, the GDP of the US, 25%. When it comes to finance, because of our fragmentation of the markets, 17 becomes 12%. We are 12% as Europeans of the world market cap. The 25% of the Americans, because of the integrity of their, hello Kyriakos, of the integrity of their market, the 25% becomes 60, and 17 and 25 on real GDP is the same championship. 12, 60 is not the same championship. That means that their strength in terms of investments on tech, on many other investments, is a scale and magnitude that is not our capacity. So we have to work on this. We have to integrate the financial markets. The savings and investments union that is today in the agenda of the Eurogroup under the leadership of Kyriakos is absolutely one of the most challenging and important decisions for the future of the European Union. If we are able on this topic to be successful, then there's a possibility for Europe to regain ground and to be at the same level of the US and China, and not a rule taker, but to challenge to be a rule setter in the future too.
Thank you, and I give you a chance to comment on the Le Pen matter, and also perhaps Enrico's given a very interesting concluding thought. Perhaps you might have one as well.
So any European leader who comes to power from left, from the right, from the center, will immediately, it will take a very short period of time, if they've never held office before, to understand what I said at the beginning, which is that if their country wants to remain sovereign, if they want to maintain their democracy, if they want to have, again, an information space, a tech industry, a defense industry that serves them and their people and not somebody else somewhere else, then they will very quickly come to the conclusion that they need to have a very strong European Union. And Prime Minister Meloni made exactly this transition. You know, I can't make any predictions about France, but whether you had, from whichever part of the political spectrum the next president comes from, I imagine he or she will wind up having to make that too. I mean, if you look out at the world from any European capital, you know, what you see is you're surrounded by friends, and then beyond that it's uncertain. And if you want to, again, if you want to maintain the integrity of your societies, if you want to maintain your sovereignty, then you will work together with other Europeans to do so.
Thank you very much. I think that is a superb way to get our conversation going. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Enrico. They'll want to take photographs, I think. Thank you. And I hand over to Alistair for the session with Minister Kyriakakis.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Okay. Well, we're going to stay with the theme of Europe, Greece's place in Europe, and the urgent and continuing transformation of Europe. And to do that, I'm delighted to invite to the stage Kyriakos Pierakakis, who is the president of the Eurogroup and the Minister of Economy and Finance here in Greece. Hi. Hello. Good to see you again. Please take a seat. When the applause starts low and gets bigger, that's a good thing. It's when it starts high and suddenly drops, that's when we need to worry. There are two forms of the verb to do, so there's things we should do and things we can do. We've heard an awful lot, and we've seen reported from Mr. Letta and Mr. Draghi some great suggestions of what we should do. But we also have to ask how much of that can we do, how much of that is getting done. You've been on record saying that Europe needs to rewire its approach to growth, and you've had a particular focus on European production. Can you give us a progress report, if you like, maybe within the context of the Draghi report? How is Europe doing against the scorecard that Mr. Draghi laid out?
Well, first of all, let me say that this deviation, this distinction between what we should do and what we can do is not always that definitive in the following sense. I think that for Europe, or for any strategic decision that you want to take, it's very important to share the vocabulary. It's very important to share the north and the compass. And in this regard, the fact that my good friend Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi shaped those reports and defined the deliverables, and we agreed upon the deliverables, is quite important by itself, because this means that you will have convergence upon those deliverables. Now, the question is by when, how quickly, and how optimally, because you can always version the deliverables. I'm optimistic in the sense that even if you take the core elements of policy that we need to have results by the end of this year, be that the Savings and Investment Union or be that energy, we already see movement on the ground. On the Savings and Investment Union, you see movement in terms of securitization, in terms of the supplementary pensions package, where the Council will define its position quite soon, and in what, in my view, is the core element, we're seeing discussions progress, the market integration and supervisions package. We have already been discussing this at the level of the ECOFIN significantly and at the Eurogroup, and I believe that it is the ambition of the Irish presidency to deliver that result as well quite quickly. If we take energy as a core policy area where we need to see significant progress, I would mention an IMF report which states that the impact of the crisis in the Middle East is 12% less of what it would have been had we not taken requisite energy measures in Europe in terms of investment. This means that we have done certain things post-2022. Also, the perimeter of the measures that we're now taking, the short-run measures, also fit our long-run ambition. If you look at the escape clause, the expansion of the escape clause that we have on defense now includes energy investments as well, per the proposal of the Commission. So we understand that energy is another area where we need to define and create a common energy union. Of course, we need to do much more. We need more investment in grids, we need more investment in storage, we need more investment in interconnectors. We don't yet have a singular energy market in Europe. We don't yet have an energy union. This is also a core deliverable. And third and final point, the digital euro will be a reality by 2029, because we already had a positive vote at the level of the Econ Committee of the European Parliament. We will have a vote in the Parliament this summer as well. And then we'll have a pilot project and a deliverable in terms of the digital euro quite soon. So movement is taking place. Of course, we need to do much more, and on many fronts. I made the proposal myself last week with regards to centralizing the auctions of spectrum across the 27 member states of the European Union. I had the chance to share this with my good friend Enrico Letta and with Mario Draghi and with my colleagues at the European Council. The idea was the following, that even though we have two European champions in terms of infrastructure in telecommunications, unlike other areas, we sit at the technology frontier in terms of 5G infrastructure and hopefully at 6G infrastructure. We still have a very fragmented market in terms of telecommunications. So as we're looking for new own resources for the MFF, perhaps we can think in more ambitious terms by centralizing the auctions and then using also the EIB to leverage a part of that amount, thus generating more funds, thus not rendering the MFF negotiations and the MFF discussions a zero-sum game, but rather trying to render them a positive-sum game, a more competitiveness-prone discussion, which is what we should be doing in order to be more ambitious. So I'm overall optimistic. It's not a yes or no question. It's not a black and white discussion. It's a question of how much progress we can make and how much distance we can cover on the field. And right now I see that the political conditions are there, the negative externalities are also there, which are pushing us to deliver the results. But I'm quite optimistic that we will manage to deliver very important and very significant things quite soon. The political will is there.
Production is at the heart of this, production, productivity, and maybe a return to a more focused manufacturing economy in Europe. To what extent can Europe aim to go back to a more manufacturing-based economy? What does manufacturing mean now? What does production mean in this technological era?
Well, first of all, in order to address your question, you overall need to define your ambition in terms of who you are and what you're trying to achieve. So there, it was actually a discussion that we had in the last Eurogroup meeting. The idea is to have a very clear technological doctrine. The Commission is also trying to advance this, because technology will more or less define every single policy area. Be that in energy, be that in AI, be that in more or less everywhere. Technological innovations are going to define productivity, and they're going to define our capacities to achieve and sustain economic growth. Because in effect, we're witnessing a duality. There are many similarities there are many analogies with Greece here. Because Greece, circa 2019, had a series of things that it hadn't done for a very long time. So the obvious thing that you haven't done for a very long time provides an obvious dividend for growth once you do it. Mm-hmm. It's a dividend of the obvious, in a sense. On the other hand, you need to address and you need to optimally respond to the emerging challenges of tomorrow. So every policymaker in the world has this duality. So in the European sense, on the one hand, you need to offer the deliverable and offer the progress in terms of what you haven't done for a very long time. The capital markets union, the banking union, the energy union, all of those things, but they will produce a growth dividend. On the other hand, we need a very clear doctrine on technology. So this question, I think, is optimally addressed by having a sense of European champions in technology rather than national champions, and by having the stamina and the strategy to create ecosystems around them. So what is the strategy on spectrum that I more or less tried to describe before? It's a strategy to create ecosystems around two technology players, which we do have, one in Sweden and one in Finland, Ericsson and Nokia, and to create big ecosystems with the application layer being funded by the EIB ideally, but also primarily by the private market, in order to be able to achieve higher levels of growth. This is the goal. So, in effect, we have three options with regards to technology. One of them is lead, pick the areas where you have champions, pick the areas where you sit close to the technology frontier, and grow them so that you can achieve very high levels of growth at a global scale. The second option is build. Pick certain areas where you don't have the advantage, but where you believe that building the advantage would be existential. We did that with Airbus. We did that with Galileo. We cannot overdo that, though. Because if we believe that we can make European versions of everything, we're wrong, frankly, because we have a finite amount of funding that we can use. So if we are to use it, it's optimal to use it in the areas where you have the advantage and where you can create and sustain the advantage so that you're not asymmetrically interdependent, because sovereignty is not autonomy. Autonomy is a dimension of sovereignty. You can exercise sovereignty through other means, through control. So your third option is very sharp, very smart regulation. It's being able to partner and shape the technologies which you don't own, but which you can optimally control if you're a really smart regulator, which we're not always in reality. So those are the three options. Of course, the devil lies in the detail, being able to codify which is which and how you can build your strategy. But again, fixing the plumbing of the European economy, in a sense, having the deployment of the Savings and Investment Union fully there is quite important also in this regard, because you need to be able to finance those investments. Any startup that you have in Europe should be able to grow in Europe. It doesn't. At some point, it's more or less existential that it becomes a Delaware corporation and that it requires American mezzanine funding. Now, that's not a bad thing, but it should be an option, not a quasi-necessity. So you should be able to have all the funding mechanisms in place in order to be able to have your full ambition fulfilled at the level of the European continent.
I wanted to turn to another topic, sort of paradigmatic topic. I think it's been a consensus here on the stage this morning and generally out there in the wider world that one of the drivers of European policy at the moment is the need for resilience. In a hostile world, threats from challenges from East and West, and the need for a more resilient European economy. 10, 20 years ago, the key word was efficiency. The reliance on distant partners was one of the ways that you made the European economy more competitive, by being more efficient, by being lower cost. How far along that spectrum have we gone? And is there a risk that in this focus on resilience, you begin to lose that efficiency? What cost is Europe going to be paying because it's focusing so much on this issue of resilience?
Well, again, I think this touches upon the previous answer as well. Because at the end of the day, you need to define what sovereignty means. So you need to have a European strategy about those things. Will you define it as autonomy, or will you define it as a broader and more complex, multidimensional issue? My answer is the latter, not the former. So we live in an interdependent world. Is multilateralism challenged in this interdependent world? Yes, it is. But this fluctuates. It temporally fluctuates. The question is, how strong are you when you sit at the table? Because you will always sit at the table. You will never be fully autonomous. The question is, can you be in a world where this interdependence is not asymmetric, where you have many areas where you are the strongest, but where you also build significant synergies with your international partners? So you will always live in this interdependence. The question is, can you further capacity build yourself in certain areas? This is what, in my view, defines resilience. And also, you need very smart and very sharp synergies. Let me give you one example. Cloud services. So I mentioned 5G infrastructure. The policies of the first Trump administration, as a consequence, helped the two European companies that I mentioned before. There was no American champion on the table. That was not the goal of the American administration, of course, but it was the consequence of the administration. Did we as Europeans take this chance in order to create that big ecosystem, that pan-European spectrum, that capable economic environment, to render them even bigger European champions by taking advantage of this externality? No, we didn't, frankly. So that's a pity. This is an area where you build, because you have the capacity to build. You sit at the technology frontier. In cloud, American hyperscalers have 2/3 of the European market. There is no European company that has more than 2% of the market. So is this an area where you focus by developing a European champion? In my view, it's an area where you focus by being a really smart regulator so that you exercise your sovereignty through control. Zero switching costs ideally between the hyperscalers, or ownership of data and full control of your data being in premise in your country, those types of things. But you need to focus where you will invest every single euro that you have. So I think that any business person in this room would tell you that when they make investments, they invest on their winners, on their winning propositions, on their winning projects. I think that politicians should do the same, frankly. And we haven't done that enough. We need to do that much more. But you do that by making an honest assessment of who you are, where you're capable at. You pick certain areas where you believe that you should indeed have this non-resilience for reasons of national security or for supply chain resilience, and you move ahead. And since you live in an interdependent world, I think by being cognizant of this and by having a full mapping of the field, investing in our champions, investing at our champions is the smartest way to move forward and the most realistic.
Okay, let's stick very briefly with technology for a second. You talked about picking your winners, picking your fights in a sense, and putting your resources where you think they can best give you advantage.
With a couple of exceptions, if you pick them. National security or certain issues, but not many exceptions.
Okay. Let's talk very briefly about AI models. Sovereignty in AI is going to be an important issue. But Europe is in a very disadvantaged position in terms of competitiveness on a global scale across the AI stack. So there are things that Europe can do in terms of regulation, but it isn't going to develop and control the most widely adopted models. Is that a problem? How do you get around that?
Well, we have this discussion of the Eurogroup tomorrow. We have a discussion on AI, and we have invited one of our European champions on AI, Mistral, to be present at this discussion. So, frankly, first we need to have an assessment of the implications of AI. And those implications have, again, a duality. If I were to codify this, I would say that on the one hand, it resembles a moon race, which touches upon your question. On the other hand, it resembles a nuclear arms race. Because if we look at the implications of the LLM of Anthropic mythos, well, frankly, it can basically hack into any system. So the level of patching that will be required once we have an assessment of all the systems, and so far we're, as European finance ministers, we're focusing on banks. But you need an assessment of every single system to happen throughout the world. So many of the systems that we have, we know that I used to be a digital minister, as you know. They're quite old, they're quite dated. Yeah. So we will require a very significant level of investment in order to be able to address this challenge, on the one hand, which we don't yet expect. Second, we need a level of multilateral governance of this, because those LLMs are extremely powerful. The way to govern them is not a European level regulation, or even an American level regulation, or a Chinese level regulation. No country is big enough to govern this, I would say, or no continent by itself. It requires orchestration. And the challenge, which all of us are quite aware of, is that it requires some type of orchestration, again, in an era when multilateralism has its own challenges. So on the one hand, you require this. On the other hand, to address the positive aspect of your question, the productivity gains that you can have out of the technologies, should they be deployed properly, are immense. So again, you need a strategy about this. Every minister in Europe right now, every minister in the world feels the implication and the impact of AI. The core difference compared to the previous technological revolutions and disruptions is going to be the speed and the scale of change. What used to happen in decades will now happen in years and months, not even weeks, one would argue. So this exponential time frame and this exponential mechanism of change is quite different to the linear way in which we as human beings perceive the world, or as a critic would say, the sublinear way that political systems react to those types of challenges typically. So the challenge is very big in front of us. But again, going back to your original question, don't underestimate the value of developing a common vocabulary and the common strategy. The strategy that Enrico did and Mario Draghi did is extremely important for us. It's the north that we have in our compass at every single meeting, at every single discussion, and at every single policy development discussion that we're having, even at the domestic or at the pan-European level. So this is a big part of the reason why progress is actually now happening on the ground.
Excellent. Well, I'd love to be a fly on the wall at that meeting tomorrow. It sounds like you're going to have a busy and interesting day. We're going to finish there because we're out of time. There's a lot more we could talk about, obviously. We're going to move on to talk about energy security, and my co-chairs, Apostolos Mangiriadis and Christina Vidou, are going to take the stage. But before they do, please join me in thanking the Minister. Thank you very much. I've got to stand on tiptoe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Πού θέλετε να κάθω?
Εσύ στη μέση. Ωραίο έτσι το
Λοιπόν, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας ημέρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Apostolos Mangiriadis, co-hosting the session with Christina Vidou. We have our guest, Mr. Alexandros Exarchou. Thank you very much for being here with us. Just a quick introduction. We're living in an era of economy, geopolitics, energy have become, in a way, a bit more interrelated than ever. This is something proven also if you watch the 8 o'clock news. We saw that during the NATO summit that started yesterday, and we all came to realize how complicated things have become. We have the Ukraine war, unrest in the Middle East, trade conflicts, and the need and the changes in the way both governments and companies draft their future. So, Christina, first question to you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Exarchou, for being here. Thank you. I think that Apostolos set the scene, and let me ask you with a question about the big picture. This is exactly what Apostolos described. Currently, we have an energy map that has completely changed and is still changing. The reasons for which are the following: the Middle East, the Ukraine war, and the actual needs of Europe to become self-sustainable in terms of energy needs. So in this context, please give us your own outlook about our country. Where do we stand as a country? Energy equals security. That's something that was proven back in 2022 during the Ukraine war. Back then, Europe has been fully dependent on the Russian oil and Russian gas, which has been instrumentalized against its Europe because Russia tried to impose specific circumstances in its conflict with Ukraine using energy as a tool. So I think we have had the lesson learned as a result of that. So, gladly, Europe reacted. Of course, it just reacts. It doesn't. It's not proactive. Anyway, for the period to follow, we have to make a struggle to reach a point of energy balance in Europe. We have to find a balance with sources of energy, so we're not dependent on anyone, be it the Russian sources or the American ones. Because for me, it means nothing if we get rid of the Russian dependence just to get dependent on the U.S. sources. This is a policy equally wrong. What is at stake currently for the European Union, apart from whatever else one might think of, apart of whatever Europe might build in order to become let's say, sovereign in that, because as we say, if you're not part of the discussion on the table, as the Canadian Prime Minister had said, you're just part of the meal. So the European Union, also in terms of security, has to be part of the discussion together with the big boys in order to keep a balance. What are the big boys? Russia, the US, and China. This is it. So we have to recover or to regain our position and make sure that we can strike a balance between the sources of supply and our needs. I think amongst these sources, Greece has been one step forward, has been one step ahead. The construction of the so-called vertical corridor, the conceptual creation of it, which actually enables Greece to dispatch US LNG to other markets, into an environment in which from 2027 onwards there will be it won't be legally allowed to trade Russian gas, and also because of the damages generated by the war in Iran, the Qatar companies cannot actually source Europe. So the only reliable source is the US. You said that Greece was one step ahead, right? But it's not just about being one step ahead. We have to become a stable hub. Is that correct? In order to build that, there are certain preconditions in order for this to happen. What are these? And have we achieved that? Allow me to say that we have done we have taken many important steps forward. Recently, because the concept of the vertical corridor is not something recent. It wasn't born 10 months ago. It started many years ago. I see we have here some of the, Mr. Payat, some of the protagonists back then. It's not something that happened just, overnight. But over the past months, I believe that because of the more aggressive policies by the US in the region, and because of the geopolitical turmoil, things have changed a bit. So I think currently it is necessary for Europe to have access to US LNG. Otherwise, we will have a huge deficiency of gas volumes for Europe. So that's why the Greek government has supported the vertical corridor. The company we established together with DEPA shows the dedication of the government in order to create the necessary commercial landscape, if you like, in order to underpin this effort. And of course, the efforts by ourselves and the Greek government, the US government, to have long-term contracts is, for me, the only way to reach a point of balance with respect to the diversification of energy sources for Europe. And in this context, Greece is one step ahead, given that we already have had the infrastructure built in order to guarantee the operations of the vertical corridor. I'm talking about Revithousa and the Alexandroupoli FSRU. Okay, let's put some pressure on Mr. Exarchou. What you just described is what Macron mentioned 6 or 7 years ago, like the so-called European energy autonomy strategy. Yes, he said so, but he didn't do it. Yes, he's trying, let's say, still. You can't have it overnight. But Europe is invited to find a point of balance between energy safety, as you rightly said, being competitive at the same time, while meeting its ambitious goals with respect to green transition. And nevertheless, Europe just a few weeks ago suffered because of climate change. In Berlin and in Paris, they suffered some tens of casualties because of the heat wave. So is it possible to meet all these objectives at the same time? Energy safety, competitiveness, and green transition at the same time? Should we emphasize on something or one of these? Should we take some really hard decisions? Europe has to recall that it has to become competitive again. For me, this is very, very important. Should the European Union fail to sit on the table together with other big boys, unless Europe is able to earn its position on the table, then Europe will keep on falling. Yes, the others have a competitive advantage. The Russians have an abundance of cheap gas. The Americans are doing great with the LNG, but Europe has no energy ready-made, right? Yes, this is not something we can resolve just because of a decision saying that we will pay for the most expensive electricity just because it is green. I'm not against the renewables. I'm not saying that this is wrong, but this should not be a one-way street. I mean, you have to spend time on trying and find ways to reduce the production costs for your companies, for your citizens, just because you decided to serve a specific idea, which is the green transition. Yes, I do not disagree with that. It's not a mistake. It's not wrong moving towards a renewables based, let's say, or sponsored energy autonomy. But the important thing is the following. If you keep on insisting on such a costly policy, you have to be ready to pay for it. So if you have the European citizens against you, actually, if the European citizens can afford that, it's okay, but they cannot. So to the extent you cannot, you have to find a compromise with other solutions until you are able to afford such a policy. I think it is impossible for Europe to become competitive the way it used to be unless we have some trade-offs. So the European Union has to find a way and reach the right decisions, take the right decisions at the right time without being just a simple observer of developments. I heard the president of the Eurogroup trying to find what is the definition of energy sovereignty. God forbid. It is as if we're going back to the era when we were trying to find what national sovereignty is about in order to understand what the European stands for. I mean, the purpose why all these countries decided to be part of the European family was not to give part of their national sovereignty. No, they did it so in order to give, to contribute by means of part of the sovereignty so that the European Union can do exactly what single countries cannot do. And this is not currently happening because of decisions like the one you mentioned. For instance, 10 years ago, we decided that now we will be energy sufficient just because we will have renewables. I repeat myself, green energy is very useful. It is apparently the only way to become autonomous energy-wise, but it's not the only way to become energy secure. I think we got an answer. So whom are we to sit on the table with? Our competitors, the competitors of the European Union, will be the big boys, right? I told you, it's the US, China, and Russia, none other. if we're not able to have a seat on the table, let me remind you what the Canadian PM said. He was so frank when he said in Davos that if you're not part of the discussion on the table, then you're part of the menu. So we have to make up our minds. Do we want to have a seat on the table or just be part of the menu on the plate? I mean, yes, with these three of them, or yes, it's what's feasible and it's what's not unfeasible, what's ideal, what's not. I don't understand why the European Union, I mean, the European Union, should it be competitive like it was in the past? Why can't the European Union build alliances with others? What you will see in that speech of the Canadian PM during the Davos meeting was the following, that the only way for middle-sized powers like Canada to deal with the aggressiveness of the prevailing countries is to build alliances, depending on the area. So if for the European Union it is needed to build an alliance with China on a specific matter, then we should do it. If we have to build an alliance with the US on another topic, let's do it. But in order to take these decisions, you have to be able to take these decisions, and you have to have your mind set on a specific policy, which is to the benefit of the European Union. Yes, but this is not always easy. Yes, there are certain strategies, however, that perhaps are being upturned because of the geopolitical advancements, because of the weather conditions. Everything changes. So, what about your investments? Should they change? They're affected, right? Yes, apparently. Let me tell you the following. You just said that Actor is a big company for Greece. Yes, it is, for Greek standards. For the international standards, the Greek sizes are trivial, are minor, are nothing. So the Minister of Finance said something about national champions. I would say European champions. Yes, this will make a difference. This is what will allow European countries to be able, European companies to be able to compete against US or Chinese ones, because there are no Russian companies for the time being. Unless we make up our mind and use the might of European Union to the benefit of the member states in order to become stronger by becoming more united, then what's the purpose of the European Union? Let's now talk about Actor. Let's talk about your business plan. Recently, you announced an investment plan of 3 billion euros. At the same time, you are discussing about new acquisitions in the domain of circular economy. Yes, the world is changing, but in the next 5 or 10 years, what would Actor's footprint in the European Union could be? The Greek economy currently is experiencing historical moments, I would say. I remember at times when I used to discuss with foreign investors, talking to them about Greece. Initially, they would just interrupt you. They would just interrupt you because it's not interesting to us. Saying that you represent a Greek company was enough for them to leave the table. A few years ago, they wouldn't leave the table, but they would do nothing. And over the past 12 months, allow me to confirm that there is an amazing interest on behalf of foreign investors to take Greek risks. So they are bringing equity in the Greek economy. They take part of the risk. In my 60 years of life, I haven't seen that before. I want to be honest. This is the outcome of the struggles of the Greek economy over the past 7 years. Maybe we're too low 12 years ago, and they feel now that perhaps it is safe to invest in an upward trend. Yes, it was too low back then, which created, we were at a very low point back then. This created opportunities, yes, but what we have achieved so far in terms of our economy is is bringing rewards right now. Currently, we have equities and funds interested in investing in Greece. For instance, we have the PPC, their increase of share capitals, and the Credia bonds issued. We have IPTO, ADMIE in Greek. So we're talking about important funds investing equity, not debt. They're not they're not leveraging debt, but they're bringing their equity. And I think this trend will continue. Private investments will replace schemes such as the RRF. For me, this is the safe basis for growth for Greece, and Greece is currently going through this process. It's critical that we're able to sustain that. Actor, it's a phenomenon within the context of the Greek economy. It grows, it becomes bigger because it follows the opportunities presented by the Greek economy. The Greek economy currently is of interest to the international investors. Investing where? In tourism, in energy, infrastructure, where? As you know, we are interested in investing energy projects, both in terms of LNG and renewables, as I said before, concessions, constructions, this is our core business. Tourism, we're not involved with tourism so far, but people involved with tourism are more likely to attract interest by investors. So let me conclude. As far as I can tell, you are quite optimistic for the prospects of Greek economy, maybe more optimistic than ever. Is that correct? Yes, totally, undoubtedly. Let me repeat myself. Greece is going through an amazingly successful period in time. We are recovering strongly, and if we're able to sustain that by means of political stability and private initiative, and if we're able to attract all these funds available worldwide, I think we can lay the foundations for the next gen RRF, the next generation of these funds that will support the Greek economy without being dependent, standing on its own feet. So you're talking about political stability, you're talking about the continuity of what has been built so far, right? So we took some great responses, and you gave us an amazing relay for the next panel that will follow. A very important, very interesting panel that will follow. Thank you, Mr. Exarchou. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next session. My colleagues are just putting out the requisite number of chairs, so let me quickly introduce the topic of the next session. Really, we're going to be taking up the baton from where Daniel and Anne and Enrico left off, and we're going to be talking about Europe's ambition to be a geopolitical player and how that relates to the EU enlargement project and neighborhood policy. Back in 1995, when I began working at The Economist as an Eastern Europe analyst, enlargement actually was a sexy topic, as to use Enrico's phrase earlier. It symbolized EU dynamism, its ambition. 30 years later, it's not a sexy topic, despite the geopolitical imperatives behind the idea of enlargement following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So let me now introduce all my speakers for the very distinguished panel of speakers that we have. Ahmet Davutoglu, former Prime Minister of Turkey, welcome, sir. Boris Tadic, former President of Serbia, welcome. Have a seat. Welcome. Robert Habeck, former Vice Chancellor of Germany, welcome. Tassos Hatzivassiliou, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, welcome. Alona Shkrum, First Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Anna Diamantopoulou, President of the Network for Reform in Greece and Europe and former European Commissioner for Employment, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities. So welcome all of you. We've got 50 minutes now before we break for coffee. And so I'm going to, there's lots of questions that I have for you afterwards, so I'm going to ask you to be disciplined in your opening statements. So let me start with you, Mr. Davutoglu. I guess the question, my first question to you is what sort of relationship and cooperation is possible between Turkey and the EU, as long as Turkey maintains the independent and multifocal international role that you have always advocated in your writings? I guess that's the big question.
Thank you very much. Of course, Turkish geopolitical location necessitates a multidimensional foreign policy. That has been my argument when I was in academic life and in political life. If you look at geopolitics today, what we are talking, I came from Turkey. Now there is a NATO summit in Ankara, and they feature the most critical, one of the most critical summits in NATO history because of the gap between EU, Europe in general, and US. Yesterday when I was listening President Trump in press conference with President Erdogan, he was saying that there is an ocean between us and Europe. This ocean is not just a geographical terminology. This is difference of opinion, difference of strategy. First of all, Turkey as a member of NATO and Turkey as future member, I hope, of EU is a bridge in that sense between NATO and EU. If EU one day wants to be a strategic player, how can it be achieved this? EU today, even between EU and Europe, there is a difference. Because EU does not include all European countries. After Brexit, this question is also much more valid than before. Britain, Norway, Turkey, three most important countries of NATO are not members of EU. They are not in EU consultation processes. If EU wants to be as a global player in strategic wise, they have to find a way out. First, how to integrate non-EU NATO members like Britain, Turkey, Norway into their strategy, then also to have a strategic vision how EU can be again a hope for Balkan countries, for Eastern European countries. This is the basic challenge. If today, assume that imagine the map, what are we talking? Where are the geopolitical flashpoints? I can say from Baltics to Black Sea to Caspian Sea to Gulf, one wing. And the other one is from Baltics to Eastern Europe, to Eastern Mediterranean, to Red Sea, and to Gulf. So today we are talking on Ukrainian crisis in the first geopolitical zone. We are talking on Iranian question between Caspian Sea and Gulf. And also we have many critical issues, including Palestine, Somalia, Sudan in the next. So all the great players, Russia, China, US, they have some sort of a strategy towards this region. China wants to be the one road, one belt corridor through all these. And China has been very surprisingly quite active in Gaza issue, inviting all Palestinian leaders to Beijing. Also very effective in Gulf. Similarly, Russia is trying to restore its influence there. US is already in the region as a part of a war. Where is EU? This is the question. What is EU's strategic vision for the future? When I was negotiating with European partners, I was always saying, without Turkey, EU cannot be a real global strategic power. Because of Turkish location, in between, in the center of all these world events, we have Turkey.
And Turkey does not have any even consultative mechanism with EU. So the question is, does EU really want to be a global player? If EU wants to be a global player, if EU wants to be an influential player in the Middle East, in Central Asia, in Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Gulf, Turkey is the only bridge, the only key, the only element for such a strategic player. Yesterday, when Trump landed to Ankara, Macron was in Damascus. How can anybody say today that EU can have a strategic vision towards Syria without consulting Turkey? Can the EU do it? Because Turkey has paid the price during civil war. Millions of refugees came to Turkey. I personally was blamed because of my approach towards Syrian people to help them. And now it is time to see the results. And suddenly, without paying any price, EU wants to be in Middle East. EU wants to be everywhere. Just to conclude, one very short and clear sentence. Without Turkey's membership or strategic coordination, EU cannot have a global strategy. And without European values to be respected, Turkey cannot be a global player. We have to defend European values, yes, adopt European values, but Europe itself should adopt European values. How can European countries support Netanyahu when there has been a genocide in Gaza? This is the question mark. So Europe has to restore itself. Turkey has to make a new assessment regarding EU. And thanks, I have my dear friend Boris Tadic here. We have to have a regional ownership in Balkans. Regional ownership means Turkey, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Serbia. We had trilateral process with President Tadic. So with all these parameters, together, Turkey and Europe can be global players. Without each of them, none of them can be global players.
Well, thank you very much. We'll come back to that question of also Turkey's role in the Western Balkans and how that fits in with the EU's strategy in the region too. But moving on to Mr. Tadic. Serbia is obviously a much smaller country than Turkey, very much smaller, but it has also pursued an independent and multi-vector foreign policy. Indeed, as president of Serbia, you adopted the 4 pillars foreign policy back in 2009, as I recall. And that was aimed at balancing partnerships between the EU, the US, Russia, and China. Is that still an appropriate policy today? And is it an obstacle to Serbia's EU membership? Just by way of an introduction.
I did it, I was introducing 4 pillars policy because of thinking about my country. Because whenever we've been fulfilling all conditions in terms of our negotiations with the European Union, my European friends has been imposing new standards and new conditions. And that was a problem of trusting. In that moment, I used to be president of Serbia. I was caring about my country. That was my duty. And the new president is continuing that policy in a different way. But coming back to what Ahmed has been explaining right now, I fully agree with you. This is a strategic issue, but I think that whatever you said is not very easy to be digested by European leaders right now. I mean that European leaders are not able to digest the importance of Turkey, the importance of geostrategy, because being too long subdominant under influence of United States. Many, many decades. And European leaders and the political thinkers weren't able to think about geostrategy. After what happened with Ukraine, after what happened with Greenland, I fully agree with my friend Enrico Letta, European Union is waking up. I don't know about European political thinkers, because Europe is squeezed between two main forces without being able to think about role of European Union in global arena. Without enlargement process, you cannot be global competitor. Without enlargement process, not only in terms of market, economy, technology, but also geostrategy, borders, inter-civilization dialogue, Islam and Christianity, defense sector, technology, you cannot be global player. All European countries are small. Even Turkey is small, 100 million people. My country is 7 million people. We are biggest country in the region, but we are so small. European Union is small in terms of scale, in terms of capacity to be competitor on global market with China, United States. I have to add, India is going to be global power in next few years. In that context, if European leaders, European thinkers, European companies, and the business leaders are not going to be able to understand how the world is going to look like in 10 and 20 years, European Union is going to lose this game. This is problem. In terms of Serbia, as a leader of Serbia who was mostly pro-European, having good relations not only with the four pillars, but also with the Turkey, which we consider very important for our region, and influence of Turkey is crucially important in the Western Balkans. I wanted to create a reconciliation atmosphere, to have a dialogue in the region. After war, what happened in the former Yugoslavia, apologizing for the victims, going ahead towards European integrations, but I didn't see European leaders who understood that the geostrategy and importance, not only for us, but for themselves. Right now, we are living in a totally different world. Germany is not anymore crucial power in Europe like it was during the Merkel period. Germany is losing capacity to be competitive partner and a player in the global arena right now because of problem with the energy, because of changing attitudes to energy issue, because of problem with the Ukraine, with the Russia right now. Germany was focused on Russia as an energy partner, strategic partner in the past. Right now, this is not the case anymore. And I'm finishing with that. But I cannot understand strategy in which, in next 10 years, you understand, I'm talking on behalf of European leaders, I'm trying to understand their philosophy. I see their approach to the Ukraine war. I'm on the Ukrainian side in this war, totally. But we have to find a solution with the Russia. If we don't have a solution in the next 10 years with the Russia, 5 years with the Russia, we are going to create big and extremely dangerous enemy. Strategy in which you are creating your enemy even more dangerous than today, pushing them in the hands of China. This is not very rational politics right now. I think that European leaders has to think how to deal with the Russia in next 5 and 10 years to avoid the geostrategical situation that on the border with Europe is going to be extremely dangerous nuclear power enemy of Russia. This is very important issue right now, and this is a strategic issue that I'm going to raise during this discussion.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking within the time. Well, this is the beauty of this forum that Nectaria has created, this economist event that we bring together people to bring a completely different perspective to the discussion and to open up the discussion in that way. So thanks very much to both of you for doing that. So now I come to you, Mr. Habeck. So yeah, different perspectives, but there also seem to be very different perspectives within the EU itself about this topic of enlargement. There seems to be even dissension within the bloc about the purpose of this tool. Is it a geopolitical tool to persuade countries to break with competitors or rival powers such as Russia or China and come closer to Europe, or is it something else? Today, I believe that the European Commission's proposal to introduce a new cluster of negotiations for Serbia, whose accession negotiations have been stalled basically for 5 years, is going to be probably vetoed by the Netherlands, partly because Serbia has not imposed sanctions on Russia, but also because of other concerns about corruption and so on. So can you enlighten us about the different approaches between the Commission and the Member States, between the Member States themselves, particularly the leading Member States, as we used to call them, Germany and France and Netherlands and so on? It would be good to hear that. Well, and of course, respond to anything you've heard so far.
Yeah, so enlightenment would be, that's too much to ask for me. But maybe I can structure a little bit the debate and come to some conclusions from my point of view. First of all, there are a lot of important topics now on the table. NATO, yes, sorry.
I think you have to
NATO,
face the front.
NATO and is NATO, how's the shape of NATO? And my point would be that NATO is not prepared for the situation like this, as maybe the European Union was not. The relationship to Russia, of course, my lesson learned is, and this is also an important issue, but this is would be a next Congress, I guess, that Russia only understands the language of power, but this is to be debated. And then the European Union. And I think you're completely right in the description that there are two strategies in the European Union in contradiction when you leave it like it is. The first strategy, or the first approach, is that the European Union is a union of values, democracy, freedom, peace, and so on and so forth. So the inner integrity of the states is important to be a member and to organize the European Union. And this is kind of the European Union since the collapse of the Soviet Union in the last 30 years. And the second strategy is the strategy we discussed since Applebaum and Enrico Letta here. And this is the geostrategic role, the Greenland issue, the Ukraine war. And of course, there is a different approach to the world order, where when you want to be, when this is a time of a predator and you are a small, nice cat, well, you'll be eaten, as we heard before. And this has nothing to do with being on the higher moral stage or having the higher moral ground. This is pure power game. And these two strategies, the one that is really much at the foundation of the European Union and the actual one, are in contradiction. And there's no real way out when you come from one point or another. When you discuss it as black or white, then I think you have to combine it, and then you are in the middle, and this is gray. And the gray, from my point of view, is the question the European Union has now to ask itself. What kind of union does it want to be in the future? And forget about the past for a while. And then there are three, at least I would say, three possible options on the table. The first one is muddling through. So the thing we have done like the last 10, 15 years, whenever money is missing and we don't have the authority to gain some money, we find some money in some other pockets and we give it another name, and then it's not a debt and it's not guaranteed by Germany. But so this is the way we're doing things in Europe, compromising it, doing compromise, but also compromising then the pure logic of the solution. The second one is reform itself. This is, I think, mainly about the inner structure of the European Union. So if the Western Balkan countries, including Serbia, will be members of the European Union, we can't go with a veto system and the unanimity system in foreign politics and fiscal politics. And I think it's not possible that every member state has a commissioner then. Then we have, 40 commissioners? So this is the inner reform structure. And the third one is maybe a little bit off the table, but listening to Enrico Letta and Applebaum was in this way enlightened, talking about the finality of the European Union. So do we want to overcome this situation and doing a big leapfrog forward that the European Union becomes a real political powerhouse, which means, of course, that the three remaining issues that are not Europeanized, fiscal politics, foreign politics, and defense politics in some way or another, as they are connected to geopolitics, become also part of the European Union. But then to make not a secret about it, I would say then we are talking about something like the United States of Europe in the end, because fiscal politics, remember, no taxation without legislation, that's part of the national sovereignty, of course, foreign politics, and at least defense politics. So this is something big and maybe too big. What would be my answer? I would say it's always in the middle of these two. As a former politician, I would say I would have a pragmatic approach. I would say kind of between meddling through and reforms, we find a common ground, and in the next 2 years we do some reform steps. Now, from a little bit from outside of politics, I would say this is not enough. So between reforms and leapfrog forward, not that we have to write a constitution and say now we're the United States of Europe, but a little bit more ambition is necessary. And with that, then we can approach the other potential partners out of a position of strength, which might include Turkey in a cooperation economically, maybe militarily, but not that you are, of course, in the first moment part of the European Union. I think you don't want to in the moment now, but also Canada on the other side. But there, the status quo, this is my point, is not enough.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Turning to you now, Deputy Minister. Of course, back in the day when the EU was the only game in town, as they used to say, in the Western Balkans, Greece was a big advocate and mentor for countries in the Western Balkans. So, you know, how do you see this now, just sticking with this question of the enlargement strategy and how that fits into the idea of the EU or its ambition to be a geopolitical player? Is it going well?
First of all, we have to admit that we're living in turbulent times and in a volatile region. That means that we need to shape, with our today's decision, the developments for the future. Let's start from Ukraine and Moldova first, John, because, you know, we really support the European vocation of those two countries. As a Deputy Foreign Minister, I had the chance to visit 3 times Kyiv and Chisinau to send a strong message of solidarity on behalf of the Greek government to their European vocation. But yes, let's focus on the Western Balkans. As Foreign Minister Gerapetritis has already stressed, we truly believe that the Western Balkans, geopolitically, financially, and geographically, belong to the European family. And this is why Greece, and I think that it's a common stance that represents all the political parties, really supports the European future of our Balkan neighbors. We started with the agenda of Thessaloniki in 2003. Then we had in 2023 the Athens Declaration, which were concrete texts that really supported the European vocation. So, as you know, Greece is assuming the presidency of the European Union in the second half of 2027. Therefore, during our presidency, it will be one of our top priorities to support and, let's say, help our Balkan neighbors to come closer to the European Union. Why not? We would be very happy during the Greek presidency of the European Council to welcome at least one new member state to the European family. I think that it's not easy, but it's not difficult at the same time. It depends on their progress and on the grade of their alignment with the criteria set by the European Union. And why should we work for the Western Balkans? Because we think that their integration is a strategic necessity for the sake of the region and of the European Union itself. It's not about security, it's not about prosperity, it's not about progress, it's also about, let's say, a common future. And I have to be clear, in the previous decades, the European leaders and the European Union had turned a blind eye on the Western Balkan societies. Therefore, I think that there was a small gap that was filled by some revisionist players outside the European continent. And I think that we have to confess that we almost lost one generation of young people that wanted to follow a European future, that they were lasting for a European vocation. I'm happy that this thing is totally different now. During the last decade, the European Union herself has decided to accelerate the process of the Western Balkans. So we have, let's say, a specific path. We have a lot of criteria to be met, and I'm optimistic that our neighbors will be able to fulfill them in due time. Apart from that, there is also another priority that is being linked with the Western Balkans, is the energy issue. You know that after the unacceptable invasion of Russia against Ukraine, things have changed. So now we are ready to draw a new energy map in the European continent. You know that Greece plays a pivotal role towards that direction, with a lot of players like the US, for example. We have, a lot of cooperation towards that direction. Therefore, I think that the integration of the Western Balkan societies to the European architecture of energy will be beneficial to all of us. We have a lot of infrastructure that are important. I'm talking about the transatlantic pipeline, about the connector between Greece and Bulgaria, or between Greece and North Macedonia. And we have, of course, the vertical gas corridor, which is, let's say, the epitome of the energy future we all want. Greece is ready to help its Balkan and European neighbors by sending them LNG through the vertical gas corridor from Alexandroupolis. We could send gas, and we already do that, to Ukraine, Moldova, of course, Bulgaria, Romania, eastbound, and why not Slovakia, Hungary, westbound. That means that Greece is a pillar of stability, and we prove every day that we are here in order to support our friends and our neighbors, in order to bring them closer to the European Union, as long as they always accept our common European values as we describe them as the European way of life.
Thank you very much indeed. So let's turn to Ukraine. Welcome, Alona. So Ukraine is now joined what is already quite a crowded waiting room of the aspirant countries, the candidate countries wanting to join the EU. So it would just be good to hear your perspective now as one of those in the waiting room outside. How are things going in terms of the negotiations and preparations? And maybe you want to comment on what Mr. Tadic also said about the EU and Russia, which I understood to be the point being made was that, I guess, looking over the longer term, the question is, how do we have security in Europe as long as we have a revanchist and resentful, Russia outside of it? But of course, future relations depend very much on what happens with regard to Ukraine and the defense of Ukraine's sovereignty, which I know Serbia's official position is to support. So, yeah, maybe just to respond also to these points.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jan. It's an honor to be here. It's a very interesting discussion, and I think it's very timely to talk about not just how the EU accession could play, but why do we need it, and what kind of Europe do we want? And I think all of the previous speakers actually started it with the question of, what is the EU strategic vision for the future? It's not just accession for the accession or enlargement for the sake of enlargement. There is no point in that, not for us, not I think for all of the member states. What kind of union EU wants to be? Are we up to the challenges? And I say us because I think that Ukraine is a part of EU. It's just a process, as you said. We don't want to be in the waiting room. We want to be actually a beneficiary partner to a lot of challenges that the world is facing, not just the EU. You started this discussion, Joanne, from saying that EU accession is not a sexy topic anymore. I think this is very true. The fact is that the sexy topics are basically here at the title of the annual government roundtable from The Economist. It's, growth, technology, resilience, the challenges, the AI, the new possibilities. And Anne Applebaum here on stage, I think, did a perfect kind of provocation for the discussion, citing the book The Hour of Predator, where the book actually says that the old liberal rule-based order is collapsing completely, and there is the new this breed of predators like autocrats, dictators, new tech billionaires who are, who know nothing about the rules, who don't want to talk about the rules, and it's either the predator who wins or somebody who loses. I actually think that this is definitely not, how the Europe was built, and not the future that we want to build. I think that this could be a very different thing from the zero-sum game to a win-win, because Europe was always a coalition. It was always taking best practices and best possibilities from different countries, and it was always built in challenging times. It was never, it was never easy probably. So I still think, and maybe I'm an idealist in this way, that there is a lot of things that we could provide for Europe as Ukraine, as a country in war with enormous amount of experience in resilience, in technology, in protection, in AI, in drones, and in a lot of other things. And that obviously we need from European countries, and a lot of countries could provide the share. My colleague from Greece said about the new energy system. Things have changed, you said. But I think they have changed not just in energy for sure, but they have changed also in infrastructure. They have changed a lot in understanding of the world order. They have changed a lot in diplomacy, in geopolitics. And Europe, is ready, I think, to face that, but not all of the countries are ready to face that. I will just cite you a number of cases from Ukraine. Well, Russia has destroyed 3 million households in Ukraine, which is more than all of the houses in the country of Denmark, for example. Russia have destroyed during the past 4 years 4,000 kilometers of roads and infrastructure and bridges, which is basically the road from Kiev to Athens and back, right? And if you talk about the ports, we have had sirens for the past year in the ports for 1 month. So for 1 month, the ports could not operate normally because of the sirens and the drones attacks. In any other circumstances, that would mean that the country is collapsing and there is no economy, there is no growth, there is no possibilities. It's the total war, it's the total destruction. And Ukraine is still not just not collapsing, but actually showing economic growth in parts of the country, doing the exports of grain and doing the exports through the Black Sea ports more than we did before the war, with the help of the partners, with the help of a lot of IFIs and coalitions. But we are doing that notwithstanding the drones attacks, the military difficulties, the difficult logistics, the disruption, the people who left, but the people who stay are actually incredible in resilience. So we have this technology of protection, we have this technology of working in very difficult circumstances. I've just been to the conference in Brussels, which was the preparedness conference of the Commissioner Labib, right, for the civilian protection. And there was a CEO of the port of Antwerp, Bruges, in the panel. And he was asked a question, is the port ready for a drone, flying in? And he said, no. And they are learning from our Black Sea ports how to operate with, when one drone comes and the drone costs $1,000 and the complete port and millions of dollars, billions of dollars stop operating. So I actually think that we have this experience and we can help EU build the stronger outcomes and the stronger vision, not just through economy, through energy, through new technologies, but through this new resilience and this new expertise that unfortunately I think will come very, very handy, not just for countries such as Finland or the Baltic states, but also unfortunately for all of the countries here, for Greece and for everyone else. And I think this is about the vision for the future, about the win-win, about taking the best practices from each other and learning the best things. We're also doing right now the AI technology of protection, how to protect the critical infrastructure with AI, with the people, with the best resilience protocols. And this is what we are bringing to the table, not to the waiting room, but to the table. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much indeed. And final speaker, Anna. Just like to hear your perspective on this, the kind of central issue that we've been debating so far in the panel in terms of how the enlargement strategy fits into the EU's geostrategic ambition. Is it going well in your opinion? What should be done?
Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. Let's start with the question you put in the beginning. Is enlargement a sexy issue? No, it is not. It is important. It is urgent. Yes, it is. Is it easy? Not at all. And I think that we have, particularly in this panel, we have to see the enlargement from 3 different perspectives. The perspective of the candidate countries, and that means we have to see what the governments do in order to join the European Union. what is the public opinion in these countries, and who has created this public opinion, and what the political system has done for that, and of course the business community and the academic community. The second perspective is from the member states. The same questions. What the governments do? What is the public opinion for the time being? And do the governments work on the enlargement issue with their public opinion and the public systems, or they do exactly the opposite? Because if we see the Eurobarometer, we see that there is a big problem with the enlargement concerning the public opinion. And I think we have to put it in the real questions and the real answers. And the third perspective is through the European institutions and how the European institutions are preparing themselves, and what does it mean? Being a commissioner, I would like to see from this culture of a commissioner who does not have a particular country, what will be the next day? What will be the future of the European Union after the enlargement? So I would like it in this few minutes to make 5 points. The first one, we speak about the strategy, about the geopolitical importance of employment. You spoke about the lack of strategic thought of the leaders of Europe. Yes, but in the European Union, it is not only the geopolitical strategy. It is equally important democracy. It is equally important the welfare state. It is equally important things that it is not only the geopolitical strategy. Yes, it is important, but it is not only that. Speak with the Germans. What is the situation now, or with the French, or with the Greeks? So the first point is that Europe, yes, has to be a superpower, but it is a different superpower than the United States and China. Because here, power and law go together. It is not only power. Law, which means democracy, democratic institutions, respect of human rights, of minorities. It is very crucial issues for the governments and for the people. The second issue is this influence. Does EU exercise influence? Yes, but in a different way than the other superpowers. Because European Union, let us not think from Europe of the past, the European Union does not exercise influence through influence spheres, as was the situation in the past, and it becomes again the same. It exercises influence through the enlargement procedure and the neighborhood procedure. And what is the difference? The difference is that it is not just deals. I'll give you planes and you give me a basis, or deals, commerce deals. The enlargement procedure means that we invite, the European Union invite the candidate countries to be equal parts in a union of rules, of rights, of responsibilities. And this is not easy. And of course, the third issue is that enlargement is a condition of stability for the European Union, because if there is no enlargement, we know that there are vacuums in the whole area, and these vacuums will be filled by other powers. And we have to accelerate, and here we have huge delays, and we have to apologize to these people, but we cannot speak only for acceleration without taking into account that we cannot lower our standards. We didn't speak about Copenhagen criteria. It is not a bureaucracy Copenhagen criteria. It is the essence of what these countries, the candidate countries, want to join. The fourth issue is that enlargement requires deepening. We are now 28, 27 countries. If we become 35 countries, we cannot continue with the rules and with the procedures we have now. We know it very well. We have to change our system in order to be a bigger Europe. And what does it mean? We cannot change we know that we cannot change the treaties, but we can find a way. We can use enhanced cooperation. And with enhanced cooperation, we can proceed with the enlargement, with new enlargement. But we're not ready, I'm afraid, to do that. And here, my final comment is that, of course, in order to proceed with the enlargement, we need a new architecture, a new security architecture in Europe, and we have to discuss it with our candidate countries. And this is one of the most important things. Final sentence. Europe cannot be just bigger. It has to be bigger and stronger and capable without losing what it is proud of, and it is its democracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. So we've got about 10 minutes, and I do want to, it's going to be quick fire questions and quick fire answers now to all of you. I mean, just throwing one question out, picking up what Anna just said, and you emphasized, that the process is important and meeting the criteria, the accession criteria and so on is important. But ultimately, the enlargement decisions, and it's always been political at the end of the day. I know there's this tension, this contradiction all the time. And like we're seeing it today with the Serbia example. So the cluster that the European Commission is saying that should be opened for Serbia pertains to cross-border services with the EU single market, where probably over the past 2 years, Serbia has done enough in terms of reforms to open that cluster of negotiations. But it is going to be vetoed on other criteria, on political criteria that is to do with Serbia's failure, I suppose, to comply with the common foreign and security policy on sanctions and so on, and maybe corruption concerns and so on. So it's a political decision is now blocking. So the veto is blocking it. So, that has consequences, obviously, in the country. So that's just something to throw out. But I'm going to turn to each of you and ask questions. So, Mr. Davutoglu, you castigated the EU for lacking a kind of geostrategic vision with regard both to Turkey and to enlargement more generally. I guess it takes two to tango. So it does beg the question, how serious is Turkey about this relationship, and what is a realistic framework for cooperation today? That's my first question. I've got a follow-up, so it has to be very, very quick.
Yeah, just to respond to Anna's conclusion. Yes, what is the uniqueness of Europe? Whenever I am negotiating with a counterpart, I was trying to think from the perspective of the counterpart rather than my perspective. The uniqueness of Europe is development strategy within democracy compared to other countries. But here there should be a real self-criticism of Europe, not regarding the candidate countries. What about Europe in itself, about European values? The trends in basic European countries today is not towards democracy. More authoritarian tendencies are around. I don't want to give many examples, Britain, France, Germany. So the first assessment should be self-assessment. Coming to us, yes, we have to make self-assessment. I was very much in favor of European integration, and the last most comprehensive agreement was signed by us, Merkel, and many other leaders, 2016. Now, therefore, in my country, I am criticizing our position as well regarding corruption, regarding lack of some democratic values, etc. But if we want to join, strategy does not mean geopolitics. Strategic vision means values you are defending. Strategic vision means institutions you are working with. Strategic mindset means a global future vision for it. Today, I agree with Boris that what I said is not quite easy to be digested by European leaders. But at the same time, if you do not, if they don't digest these realities on the ground, history will digest EU. So today, EU lost competitiveness, EU lost its own values, and from our side, therefore I said we have to make also a new assessment. without compromising about our multidimensional foreign policy. On Ukraine-Russia issue, Turkey acted very wisely. In Balkans, with Serbia, despite of some prejudices, we acted very wisely on regional ownership. If Europe makes a mistake, thinking that Turkey has a strong military and defense industry, let's use Turkey for that purpose, forget the rest, like visa liberalization, economic issues, that is misleading. Turkey will never accept. I am not in an official position today, but Turkey will accept only a very dignified, equal relations if our commodities can go to European market, our people, businessmen should go as well. Visa liberalization is a must. Without that, nobody can convince Turkey to be part of the attractiveness of Turkey of EU for Turkey is visa liberalization and strategic assets together. I think we need each other. Both sides should make a new assessment to each other.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got less than 5 minutes, and we do have to go to a coffee break. But a great start to a discussion, which we're going to continue tomorrow, as you know, as well, when we're talking again about relations between Turkey, Greece, and the EU. Mr. Tadic, a few months ago, I think it was, Serbia's current president, Aleksandar Vučić, and the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, put forward a proposal which was for an accelerated, phased accession for the EU candidate countries in the Western Balkans. And that envisaged integration gradually into the EU single market and the Schengen area, but foregoing veto rights and representation in EU institutions, including the European Parliament and European Commissioner and so on. Do you think that proposal has merit, given the enlargement deadlock?
I don't think.
Okay, so what's the way forward in your view?
I'm opposing President Vučić all my life, and those people that are running Serbia right now has been pure nationalists, in favor of war, killing other people. And right now, during my term, they change attitude, and I don't trust them. Second, I think that approach can maybe make easier way towards kind of integration. But to be second-level country of member state country, I think this is totally unacceptable for Turkey, for Serbia, for every single country. And this is the question. This is what I think. But a lot of things we opened right now. We don't have enough time to discuss those important issues. But I was asking you and all crowd to think about what we are going to do with Russia in the future. But at the same time, to explain reality. In Serbia nowadays, we have 35% of people that are supporting European integrations. During my term, 70%. Serbia is rhetorically on the path towards European Union. But at the same time, Serbian people are not very enthusiastic in that respect. Who is going to pay price? We are going to pay price if Serbia is not going to be integrated in the European Union. But also Europe is going to pay price, because there is no empty space. Serbia is a small country, but very important, connected with all countries in the Western Balkans, in the Balkans. If Europe is not going to be there, some other players are going to be there. Yes. I'm always appealing on everyone in the European Union to understand the importance of geostrategy. If Europe is not going to be in Serbia, European Union and Balkans, Russia is going to be there. And we are going to have a second Kaliningrad on European continent. This is a very dangerous situation geostrategically. This is why I'm putting in the context of security, geostrategy, Russia issue. But many times I've been witnessing that European leaders are not thinking in advance. They're coming to think about consequences and outcome too late. And right now, I've heard Enrico Letta, who said, right now is a chance. Next time, we are going to lose chance. Maybe this game is over, but I hope this is not over right now.
Well, thank you for raising all these issues, which of course are going to, we'll be debating over the next 3 days and in subsequent panels today. So they're important issues, and we thank you for raising them, and no doubt we'll be discussing in the coffee break too. We're running out of time, but Mr. Hatzivassiliou, I just wanted to ask you about how you see EU-Turkey relations in the present geopolitical landscape, and what, in your view, would be the optimum framework for mutually beneficial cooperation today?
Well,
first you, and I will come to you.
Well, 3 years ago, the Turkish leadership has stressed that EU accession is a priority for Turkey, and Greece was among the first countries that welcomed such a statement. We have an adamant stance. We want a democratic Turkey, part of the European family, as long as Turkey respects the criteria. So these nice statements that our Turkish friends really want to join the European Union should be accompanied by concrete actions, and actions that would fulfill the criteria set by the European Union. I mean that they need to be fully aligned with the common foreign security policy. They have to respect good neighbor relations. They have to respect the sovereignty of the Republic of Cyprus, and they have to respect all the criteria, the convergence criteria, like the Copenhagen criteria that Anna Diamantopoulou said before, by all means. To be honest, and I'm speaking as a true and old friend of Turkey, I have lived in Turkey, I speak Turkish language, I'm an honest friend of our neighbors. I have to say that there is no big progress. We see backsliding in the rule of law, in democratic values, in human rights. This is why we always urge our Turkish friends to run and to try to fulfill the criteria set by the European Union. This is why the leaders have decided that we need a gradual, proportionate and reversible manner towards Turkey in order to be able to define the future of our relation. By all means, and I'm concluding because we have run out of time, we truly believe that Turkey should run closer to the European Union. We think that a strong democracy in Turkey and the European Turkey would be really important, not only to the EU, but to the Greek-Turkish relations themselves.
Okay, I'm giving, thank you so much, 10 seconds,
10 seconds just
on Cyprus.
About,
we'll come back to this in the session tomorrow.
About Cyprus issue and Turkish membership. If Greek Cypriots had accepted 2004 referendum, Annan referendum, today Cyprus would be recognized by Turkey, by all European countries, and there wouldn't be such a problem. The blame should go to Greek Cypriots who rejected these. Secondly, when Greek Cypriot side was accepted, it was violation of European values, rules, because Europe doesn't accept any country having territorial dispute. So it is better to talk more positive on this side, positive agenda rather than arguing to each other.
Okay, I can see we'll have no coffee break.
10 seconds.
10
this
seconds.
Is not argumentation.
Yes, what have you started now? Come on, it's important, of course.
We have all to understand that Turkey occupies illegally 1/3 of the Republic of Cyprus. At the same time, you have to know that the only solution to the political problem of Cyprus could be a bizonal, bicommunal federation, as we discussed in the UN framework. This is why we're open to discuss it by all means.
Yeah,
we can make another forum for that.
I'm going to give the last word because we have to finish for the coffee break. We'll come back to these issues, no doubt. But Robert, a final word just on, I guess...
Now you see in practice how hard it is to...
You're in between.
No, I was trying to say, I mean, ideally, and I agree that should be true for the core European Union values, democracy, freedom, freedom of speech, individual freedom, and interest go together. Are we living in an ideal world? No. Therefore, I would say in pure logic of the European Union, it's wrong to open negotiations with Serbia from the interest of the European Union, because precisely what Boris Tadic has said, it's right. We need to prevent that Russia is moving in and maybe China is moving in and we have no say in this. So, and this is, and what my point is that the European Union is not in the structure and the infrastructure not prepared for foreign politics where this kind of interest actions are demanded. The only thing we are really good at offer is being part of it or being not part of it. And there's no, the room for maneuver is too small for the European Union right now. Therefore, we need inner reforms of the European Union, stronger European Union.
Well, we are the economists. We like lively discussions, and we like.
We have to say a word in the end, only word. Because I spoke as a European, now I speak as a Greek. If I could push a button and have all our region in Europe, I would be very happy because this is the geographical situation of Greece. But if we say that politically we decide that everybody enters the European Union, it means that the countries, the candidate countries, will do nothing in order to join and to implement the criteria. And we must not forget that we have a country which is occupied by Russia, and we have a country which is occupied by Turkey. We cannot forget that.
We are way over time. Nectaria is going to kill me.
There are many things to say about this, but this is not the platform. Turkish presence in Cyprus is based on international law, not like Russia.
No, it's an illegal invasion.
Okay,
You have to accept the reality.
I'm sorry, Alona.
It's an invasion.
Let's talk.
It's an invasion since 1974.
Okay, enough now.
Colleagues, I actually think that, I think it's a great experience when there is a debate, but there is a common goal. And the question is Europe going to be relevant at all with these discussions in 20 or 30 years? I think we still don't realize that the world is changing completely. It's not just about Russia, it's not just about Iran, it's not just about drones, it's not just about China. It's where we are going to get stronger together. And then people will be enthusiastic, because you said, people in Serbia are not very enthusiastic. People inside Europe are not very enthusiastic about Europe anymore. People in Ukraine will not be enthusiastic about Europe if we are stuck in the waiting room for ages without the clear lines. The last thing I'm going to say, I was responsible myself for screening of the transport chapter, which is one of the most difficult chapters in Brussels. We did the fastest screening ever. We are doing the painful reforms in railway, separating the railway. No country ever did that in times of war. We are ready to do that. But we need, not just the waiting room from European member states. We need actually an understanding of the clear vision of Europe and us as members of Europe. And then people are becoming enthusiastic again. It is about the vision. It is about not just the slow process, but about the new realities.
Okay, thank you, Alona. And we've gone 10 minutes over into the coffee break. Sorry about that, but please join me in thanking all our panelists. Thank you very much. We'll have a photograph. A photo, yeah.
crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and to seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilis Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it, from major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Καλά.
Γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε.
Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα?
Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ.
Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε?
Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την βλαχοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μην τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. geothermal below, solar above. 2 clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it, from major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. We're going to move on to the next session. So we're going to be looking at trade and geopolitics in a changing world, and I'd like to invite my two panelists, Angeliki Frangou and Evangelos Marinakis, please to join me. Yes, please join me. Why don't you sit here? So very welcome. We were talking earlier about how with all the developments in the world, with all the upheavals that we have, trade is at the very heart of this, whether it be war, whether it be tariffs, whether it would be changing supply chains. So let's start with the sort of changing world that we're in. And Angeliki, if you could tell us, you've been many, many years in the business. How do you see the trends in trade and global commerce from your perspective with a sort of inside view from the shipping point of view?
Daniel, I'll say that, I have the white hair. I have seen a lot of markets, but I'll say global trade is complex today. And I'm a lifelong subscriber to The Economist, even when it was used to be hard copy. And I'll say that you could go easily, take the weekend edition, go in the back pages, see GDP, industrial production, in advanced economies, emerging economies, and you will very quickly be able to have a reliable idea of where the global trade was going. Today, I'll say, even though we have a lot of digital feeds, the world is more complex, and it's not easily, even with an economist that is with a lot of information, it's not easily summarized in a couple of graphs. I think we are moving from a globalization and efficiency to old-fashioned mercantilism. And Europe knows a couple of things on mercantilism. 200 years of that. England was in the forefront of that. Netherlands. And basically, 4 factors are affecting trade: national security, geopolitical conflicts, defense spending, and AI. And each one is a huge subject, and it affects how we are trading and the complexity.
So we'll come on to at least some of those. I'm curious to ask you what this means, what this disruption means for the shipping industry, because in a strange way, you seem to be doing rather well through the upheaval.
I think this is an excellent question. The first two, national security and geopolitical conflicts are basically changing the world from an efficient, low-cost, optimized world to total inefficiency. Tariffs means we will take things not where it should be naturally the place, or near-shoring, friend-shoring, it will be further away. Geopolitical conflicts means disruptions are there and you have to do redundancy. So basically you are moving from a world where freight is at a premium. And of course, the other two big trends, which is defense spending and AI, is about huge economic drivers for many years to come. And that is something that we will see how it affects also shipping, the spending.
So it seems to be that whatever the upheaval in the world, shipping does quite well out of it. Is that it's like the market you make on the up and the down, shipping does okay with it. What?
Until it doesn't.
Until it doesn't. Okay, well we.
But basically, if you take inefficiency means more ton miles, more routes, more everything. So more vessels needed, and defense spending. And if we talk about AI, what is this new invention? It's basically you are talking about. Not only the way we work and the way we produce products and the things we know about AI, is also the huge infrastructure that has to be created from basic semiconductor factories. It's not only about software, it's about semiconductor factories, about data centers, about energy, and distribution of energy. This is a new infrastructure that has to be created the same way railway and pipelines was in the past. And there is huge amounts to be spent. We are talking about $1.5 trillion only in the United States in 2025, in the last 5 years. And additionally, in the next 5 years, only the United States is about another $5 trillion. $1.5 trillion in 2025, another $5 trillion only in the United States. And this is global trends around the world because China is doing the same thing, Europe is doing the same thing. So this is huge amounts of capital allocated, and about 1/3 of that is in commodities we carry, from steel, cement, energy, from LNG, coal, every energy is highly energy intensity. So this is macro trends that are the underlying
It's interesting that most people or many people would think of AI primarily as something that is come through your computer, but what you're saying is that there's an incredibly physical dimension.
We carry about
to
1/3
this.
of the commodities.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and also I think that has also a huge effect in maritime industry, in the way we operate and the way we build our vessels.
Yes.
Definitely.
So if I could turn to you, Evangelos Marinakis, the upheavals that we're seeing at the moment, and we see today resumption of strikes in Hormuz. How is this affecting you? First of all, I believe you have a ship in Hormuz right now, and where do you think it goes?
First of all, what we have seen, answering your question, what we have seen in the last 6 years, it's totally unprecedented. I mean, we had COVID, we had Panama Canal, we had Suez Canal closure with the Red Sea war, then Russian-Ukraine war, and of course, what has been going on between Israel and Iran and Lebanon for all this time. So these are major interruptions that, of course, are affecting our industry and also make our industry being very valuable for all states, especially as far as the energy is concerned and how countries, when we have all these interruptions, will have less problems with the flow of cargo and the energy efficiency, because this is the main concern right now. And of course, with what we have seen with AI recently and all this huge investment that is going on, AI needs a lot of energy also. So that makes it even more significant than before. So for us, we need to be there to try to ensure that our crews are safe, we manage an efficient fleet, and will be there to deliver cargo when it's needed even more. So it's challenging.
So you had a proposal a month or so ago that received quite a lot of attention, that, and it's striking that there should be a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. It was surprising to hear it from someone in the shipping that you actually want to pay a toll. Can you, first of all, rationalize this strange desire to have a toll, and do you think it might actually happen?
First of all, that was a proposal that was mentioned during Posidonia a month ago in Athens, and also I have sent this proposal to Trump administration today. You know, it's formal, and I believe that is the right thing to go ahead. And I can substantiate my argument. First of all, right now, and also for all these years, we have been paying extra war risk premiums, either if there is a war or there is no war, because of the risk involved trading in the area. Right now, the premiums is between $1 million to $3 million, depends on the value of the vessel and the cargo. Yes, the vessel. So, it's a significant expense. So by having a toll and have free navigation, you don't pay for the war risk premium, which is, as I said, substantially high. That's the first thing. Secondly, when you have free navigation, you can have wars going on for years without interrupting the world economies. And leaders have sufficient time, and they are not under pressure to make sure that they have a proper agreement as far as nuclear weapons is concerned, as far as democracy, as far as leadership, as far as free navigation, again. Main issues. That's the second thing. The third thing is that economies are already hurt. Economies in Far East, economies in Europe, they cannot cope with inflation and with the higher prices in energy and in all products that we need for our daily life, from supermarket, wherever. So that means that a solution must be found. Now, we are already in this work for over 5 months with major disruptions. So and also the amount of money from this toll could be divided, and this is within the proposal, between all the countries in the Arab world that they have already hurt and have damages from this war, Iran, and of course a proportion to the United States for all this huge expense for this whole war operation. So I think that is a win-win situation for all parties concerned, and everybody will be a winner out of this, and mostly the world and the world economy.
So, question to you. I mean, I think the Trump administration might find it hard to accept such an idea where navigation was free before. Do you think this is a realistic prospect in the short term?
You know, this is really a political question and an administration question. I think that we have seen that policies can happen and policies can change. And at the end of the story, the important thing is that there is a realization that energy is important, And I will say one thing about the Strait of Hormuz. There's going to be a short-term effect, which means no matter what, you see that countries will realize, because Strait of Hormuz, you are talking about 20 million barrels of oil coming out, about 20% of the global consumption, and about 20% of the gas. So basically, you will have to have a diversification. In the short term, you will see more pipelines and more storage facilities being created. And in the medium term, I'll say that new areas, they will have new areas where you will have, there is a risk premium in the area, and there will be new areas that will be developed without a choke point. Let's say Argentina, you know, Vaca Muerta, I mean, we work in Argentina, and Vaca Muerta was an idea for a long time. Today, you saw a deal that was signed for 5 years for gas for a major European country from Argentina. There will be a diversification. There will be diversification on the sources, on nuclear, on renewable, because of the need of energy across. So there will be changes. And I think we have to have real proposals and see how we will move forward. But energy is necessary, both for the defense spending, for the standing armies, and for the AI, and significant energy demands. So that is a given.
So you've talked about the factors, the drivers that are actually quite good for your industry. The fact that these inefficiencies actually create greater freight distances and rates, the drivers of AI and defense spending. What could go wrong? You said it is all good until it isn't. What are your concerns? And I want to ask you both this.
Inevitably, you can have, you know, you can have global economy that blows up in different ways. You can have our own making, which is, shipping is notorious, too much building. And the most important is that you never know when. You know afterwards. You know that it will happen. You don't know the when. But in a positive way, I'll say that even as a European, a very negative thing like defense spending, it actually can bring very positive events for Europe. I was here in The Economist 2 years ago, and it was unheard of for a European to know that we will be spending in defense. And today, we have reached, NATO has reached $1.5 trillion in 2025, 50% higher than 2015, and we are growing to about 5%. And what this will bring us is basically advanced manufacturing, technologies, and technological innovations. This can have very good effects in the civil.
So I love the shipping optimism, and even when I ask you what can go wrong, you talk about what can go right.
I cannot say that it will go because we don't know. We are an ultimate optimist.
What are the risks as far as you see it for the industry? Is it a market collapse of some sort that could come about?
I think that first of all, we need to respect and protect human life. Secondly, we need to respect and protect the history of nations, the culture of nations, and of course, democracy. So, if we all agree on these principles, and first of all, our leaders, and then us as leaders in our own industry, I think that we should be in the right way. So what I'm saying again is that all these up and downs that we have in the market, in the oil prices, in all commodities throughout, they are creating damages. Maybe we still see that the markets are doing incredibly well. We see that the American economy is doing very well. But the question is for how long? And secondly, we need to ensure that the energy sufficiency is there. So, for me, all this should take time to be normalized, and we need to make sure that with quick actions and prompt actions, we protect it.
Okay. Time is not on our side, but I want to take this opportunity before we go just to ask you one simple question, which is, what are you going to do with the record-breaking fee that you have got for your Nottingham Forest star, Anderson? How are you going to spend the money?
You know, sometimes when you break records, especially in transfers, I mean, this is the highest ever fee that has been paid for an English player from a Premier League club. The thing is how much it will cost to replace. And we have seen many occasions that at the end of the day, it costs you more to replace than to sell in a record price. So we need to be extremely careful and smart to be able to replace such a player. And we might need to replace him with two players, so to be on the safe side. But it's not an easy task.
It's a nice problem to have. So anyway, thank you both very much, and for the surprising insights into the world of shipping in a turbulent world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I think they will want. Thank you very much. And I hand back to Joan. Thank you. Very good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're running a little late. Please stay in your seats, and we're moving swiftly on to our next session, where we're switching from trade to look at the business environment in Greece. And we're delighted to have with us the Minister of Development of Greece, Takis Theodorakakis. Please join me on the stage, and the Minister will make a keynote address. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, this discussion of the economies asks a question: how we make sure that we will have progress in an era of upheaval. The answers of the previous decade are not sufficient any longer. The world is changing. Wars are back in our European neighborhood. The trade rules are harsher. The role of energy is enhanced. Supply chains are tested. Technology is a battlefield. And the competitiveness of economy is a requirement for geopolitical security. Industry is linked to strategic autonomy more and more. Critical raw material ports data determine the position of each country in the allocation of power. Europe understands eventually the limits of a model that was based in imports and consumption, leaving critical parts of production live outside Europe. And now we have the perception that prosperity without production base is vulnerable, and short-term prosperity. Europe understands that clean industry should link protection of the environment to production, We need to invest in strategic investment, and Europe wants to limit critical dependencies via pipelines. This turn is necessary, but Europe hasn't yet found the pace, the will to make this turn as competition requires. It needs to make haste with financing, simpler licensing, and focusing on strategic sectors. That concerns our own work in Greece, so as to have a stronger production base, more self-sufficiency, and active position in value chains. In 2030, Greece should be a more productive country, an exporter with better remunerated jobs, with industries that are modernized without bureaucracy, linked businesses that grow, new scientists, young scientists that actively participate in the economy, investments that create know-how, limiting regional imbalances. That is what we are thinking about the future. Added value of industry has exceeded 32 million euros. Employment in industry has increased by creating 60,000 new jobs in the last 5 years. In our development laws, we have investment plans focusing on manufacturing. Numbers have value when they show the dynamics and the real journey of things. In defense industry that combines everything, we have 51 units of production, 31 plants, 55,000 employees in the last 6 years. The pharmaceutical industry has attracted investments of 1.8 billion euros. In aluminium industry, Greece has a significant presence and a surplus that exceeds 1.8 billion euros. 1 billion euros, and that is quite important for our trade balance. We see that in strategic investment in critical raw material like gallium, the production of which is a reality by Greek business. This product is linked to technology, to state-of-the-art technologies, and helps us have sufficiency. We see that in the food industry, a sector of quite importance for Greece. In defense industry and shipbuilding, we see miracles, especially in Elefsina. We have a new cycle of activities that expands beyond shipbuilding. It is a strategic investment linked to trade, port, infrastructure, energy, and defense, an investment that takes advantage of the strong relationship between the USA and Greece. We see that in the defense industry, in a period where Europe revisits its defense abilities, Greece cannot be a buyer any longer. We create local production, being part of the value chains of Europe, and link defense industry with technology and exports. This is the new image of Greek production. Via production, we upgrade businesses for exports. In this course, in this journey, All our initiatives focus on with a new development law focusing on industry, manufacturing, big investments, focusing on regional areas and helping all our regions grow. We have this very moment 930 development projects, and we have funds invested up to 5.5 billion, creating thousands of jobs. A lot of these jobs focus on manufacturing, where at the same time in the Ministry of Development, which is the only reference point, one-stop shop for investments from abroad, we have 91 strategic investments with 22 new projects of 3.5 billion euros in the last 1.5 years. We have approved this kind of investments only in 1.5 years. That is how we are trying to transform our economy. Funds that are focusing on real economy, a production base that grows. And at the same time, we reform efficiently and effectively the whole investment and business environment, making everything to simplify bureaucracy in this direction. We simplify licensing and try to modernize infrastructure and investment parks, trying to enhance equipment in various industries and trying to simplify business environment in general. So we make Greece more simple for investment, more organized for production, faster in decisions, and stable following the rules of operation for economy and investor. The second battle concerns technology, AI, sensors, robotics, industrial data change the way we produce. Production in the next decade will depend on supply chains, factories, modern applications of the industry. That's why we are creating a new strategy for semiconductors and circuits with a realistic position for our country. We focus on photonic sensors, testing and validation, reaching research and production, critical raw material, and applications in which we are very popular, pharmaceutical industry, shipping, logistics. Hellenic Competence Center is a one-stop shop in this effort. We have universities, startups, and industrial sectors that can operate as fields of implementation. We upgrade our infrastructures with projects more than 300 million euros. We enhance AI with a special regime in our development law, investing 150 million euros, trying to introduce it in real economy, in research, maintenance, energy, etc. The third part for transformation of the economy is skills, human capital. Without human capital, we cannot have production. We need technicians, operators of modern equipment, people that are responsible for maintenance and other specialties that unfortunately we miss in Greece. That's why technical education should become a new way of learning for the center and the regions, for mobility. We can move forward having young people that are skilled technicians. We need so these skills that bring respectable remuneration and contribute to growth. From this regarding the geostrategic position of Greece, I would like to underline one more dimension I believe we need to underline. We want to play an important role in the infrastructure of energy security, promoting policies of carbon capture and storage. We are looking forward to energy security of Europe with a vertical corridor which is promoted. We enhance the role of Greece in the wider area and Southeast Europe, adding one more element of geostrategic power. Ladies and gentlemen, the decade ahead will be harsh on us. Economies, states, and leaderships are tested. Greece 7 years ago took critical decision to become a production country, a country of technology, of more exports, a country that stands in the European competition. We want to help people become autonomous, not via benefits. We want to promote exports, the guarantee of prosperity, the guarantee to decrease balances is to have a more competitive economy, and that has a national dimension for us Greeks. It is the only answer to our demographic problem, to change the productive culture in Greece, to create perspectives for young people, support families via steady jobs, higher remuneration, so as Greece to become more productive, more resilient, and more fair, and above all, ladies and gentlemen, more safe and secure. The only safe Greece is a productive Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. We appreciate very much that you took the time. I know you have a very busy schedule and you're traveling, and maybe we'll have one photograph and before you leave us. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn back to geopolitics now. And the next session is going to focus on transatlantic relations and developments in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean. And it's our great pleasure to have with us this year from the US, Gus Bilirakis, who is the representative chairman of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing and Trade in the US House of Representatives. Please, Congressman, join me on the stage to make your keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In the United States, we are celebrating our 250th anniversary, and we recognize the flame of liberty we lit in 1776 was fueled by the heritage of ancient Greece, something Thomas Jefferson himself acknowledged. This spirit of self-governance came full circle during the Greek War of Independence of 1821, when the Americans' experiment served as a beacon of hope for the Greek people as they rose to reclaim their own freedom from the Ottomans. Today, this enduring partnership stands as a testament to our mutual commitment to the principles of liberty. It is awesome standing here in the cradle of democracy, my ancestral home. I'm so very proud of it, where we honor our past and renew our commitment to protect these hard-won freedoms for the next 250 years. As President Trump and Secretary Rubio attend the NATO summit in Ankara, I maintain full confidence that they will uphold the principles of accountability that have defined my entire congressional career. Throughout my tenure, I have worked tirelessly to address Turkey's regional malfeasance, particularly its illegal occupation of Cyprus. And I'm proud to have partnered with Secretary Rubio and the U.S. Senate to champion the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act. I recall a meaningful conversation I had with President Trump on Air Force One during his first term, where he personally pledged to hold Turkey accountable for its actions. I trust that the U.S. will do the right thing, that we always do the right thing regarding the F-35 program and ensure that our security interests remain paramount. I want to thank you, for that welcome. It really means the world to me. It's an honor to join you today in Athens, outside of Athens, the birthplace of democracy and civic partnerships, as we discuss a topic that is increasingly shaping the future of global stability and prosperity, the evolving relationship between the United States, Europe, and the Middle East. We are living through a period of profound geopolitical change, as you know. Traditional alliances are being tested. New economic corridors are emerging. Energy security has become national security, as you know, and the Eastern Mediterranean, a region that sits at the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, has become one of the most strategically important areas in the world, as you know. As a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee and co-chair of the Congressional Hellenic Caucus and the founder and co-chair of the Congressional Hellenic Israel Alliance, or CHIA as we call it, I've had the opportunity to work extensively on these issues. What has become increasingly clear is that America's influence abroad is strongest when it is built upon strong alliances, shared democratic values, and economic cooperation and energy security. The United States cannot afford to view Europe and the Middle East as separate strategic theaters. Today, they are interconnected, as you know. The war in Ukraine demonstrated how vulnerable Europe can become when energy supplies are weaponized. The October 7 attacks against Israel reminded the world that instability in the Middle East can have immediate global consequences. And the growing influence of Russia, China, and Iran throughout the region has reinforced the need for a stronger and more coordinated Western response. Fortunately, we have reliable partners who share our values and our interests. Thank God. Greece, Cyprus, and Israel have emerged as pillars of stability in a turbulent region. These democratic allies are strengthening security cooperation, expanding energy partnerships, and helping build the infrastructure that will connect Europe the Middle East, and Asia for decades to come. As co-chair of the Hellenic Caucus, very proud to co-chair, it's a great honor. I have worked to strengthen the strategic partnership between the United States and Greece, and this is a bipartisan effort, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this year, we introduced the U.S.-Greece Defense Cooperation Advancement Act, legislation designed to strengthen military cooperation, expand joint training opportunities, and reinforce our commitment to one of NATO's most reliable allies, Greece. Greece has consistently met its defense spending obligations and serves as a cornerstone of stability in the Middle East, in the Eastern Mediterranean, ignore me. At a time of increasing global uncertainty, strengthening this alliance is both prudent and necessary. I've also supported legislation to deepen U.S.-Greece security cooperation and enhance America's strategic presence in the region, so very important. The growing importance, as I said, of facilities such as Suda Bay and Alexandroupolis demonstrate how critical Greece has become to NATO operations, European security, and support for our allies. At the same time, through CHIA, the Congressional Hellenic Israel Alliance, we have worked to strengthen the trilateral relationship among Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. These partnerships are not simply about diplomacy. They are about creating a framework for long-term regional stability. Energy cooperation, cybersecurity, technological innovation, defense collaboration, and economic integration all contribute to a more secure future. One of the most promising developments is the growing effort to establish strong economic and infrastructure links connecting India, the Middle East, and Europe. I've been proud to sponsor the Eastern Mediterranean Gateway Act, and it's a bipartisan effort, ladies and gentlemen, in the House and in the Senate, which recognizes the Eastern Mediterranean as a strategic hub connecting Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. The legislation supports efforts such as the India, Middle East, and Europe Economic Corridor, which has the potential to reshape global trade routes, strengthen supply chains, and enhance our energy security for our allies. This initiative is about much more than economics. It is about ensuring that the future of global commerce is shaped by democratic nations rather than authoritarian regimes. It is about creating alternatives to strategic dependence on countries that do not share our values. And it is about reinforcing the role of the United States as a trusted partner in a rapidly changing world. So as co-chair of CHIA, I've also been outspoken about the need to confront destabilizing actors in the region, whether it is Iranian aggression, its support for terrorist organizations, threats against Israel, or actions that undermine regional security and international law. The United States must remain clear-eyed about the challenges we face. I'm deeply concerned regarding the reports of a proposed military sale of jet engines to Turkey. Turkey continues to be a destabilizing force in the region through its expansive and disputed maritime claims, continued illegal occupation of Cyprus, and rhetorical demonization of Israel. The Eastern Mediterranean the region holds significant potential to become a beacon of commercial opportunity, energy, cooperation, and regional security, an effort we have actively supported through legislation and engagement. But Turkey's rhetoric and actions, increasing threats, they really do threaten these efforts, ladies and gentlemen. And the key threaten, they really threaten American allies such as Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. The overflights are unacceptable. I'm going to my ancestral island, Galimnos, and I know on a regular basis the overflights and the threat, the fear of the Turkish threat must end. It must end. So we need regional stability. I'm actively engaging with the administration and House leadership to obtain additional information regarding this reported sale and to express our strong opposition, bipartisan opposition, to any prospects of Turkey's reintegration into the F-35 program without complete compliance with CATSA requirements. And obviously they are not complying. At the same time, we must continue supporting efforts that advance peace and stability. We recently welcomed the historic Abraham Accords, which demonstrated that what can be achieved when American leadership, diplomacy, and strong alliances come together in pursuit of peace. The future of American influence cannot be determined solely by military strength, as you know. It will be determined by our ability to build coalitions, by our ability to foster economic opportunity, by our ability to advance energy security, and by our willingness to stand with democratic allies such as Greece and Cyprus and Israel, who share our commitment to freedom, human dignity, and the rule of law. That's why the relationships, again, among the United States, Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, and others who share our values, and of course, I said, our European allies, are more important today than ever before. Together, we have an opportunity to build a more secure, prosperous, and stable future stretching from the Atlantic to the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. Orli Mazi. The challenges before us are significant, but so are the opportunities. If we remain committed to strong alliances, strategic engagement, and principled leadership, I'm confident the United States and its democratic partners will continue to shape the future in ways that promote peace, prosperity, and freedom for generations to come. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America, our democratic allies around the world. Nazisi Ελλάδα μας, Nazisi Kipro μας.
God bless Greece, God bless Cyprus, and God bless the Patriarchate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that perspective from the US. And we are now going to have a photograph before we move on. Congressman, maybe from here we can, on the stage, maybe.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to carry on this discussion with the same focus on transatlantic relations, developments in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean. So we're going to hear from several speakers. Dubravka Šuica, Commissioner for the Mediterranean at the European Commission, will hear a video message. So let me invite now to join me on the stage our speakers in the room. Volkan Bozkir, former President, United Nations General Assembly. Welcome, sir. Amre Moussa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Please take a seat. And former Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Welcome, Amre Moussa. John Sitilidis, geopolitical strategist, senior fellow for global risks at the Center for the National Interest and former US Department of State diplomacy consultant 2006 to 2023. And for the business perspective, Yakovos Petropoulias, principal advisor for the MENA region Vigilis Group. Okay, so thank you, gentlemen. So I think everybody's aware that we're running quite late now, I think about 25 minutes. We're going to try and catch up with time because I know you're all going to be so disciplined. Before we start, we want to hear the video message now. Technical team, if you can show the video with a message from the Commissioner for the Mediterranean, Dubravka Šuica.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you, but I couldn't miss the chance to send a message to this important roundtable. We are going through an age of upheaval. This was crystal clear from the war in Gaza to the Hormuz crisis. Even with the deal now on the table, I think we all see how fragile the situation is, and we cannot entirely see the extent of the consequences for the day after, for the Middle East and for the global economy. The core of the European Union's foreign policy is simple. We must address upheaval by creating stability, peace, and prosperity. And the only way to do it is building robust partnerships, building a corridor of trust and prosperity in the spirit of mutual respect and joint responsibility. That is the purpose of our Pact for the Mediterranean, to create a common Mediterranean space where we work together with our partners to address shared challenges. Let me give you some examples. We want our people to connect to each other, so we are creating the Mediterranean University, an initiative connecting universities across the region, boosting learning mobility, and supporting people-to-people contacts. We want each community around the Mediterranean and in the Middle East to have the means to address the challenges they face, the challenges we share. Growing new businesses and adding real value to all our economies. So we have launched initiatives like TMED, investing in renewable energy, powering up the region and creating new opportunities on all shores of the Mediterranean and beyond. So we are investing in projects like the Medusa cable system, building the connectivity to the region. We want people to live safely and peacefully, protected from hybrid threats or terrorism, not at the mercy of organized crime, being smuggled or trafficked into Europe. We are coordinating with our partners, sharing knowledge and technical assistance, so that our fight against hostile actors and organized crime is more effective. Our regional and cross-regional work goes hand in hand with our bilateral partnerships. For example, our strategic and comprehensive partnerships with Tunisia, Egypt, or Jordan, and our future strategic partnership agreements with the Gulf. We are also building our resilience, strengthening free trade and connectivity through projects like IMEC. The Gulf plays a special role here, being a crucial link to the Indian Ocean and Asia, and representing a big market in their own right. Europe stood in solidarity as our Gulf partners were attacked, and our reliability, our standing by international law, and solidarity to partners was essential and appreciated. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are going through an age of upheaval, but as always, progress can be found in our work to build stability and prosperity. Europe has been a trusted partner in all major Middle East crises. Europe has been an honest broker, a major humanitarian and development actor from Palestine to Syria to Lebanon and most recently the Gulf. And Europe intends to play a key role in shaping a stable, peaceful and prosperous Middle East and Gulf. I wish you a very fruitful roundtable. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're now going to hear from each of you your perspectives on transatlantic relations and on recent developments in the region, in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean. At a time when we have this ceasefire, which seems to be exceedingly fragile, as we've seen over the past 24 hours or so. So turning to you, first of all, Mr. Bozkır.
Thank you very much. I've been 55 years in politics diplomacy, and I have, my latest job was the former president of the United Nations General Assembly, but before that I was EU minister, chief negotiator. But I have been impartial when I was president of the United Nations General Assembly. So as I promised to you, I will keep my impartiality and will not reply to the hostile reference to the US congressmen just who spoke before me. I think I learned two things. One is the looking at the forest and not to the trees. And second is to remember history. Why I'm referring this, because, for example, if Germany in the Second World War remembered what Napoleon suffered while trying to invade Russia, it was the end of Napoleon. And Germany did the same mistake, and it was the end of Hitler's time. So I was first secretary in Baghdad when Iraqi-Iranian war started. People were thinking that in 3 days, Iraqi armies will reach Tehran. It took 8 years, 1 million people died, and the same result came out. So when you think, when you plan something, you must remember history that Iran had a capacity to use missiles, and that was a missile war, throwing missiles from Tehran to Baghdad, Baghdad to Tehran. And I think when this decision by the United States was made to attack Iran, I think this calculation was not done. So still, we are in the mid of something which we think it will end, but every day you think of peace, and then suddenly you wake up in the morning and learn that another attack comes out. So it might continue with us the same way. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine was another important event, which I think kept us very much busy. In the beginning, many people thought it will be for months, but it took now it's more than 4 years now. So this is going to be with us. The result of it, I think, the post-Second World War institutions, the picture we have has been successful for, let's say, about 70, 75, 80 years. But now it's under threat, and we don't know what to do and what is going to be with us in the future. For EU, it wasn't a success. For NATO, it wasn't a success. I think that is the problem the world is facing. What are we going to do now? And we don't have a luxury to get rid of the United Nations, to get rid of NATO. We don't know what to do with the European Union to be a part in the decision-making or result-oriented matters in the international field. So that is with us now, the unpredictability, and which is also risking stability. When the Arab Spring came out, we were very much happy that dictators are out. Now we will have democracy, human rights, and we will live in a very nice world. But after a while, we saw that Libya is gone, Iraq is gone, Syria is gone, and some people in the world started thinking that stability and predictability is more important than democracy and human rights. Because people say, if they were still with us, we wouldn't have lost Libya, or we wouldn't have seen what's happening in Syria or Iraq. So this concept change is not good. we have a risk on democracy and human rights as well. And I'm sure the existing rules and the way we have lived in the modern world will overcome all these difficulties we are facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I may just ask a quick follow-up, just to ask you to comment on how you see transatlantic relations, and do you think there is a irreparable breakdown there, or just a reconfiguration? How do you see it?
I divide things realistic look and romantic look. Realistic look is that there is a new dimension the United States administration has brought. And we must really understand what it is. Because Europe and the Western world lived comfortably, leaving the security risks to the United States for 80 years. And the United States now says that you must also share the burden. You must take care of yourselves. I'm not in a position to be your big brother and help you in many respects. So I think this can be solved because the Western world has the power to do that. Not as good as the United States did for 80 years, but I think the European countries have a power, but they must have the conceptual changes and put into effect their own capacities. And that will bring a new picture where I think the balance between United States and Europe shouldn't be divided by an ocean, as President Trump said. I don't think oceans are to separate, but to connect.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Amre Moussa for your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much.
Maybe, Mr. Moussa, if you take this off, just in case it interferes with your microphone.
Just to be able to listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. First of all, I wish to thank the Economist Enterprise for inviting me to participate in this very important session and to listen to so many positive, strong statements and also some negative statements. And in this, I want to join my friend, my neighbor, the former president of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I join his remarks concerning what we have heard about the alliances that we haven't heard before, that it is an alliance. It could be partnership. It could be any other thing, but alliance in this burning situation in the Middle East, in Eastern Mediterranean, this is something new and needs to be dealt with in a very direct way. Eastern Mediterranean, otherwise called West Asia, has a responsibility. Eastern Mediterranean is not only the three countries or the three parties mentioned, that is Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. Eastern Mediterranean is much larger than that. And describing the situation in Eastern Mediterranean based on access against others is very destructive position or proposition. And I am really sorry to get into this. The Middle East is burning. And without properly addressing the Palestinian question, there will be no peace and no stability in the region. If we take into consideration what happened vis-à-vis Iran, then the Hormuz question, the effects on the international trade, the destruction of of countries and the reaction to this, the Middle East in its larger form is going in the wrong direction. We want to have peace. And we want the Eastern Mediterranean countries to work to establish peace, to cooperate with the drive to establish peace in West Asia. We need Greece with us. We need Cyprus with us. We need even the peace movement in Israel with us. We need this core group of countries and people and organizations working together to establish peace. Not to differentiate, not to talk about projects against others. This is the wrong approach. We need the United States to preside over a drive towards a fair peace. And in all honesty, and very clearly, without properly addressing the Palestinian question, there will be no peace, no stability, and no future for the cooperation in Eastern Mediterranean. That's one thing.
You've got 25 seconds.
Second, I must refer to certain developments in the region as a result of what happened recently with Iran and what happened always vis-à-vis the Palestinians. A group of countries has been now established, that is Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt. 4 countries that are trying to contribute positively to the operation of reshaping the Middle East. We need a peaceful Middle East. We need all those peoples and countries of the Middle East to live in peace, including Israel, but not exclusively Israel. Israel, Palestine, and the rest of us. The agenda that I appeal to all the Eastern Mediterraneans to cooperate in order to establish peace. There is an agenda that we have to address. Number 1 is the Palestinian question. And they have the right to exercise their right to self-determination. It's a very simple thing. Of course, difficult perhaps to Israel and perhaps to others, but there is no solution that does not go through this exercise of self-determination to the Palestinians, and at the same time, that would facilitate the entry of Israel into the Middle Eastern Society of Nations. The other point.
Just very briefly, because we're running short of time. We're running over time quite a bit, so
I see
you're 1.5 minutes over.
All right.
So we will come back.
I still have time.
We will come back to you. Yeah, this clock is very useful, actually.
Madam,
for the...
Let me finish in a minute. The second problem we have is the nuclear situation in the region. I and so many of our colleagues, our friends, and the people and organizations agree that Iran must not go nuclear. There is no question about that. We do agree. But what about Israel, the nuclear Israel? If we want to properly address the issue of nuclear proliferation in the Middle East, we have to address both the emerging nuclear power in Iran and the well-known military nuclear power in Israel. So this is the second one.
Thanks.
The third one is
how many are there?
the future of cooperation in the region. We have to work together to establish a different, to the new Middle East. And the new Middle East cannot be based on the conditions that we have heard or the situation as it exists today in the region. Eastern Mediterranean countries have a responsibility here. We have all to work together to tell and advise, even advise the Israelis, that this is not a way to exist or coexist or stay in the Middle East as a power and a state. If they want to live, they have to cooperate. They have to change this attitude. We recognize Israel. We have no problem with the existence of Israel, but we have problem with the aggression pursued, aggressive policy pursued by Israel. This is something that has to be told. There is something wrong in their policies. They don't want to coexist. We want them to coexist, and we want us to welcome them. Nobody is welcoming them now.
Okay.
It cannot go that way.
Okay, I thank you very much. I think you've made your points very clearly, and we will come back, and obviously the panelists will be able to respond to them too. But let me turn now to John Sitilides, again for a perspective from the US.
Great, thank you, Joan. And first of all, thank you to the Economist team for welcoming me back, and a special thank you to Nectaria and her superb team. What I thought I would do with the very limited time that we have here on stage is to try to provide strategic context for what is happening in Washington and how that plays out with the larger regions that we're discussing here in the European Union and in the Middle East. And Ann Applebaum earlier today referenced the National Security Strategy, which was released by the White House in late November. Then the State Department released its agency strategic plan right around New Year's. Shortly afterwards, I think the end of January, the Defense Department released the National Defense Strategy. These are all the unclassified versions are available online. So those of you who want to get a better realistic understanding of the Trump administration's thinking, it's all available online. But I would also recommend, especially for those of you in the business community, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, issued a very prominent speech the end of June at the Economic Club of New York. And I consider Scott Bessent to be maybe the Trump whisperer above all of the other secretaries, more than Secretary Rubio, more than Secretary Hegseth. Follow what Scott Bessent is saying and doing. And what the Treasury Secretary spoke about was the importance of economic power as national power. And whether it's a country or whether it's a block of countries, if there is not economic power, there is no genuine national power or institutional power, hard or soft, to be able to project anywhere in the world. And I think that's part of the thinking right now with the Trump administration. The administration is looking to rebuild American economic power. It was hollowed out for the last 30 years. We made very foolish mistakes in America, Democrats and Republicans alike, outsourcing our industry to China and to other countries in Southeast Asia. We thought that we could become a powerhouse simply with services, health, education, and the like, and we forgot about industry and manufacturing. And now, as several of the speakers, including from the Greek government, mentioned earlier today, how important it is to be not just energy resilient, energy secure, and maybe we'll go into this in the Q&A, Joan, because I still haven't heard anyone today talk about nuclear power in Europe. You're talking about solar and wind power, which is great for Greece, but an utter failure for Germany, the United Kingdom, and other countries in Northern Europe. You need gas, you need oil, you need nuclear. And then you also add solar and renewable like wind. But I haven't heard any of this. And so energy resilience, energy security, energy redundancy to have manufacturing and industrial power, whether you're Greece or any other country in the Eastern Mediterranean. Technological power, obviously military power. And all of this really is undergoing a transformation under the current administration, not because Donald Trump is president, he's simply the accelerant for this, but in 2007, Vladimir Putin said, if you bring Ukraine into NATO, you're crossing a red line that you will regret. And in 2012, Xi Jinping became the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. We really haven't talked a lot about the China threat, to the international order all day today, that really is the #1 long-term threat to Europe's viability. And also in the Middle East, it's part of the thinking where the administration is looking to build alliances with like-minded countries, whether they're democracies in the European Union, whether they're authoritarian regimes or sheikdoms in the Middle East. We're not promoting democracy in the Middle East anymore because that failed in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's not happening, at least for the next several years. What we want is resilient, powerful countries that can defend themselves to the best of their ability and then have the United States come in and provide that additional security umbrella. The nuclear umbrella for Europe against Russia, to work with our Gulf Arab allies and Israel together to promote a denuclearized or, frankly, non-nuclear Iran, because the great fear, sir, in Washington is if Iran goes nuclear, Saudi Arabia has said very clearly they'll attain nuclear weapons. And then Egypt, as the largest, most populous Muslim country in the Middle East, will likely want to secure its own independent nuclear arsenal. Turkey, even though it's a NATO country operating under the US nuclear umbrella, may then, as the most powerful military in the Muslim world, say, we should have a nuclear weapons arsenal. And then what are we dealing with cascading nuclear proliferation in the most war-torn region of the world? So these are some of the things that we're looking to sort of adapt to. And I think the larger concern here is, how do we come to grips with the fact that the world has been changing before our eyes for 20 years, whether it's the Russian threat against Europe, the Chinese threat against the global economy, and a future that is either going to be freedom-based and liberty-based or a techno-authoritarian surveillance system a la what the Chinese Communist Party has imposed on 1.3 billion people in China. And this is an area where we need to work together, the United States and Europe, on a future that's based on human rights and individual dignity and human flourishing. I heard a lot about democracy earlier today, and I'll wrap up here, Joan. Democracy, in my estimation, is not the end to itself. Democracy is the means by which governments provide for human flourishing for their citizens. And if we only talk about democracy, but we don't talk about the well-being of the citizens of every nation state, then democracy is a failure. So I close with the great Winston Churchill's quote that democracy is the worst form of government in the world, except every other one that has ever been tried. And then we'll come back to the Q&A. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So now we're turning to the business perspective. And how do you see the challenges and the opportunities for business in this region in the light of the kind of geopolitical turbulence that is we've experienced in recent years in terms of trade, obviously in terms of conflicts in the region? What is your perspective and advice for businesses operating in the region?
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for hosting me today. Traditionally, when we have been thinking or working on Eastern Mediterranean, the prevailing question was always the same. When is the region going to become stable? Correct? Business owners, investors, infrastructure developments always ask this question. When is the region going to become stable? Now, what we have seen the last few years is that the question has changed. Now the question is, how can we operate, my voice is here, throughout the instability? And that's quite important as a shift to mirror society. We have heard the perspective of governments, alliances, and diplomacy, but I will try to give you an insight on how those who invest, transport, operate, and in general do business in the Eastern Mediterranean region act, irrespective of diplomatic timelines or government policies. At Vigilis, our company, we try to advise our clients not on how we would like the world to be. We try to advise our clients on how to operate and react in the world as it is. Right. And it's quite challenging to navigate all this situation. Mr. Marinakis a while ago said there are conflicts occurring in the world right now that nobody really knows about, well, almost nobody. But the issue with the Eastern Mediterranean is that every conflict, every war, every problem or opportunity or solution spreads around the world. We have shipping lanes crossing this Mediterranean, we have power resources emerging, we have digital infrastructure, undersea cables, and people. We should never forget the movement of people throughout the Eastern Med. All these have a ripple effect throughout the world. Now, the question has been changed, and the capital no longer worries about, well, it worries about uncertainty, but does not wait for certainty in order to invest. We try to incorporate uncertainty and the difficulties conflicts bring into the actual business model. And we see that on the designs of infrastructure. We see that the tendency now is not to work only towards what's economically viable or brings in money. We try to develop and invest in projects that are resilient as well as profitable. Because we don't know what's going to happen. We know that the area is in conflict. We know that things are happening. But let's face it, the last, may I say, thousands of years, there's always some kind of conflict in the region. And we have to work through that. And business and economy and prosperity works through that. People still do business. People wake up, they do their work, they raise their families in a conflict-ridden region. And we think, actually, we know, we don't think, that by advancing investment, by advancing infrastructure, by giving opportunities to the people, we underpin the diplomatic and political endeavors in order to bring stability to the region. We think that the old narrative of we need a safe place in order to invest does not apply anymore. Our clients, invests on areas that traditionally would look less favorable, and that advancement, we hope and we believe, will bring stability and prosperity itself. I don't want to undermine, by all means, the work of diplomacy and governments. Of course, this is the stuff that builds the world, but it's our position that if these two go in tandem, if these political endeavors, diplomatic progress, as well as investment, go in parallel, it will strategically magnify the end result, which is, as you said, the prosperity of the people.
Right.
So that's our position, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we've got about 5, I'm seeing 5, it's going down, 5 minutes for our discussion. Unfortunately, I think many issues have been raised. Maybe we can give everybody an opportunity to make some final remarks. And I think we should focus on 2 questions. One is this war over, or is this conflict over in the Middle East? Do you fear that this ceasefire could break down, that this memorandum of understanding could unravel? If not now, in future, maybe after the midterms, could it reignite? That is one question. Or are you hopeful that this can prevail, that peace can prevail in the region? And the second thing to focus on, because it was the emphasis, your emphasis, the emphasis of Amr Moussa, is on the prospects for widening alliances, for greater cooperation in the region. I have to say that there are some positive things that are happening, that have happened in recent years. And I'm thinking about the high-level dialogue that is taking place between Greece and Turkey over the past few years. That is ongoing. It's still continuing at a high level. It's actually delivered some very positive results for both countries. We have here representatives from the Eastern Med Gas Forum, a body that has actually been building alliances and partnerships in the energy sphere in this region over many years now, and a forum that's open to others based on a set of principles which all need to agree on. So things are happening. We also see developments in terms of the Black Sea, Cooperation Council and so on. So there is some positive, it's not all bleak, but just to hear from you, very concretely, what would be a positive suggestion, not to talk in generalities, but one very concrete suggestion about how to improve, widen the axis of cooperation in the region. So maybe you've got about less than 1 minute each, but to answer that. So very quickly.
First, I think everybody hopes that things will be settled in Iran, but it may not be because we're living in an unpredictable world. Anything might happen which we are not expecting. Secondly, between Turkey and Greece, I think the people doesn't want any difficulty among the two countries. The politicians are the reason that we are having some hot days, but I don't think any Greek or Turkish people wants this to continue. So this is an advantage. The new paradigm has also brought something new, which in the next military warfare, perhaps we will not need tanks anymore. We will not need aircraft carriers anymore. The new thing is less costly missiles, unmanned air or ground elements, and because we have learned that with $25,000 cost missiles, you don't want to shoot them with $3 million Patriots or other. So this is a new world. So we must prepare ourselves with the lessons we have learned from the things happening in Iran or elsewhere. But as Amr Musa, my brother, have said, Middle East is one of the hot spots. And if we do not look at it properly, it may explode. And if we cannot solve this issue of living together in a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine, this will be with us for decades. And I think we deserve this to the Palestinian people. They have been brutally killed, and we don't want new terrorists to join us, which have lost their families, their brothers, their children, and we have to give them a hope and give them a proper way of living and a state which can be living together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. May we hear from you?
Correctly put before all of us. Our goal is peace. And in fact, my proposal is that we need a Jewish member of our coalition for peace. And I am encouraged by what happened in the United States at the time of the Israeli aggression against Gaza. The Jewish young people stood firmly with the people of Gaza and against the aggression of Israel. This is the type of the new generation that's coming up. Not only us on the Arab side, but on the Israeli side. Not us as Muslims or Christians. We need the Jews with us. We need a coalition that would build peace together. That is why we look. The future requires that those people leading Israel today have to leave the theater. And at the same time, I would call on the Palestinians also to run elections as soon as they can in order to elect a new active leadership. We need that. The self-determination for the Palestinians start with elections among the Palestinians in the occupied territories,
Great.
The West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The clock is now red and ticking. So yes, Mr. Petroulias, your...
Even though it's not my time to speak, you have to wrap up. I'm not a politician. I represent business. And the business view is always that business brings prosperity, and prosperity shifts the narrative of hate towards a narrative of cooperation. If people prosper, it's much easier for them.
And you need peace environment.
Sorry?
You need peace environment.
What I was saying before is that you need, of course, always you need a peaceful environment. No matter what, you need a peaceful environment. But you don't need a peaceful environment anymore to conduct business and trade. And maybe business and trade will feed.
They go together.
They will go together. And one will bring along the other.
Thank you. Thank you. And John?
Yeah, so what I'd love to do, thank you, Joan, is try to bring this all together in the very limited time again that we have here. And just note, sort of an addendum to my opening remarks, that I really do believe that Donald Trump, because he seems to be the focus of much of the conversation here today, was supposed to be jailed by his political opponents between 2021 and 2024. Not only did he avoid jail in the United States, but then there have been 3 assassination attempts on his life. And I think, however ludicrous this may sound to audiences in the US and in Europe, he actually believes that he's an historic president. He has 1 term to try to influence the future of America and the world, the critical regions in Europe, the Middle East, and the Eastern Mediterranean in between. And he's determined to reorder and restructure global trade, energy, technology, military, and finance infrastructures. And right now he has, I think, a little over 2 years left. A lot of this will depend on the outcome of the November midterm elections, and whether Democrats win the House of Representatives and impeach Trump and investigate the Republican Party for the next 2 years and nothing happens, or whether he can somehow, against historical trends, hold on to the House of Representatives. But to bring this all together, I want to commend Congressman Gus Bilirakis, who spoke about the importance of this IMEC corridor. That's the potentially hopeful project that really, the credit goes to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who introduced IMEC in September of 2023, 1 month before the Hamas assault on Israel. And the idea there is to bring together India, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and if somehow Gaza can be rebuilt and be governed by a normal government, not by terrorists, not by Hamas, but by a normal government that takes care of the Palestinian people and doesn't build tunnels beneath, but builds infrastructure and prosperity for millions of Palestinians. And then from there you have an Israeli port, a Gaza port connecting to Cyprus, to Greece, Elefsina, Piraeus. We'll see, Elefsina, the Chinese Communist Party's in Piraeus, that's a problem. And then en route to Italy, France, and to all of these markets in Northern and Central Europe. And you've just spanned India throughout the European continent, across the Middle East, in an extraordinarily hopeful endeavor, Joan, but it's going to take some time to get through the current problems in the Middle East to ever get there. But the vision is there. Question is, can we get there? And that's going to be the challenge in the years ahead.
You mean Palestine by Gaza, you say?
Yeah.
It's not Gaza alone.
Well, Gaza as a port. Haifa, Israel, Gaza.
No,
Yeah.
there is also, no.
Whatever it's
Gaza
called in
is
the end.
only part of Palestine.
Whatever it's called in the
It
end.
cannot go alone.
I leave that to the diplomats.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. The IMEC corridor has kind of been neglected. Maybe it's been, pushed to the background because of the conflict now in recent months. But I think it's definitely one of the most important initiatives, very ambitious one. We also see that Greece has signed trade deals with India as well, alongside that. So, but I just want to ask you, John, if you may care to answer my question about whether you see this peace holding, whether the conflict might reignite, or even, depending on the outcome of these negotiations, that it could reignite after the midterms if the outcome of these talks, which are likely to be protracted.
You mean U.S.-Iran?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
No, I'm not confident this is going to succeed at all. I think there is a profound mistrust between Washington and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We don't know who's actually in charge in Tehran because the son, the new supreme leader, didn't go to his father's funeral. So we don't know if he's alive, if he's in a coma. We don't know if he actually has supreme authority in Tehran. whether it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or whether there are competing factions inside Tehran, some who say, now let's adopt a more hardline, even more revolutionary line than we have since 1979, and others who say, this has been a disaster for the Iranian people. Why are they so poor? They're an energy-rich country, 90 million people, the inheritors of a great Persian civilization, which all of my Greek friends know about, dating back to BC, and yet they're one of the poorest countries when they should be one of the wealthiest and most advanced civilizations in the Middle East and beyond. So this government has utterly failed the Iranian people for 47 years, and maybe there are some people who say what we've done has been colossally catastrophic for the Iranian people, a new future ahead. But my fear is the mistrust is so deep and so profound right now. I'm guessing that there's going to be major attacks going back and forth. The Strait of Hormuz is not opening up anytime soon, and you're going to see a rapid increase in building out infrastructure to provide for alternate routes of oil and LNG out of the Gulf region to the world markets.
I guess just because we are waiting for the, Mr. Mixer, we're waiting for the US ambassador to Greece to arrive, and that's the next session. But just to pick up again and to ask you, others would argue that Iran has come out of this conflict actually in a relatively strong position. The regime is still intact,
right,
and that they still have weapons at their disposal. And of course, the weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz is something that is now, hanging over the global economy as a future threat. So I guess the question is, because you talked about US strategy, whether you see this as a miscalculation, which I guess, you could say that all wars to one degree or another are a miscalculation in the sense that there are unintended consequences and unpredictable consequences. But how do you see it? It may not be over yet, but from the vantage point of now.
You're absolutely right. It's not over by any means. And this war could be years long. I mean, we keep talking about weeks. I think one of the foolish parts of the early part of this was it's 4 to 6 weeks, it's a couple of months and whatnot. Wars can last for years. They don't have to be relatively intense. But look at the Russia invasion of Ukraine. Actually, the second Russian of Ukraine. We have to be mindful. Russia first invaded Ukraine in 2014, and the EU and the US together did almost nothing to push back against Russia, which gave us 2022. It's important for the West to act collectively and where necessary in a muscular way to deal with these types of regional threats. But my fear is that the Strait of Hormuz will be an increasingly unstable area for the shipment of oil and natural gas, but we do see a building out now across the United Arab Emirates, across Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, through Turkey, or through other means to other shipping ports to get their hydrocarbons to market. But here's the problem, Joan. We're forgetting about the impact of the cutoff of petrochemicals, of helium, of fertilizer to the global south. We may see very severe food insecurity in many countries in the southern hemisphere, in South Asia, even in the Middle East, because of the cutoff of fertilizer, which could lead to poor yields, poor harvests, possibly social unrest. Helium. We need helium in the West for semiconductor fabrication, quantum computing, aerospace engineering, MRI systems in our hospitals. So we have a number of issues, ripple effects. None of this is going to be resolved anytime in the immediate future. I'm very sure this will go on well into the end of this year, probably deep into 2027.
Yeah.
I believe we need peace more than helium, I believe.
For Iran, I have presumption. You can't impose a regime to any country. People must decide on it. What I expect from Iran is, for so many decades, they have lived under the religious authority on top, and the rest was not very important. But now the Ayatollah is killed, and they need to have a religious authority. But my thinking is there will be a religious authority. They are using the son's name for a while until they find another name, because we don't know what he is. Then this religious authority will be less powerful than the elected authority. There might be a president or somebody who governs the country, and the religious authority must be there because the people needs it. But there's a change of power. And of course, concerning Russia, Ukrainian war, I think the Russians have the habit of playing the chess game better than anybody in the world, but they also want you to play the Russian roulette while you're playing the Russian chess game. I hope it doesn't it will be used by the Russians, but not the counterparts. And there is also uncertainty. I hope Iran and Russia will be solved. That's what we are expecting. It will open new possibilities to the world. And of course, Palestine, I mentioned, we have both given the solution. But if we end Russia-Ukrainian war, and if we end Iran, there will be a huge possibility for business, for people to have better life, reconstruction, and removing these hot points from our agenda.
Thank you so much. Last word to Mr. Petropoulos, the business perspective.
The first one is, as far as the Iranian conflict continues, the status quo right now, it's a missile drone war right now. And the problem with missile drone wars is that it does not allow for consolidation. So you can spend quite a long time, as you said, throwing missiles and drones from one to the other side and actually nothing happening after that. So that can drag on. That's my first comment. And the second comment is, we have always to remember that even if a conflict magically finishes and ends, it needs time for reconstruction.
Right.
And the time required to go back to old standards is quite decisive on the business cycle following a few years. So even if something stops now completely, we're going to see the effects on years to come, as you said, with helium and resources and so on. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our speakers for a very lively and interesting discussion.
Bravo, excellent.
I have a photograph.
Now, the tall person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity now to hear another perspective on US-Greece relations with a focus on security, growth, and regional stability. I'm delighted to introduce Kimberly Guilfoyle, the US Ambassador to Greece. Welcome. The Ambassador will give a keynote address, and then we'll move on to the next session. Welcome, Ambassador.
Kalisperas. Thank you, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, and our host, Joan Hoey, for the warm introduction. It is an honor to be here among so many dear friends and innovative leaders who bring decades of experience and a shared commitment to strengthening the relationship between the United States of America and Greece, bolstering the stability and the prosperity of the entire region. I am deeply grateful to my dear friend of over 20 years, President Donald J. Trump, for entrusting me with the greatest honor of my professional life, serving as the United States Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic. And I am humbled every single day by the warmth, the partnership, and the solidarity the Greek people have extended to me and to my family since our arrival. The world has changed, and the United States-Greece partnership has risen to meet those changes. We are living through a period of accelerating strategic competition. Supply chains are being re-anchored. Energy markets are being rebalanced. The international order is being tested in ways that demand clarity of purpose and strength and resolve. In this environment, the United States does not have the luxury of ambiguity. Under President Trump's leadership, our foreign policy begins with a clear principle. All alliances must advance American prosperity and American security. They must be reciprocal, and they must deliver results. Greece, I am happy to say, delivers results. That is not a diplomatic courtesy. It is a strategic fact. Greece has committed to spending 5% of GDP on defense investing in the greatest modernization of the Hellenic armed forces the country has ever seen. Greece has transformed Alexandroupoli into a strategic gateway for NATO. At Suda Bay, American and Greek forces work together and train together, forging the capabilities that win wars and keep the peace. Greece is not waiting for others to secure its future. It has answered President Trump's call for burden sharing loud and clear. National security also encompasses energy security, and Greece is at the very center of it. Let me be direct about something that every person in this room understands. Energy is not just an economic issue, it is a sovereign issue. And for too long, too much of Europe remained dangerously dependent on adversarial energy sources. That era is ending, and Greece is helping to end it. Last November at the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation Ministerial, we brought the largest ever official United States delegation to Greece. More than 80 officials, including Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum. The unprecedented size and high level of that delegation was deliberate, and the message was clear. The United States of America is committed to Greece as a cornerstone of European energy security. At PTEC, we signed the first ever long-term commercial agreement linking U.S. liquefied natural gas suppliers to this region for decades to come. We welcome ExxonMobil's partnership with Hellenic and Energean for the first offshore drilling in Greece in over 40 years. And more recently, Chevron and Hellenic Energy secured contracts for offshore exploration, including two near Crete. We also celebrated the doubling of the long-term contract between Venture Global and Atlantic Sea LNG, an estimated $11.5 billion deal that will deliver 20 years of clean, reliable, affordable U.S. LNG from the Gulf of America all the way to Greece and onward through the vertical corridor into Central and Eastern Europe. This is energy security in action. It is good for Greece. It is good for the United States, and it is good for Europe. Giving countries and their citizens real choices and real independence. A future where Greece is not merely an energy consumer, but an energy supplier and a hub for the region is no longer a distant aspiration. It has arrived. And the United States is proud to be Greece's partner and making it happen. Our partnership is not limited to pipelines and drilling platforms. The next phase of strategic competition will be fought on multiple rapidly developing technological fronts. And here too, Greece and the United States are moving together. Just 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C., Greece joined nearly 24 countries as a partner in Pax Silica and as a signatory to the joint statement of AI opportunity, building on the pioneering economic security declaration signed on the margins at PTEC. This U.S.-led commitment aims to build a new economic security consensus among allies and trusted partners to advance secure, prosperous, and innovative supply chains spanning critical minerals, advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, AI, technology, infrastructure. This is a living, breathing commitment that is already generating results. To the CEOs and business leaders in this room, I want to be very clear. The United States is the world's greatest destination for foreign direct investment. President Trump has prioritized rebuilding our manufacturing base, reshoring critical supply chains, and fostering long-term sustained economic growth. We are embarking on this ambitious agenda in cooperation with our friends and allies, and Greece is amongst the most steadfast of allies and partners. Greek companies are resilient. They have navigated some of the most challenging economic waters of the past decades and emerged stronger and better than ever. That experience, that ingenuity, that global reach, America wants it. Whether it is in shipping, technology, energy, or manufacturing, there is a place for Greek capital and Greek expertise in the American markets. And when Greek companies succeed in the United States, they deepen the bond between our nations. This is a two-way street, and it benefits both of our countries. That bond extends directly to maritime power and regional stability. Greece commands the world's largest merchant fleet. The United States is the world's largest economy. Under President Trump's leadership, America is restoring its maritime dominance, and our Greek partners have risen to the occasion once again. In February, I witnessed the signing of a groundbreaking shipbuilding agreement between Greek and South Korean companies to revitalize a U.S. shipyard. Greek ship owners are bringing their legendary expertise, capital, and know-how to American shores, creating jobs and strengthening industrial capacity on both sides of the Atlantic. Together, we are charting a course toward greater prosperity and security. The Eastern Mediterranean is a thriving corridor for trade and for commerce, but it is also a potential zone of friction. Maritime boundary disputes, illegal migration flows, and hybrid threats are real. A stable Eastern Mediterranean requires predictability at sea, clear rules, and trust between all nations present in this region. That is why we are deepening defense cooperation, expanding joint exercises, and investing in port access and interoperability training. When maritime routes are secure, investment follows. Commerce expands and supply chains hold. And that economic strength becomes a stabilizing force, not just for America, but for our allies and the broader international community. Through the U.S. National Guard State Partnership Program, Greece is now paired with the great state of Florida, creating direct day-to-day collaboration between America and Greek service members on everything from maritime security to cyber defense. We are building a whole-of-society defense architecture for the long term. This year, the United States celebrated 250 years of independence. We commemorated this historic anniversary last week at our 4th of July celebration, just a short distance from the center of Athens, the very birthplace of democracy. We gather to remember where America began, as well as to celebrate the enduring values that have guided our great nation from its humble beginnings to becoming a global beacon of liberty, excellence, and opportunity. Without Greece, there would be no United States of America. These ties are not merely historical. They are renewed every day. You like that? In the deals we close, the alliances we strengthen, the security we build together, and the prosperity we create for our citizens. When Americans and Greeks stand together, united by our shared values and a common purpose, there is no limit to what we can achieve. The challenges ahead in defense, energy, critical infrastructure, and regional stability will require exactly the kind of sustained, results-oriented engagement that defines a partnership at its best. I am so inspired by what we have achieved, but I am even more inspired by what lies ahead, because the world is shaped not by what we say today, but by what we choose to do tomorrow. Let us all continue to work together in partnership to strengthen our bond, grow our economies, bolster our regional security, and bring our people closer together. God bless you, God bless Greece, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Maybe a photograph.
Oh, perfect.
Yes. Yeah. Right in.
Perfect. Excellent, thank you. I got to run and make the call.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. We really appreciate you being with us today. Thank you very much for your time. And I'm handing over now to my colleague, Alistair, for the next session.
Thank you, Joan. Thanks very much. Fascinating stuff. We're going to come back to Europe. We're going to be looking at one aspect of European integration. Europe is a conceptual experiment as much as anything else. It's a concept of integration between nations, but that's also, of course, reflected in a deeply physical connections between nations too, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the movement of people, in terms of cross-border business. We're going to be talking about all of those things on our next panel. Before I invite our panelists up, I'd like to invite, for a brief keynote, Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who is the Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and Tourism with the European Commission. Good to see you again. Please take the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to be here today with you on the 30th Annual Economist Government Roundtable. I would also like to thank the organizing committee for placing connectivity at the heart of today's discussion, not simply as a way of linking regions, communities, or countries, but as a foundation for resilience, economic security, and long-term prosperity. Across Europe, and particularly in Southeast Europe, connectivity has become a strategic asset. The past few years, from the pandemic to the war against Ukraine, and now recently the crisis in the Middle East, have fundamentally changed the way we think about transport. Transport networks are no longer simply corridors for moving people and goods. They are essential to Europe's security, resilience, and competitiveness. Today, we are responsible for safeguarding strategic economic arteries, vital supply chains, and routes that must be ready for rapid military mobility. And yet, we must also be honest. Much of our infrastructure is updated and, in many cases, I would say even outdated. Critical links are still missing. And these gaps reduce our competitiveness and weaken Europe's resilience. And that has to change. That's exactly what we are doing today at the European Commission. The Memorandum of Understanding, for example, that we signed between Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania last December has laid the foundation for the creation of a vertical rail and road corridor linking the three countries, and it is more than an infrastructure project. It is linking the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea, moving from national planning towards genuine regional connectivity, improving mobility, supporting jobs, and strengthening Europe's resilience. And of course, besides the competitiveness and the cohesion, connectivity is also crucial for tourism and for security, making cross-border travel as smooth as possible, in particular by train, will be one of the main pillars of the first ever European strategy for tourism that we are preparing and I will present this year in autumn. Visitors increasingly expect smooth journeys across Europe, and that's what we are delivering. We are upgrading our train infrastructure, creating the high-speed rail for Europe. It is a vision of connecting all major cities in a metro concept with high-speed rail, and of course, at the same time, through regulation, we are upgrading the way that passengers will be able to book their tickets. Connectivity has also increasingly important security dimension, and I would like to say a couple of thoughts on this particular topic today. Our closer cooperation comes at a time of heightened geopolitical tension. For many years, Europe had unfortunately placed security in the background. That is no longer the world we live in. Transport policy and security policy can no longer be treated separately. Our ability to move forces, goods, energy across our territory is essential to keeping Europe secure and resilient. And the link from Thessaloniki to Bucharest through Bulgaria and then onward to Moldova and Ukraine is rapidly becoming one of Europe's most important strategic arteries. And this is exactly the reason why I placed it at the very front of our policies in the European Commission. But our ports are equally important. As Europe's gateway to the world, they must never become weak points, whether through supply chain disruptions, cyber attacks, or hybrid threats. And that is why our EU port strategy that I presented 3 months ago promotes investment in ports, shipyards, and transport infrastructure that serve both commercial and military purposes. This includes upgrading ports to accommodate military vessels and equipment, but also improving rail, road, inland waterway connections between ports and inland military logistic hubs. It also means making our ports more resilient against cyber attacks, organized crime, and disruptions to global supply chains. And alongside this, our EU industrial maritime strategy presented will strengthen Europe's maritime base while reinforcing resilience, dual-use capabilities, and Europe's economic security. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to leave you with one final thought. Connectivity is no longer an objective itself. It is the pathway to economic security, to resilience, and to prosperity. The Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea corridor that I mentioned earlier is already strengthening Europe's eastern flank. And at the same time, we do not stop here. We are currently upgrading using approximately 100 billion euros military projects, including road, rail, tunnels, bridges, ports, airports, in order to be able to move swiftly equipment, military mobility equipment, if needed. What today could take us up to months, if we want to move military mobility from west to east, will be happening in a few days. And of course, in the years ahead, connectivity and transport should become the backbone of stronger partnerships in our neighborhoods and with our trusted global partners. That will diversify our supply chains, strengthen Europe's competitiveness, and reinforce Europe's position in an increasingly contested world. Because today, ladies and gentlemen, transport policy is no longer simply about moving goods and people. It is about shaping Europe's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You made the point a lot better than I did. Thanks a lot. Would you like to take that seat there?
Yes.
And we'll bring up our other panelists. First of all, we have Saad bin Ali Al Haji, who is the chairman of Qatar Tourism. Please come and join us on the stage. We have Stefanos Agiosolu, who is the chief executive of Public Road Transport OSY. And we have Georgios Kourmas, a member of the board of Onyx Touristiki. Please come and join us on stage, gentlemen. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, you're all very welcome. It's great to see you. The first piece of news I have to deliver isn't good. I have to cut you all short, so I'm going to give you, they may say 5 minutes up there. I want you to take 3.5 to 4 minutes because we're really short on time. I can smell food coming from the back. So let's hand over straight over to you, please. Qatar isn't Greece, very different environment. Give us your thoughts, please, on this issue of tourism connectivity and its importance in bringing countries together.
First of all, I would love to thank The Economist for having me here, and I'm really pleased to join.
Let's give them a second to get the sound up. Gents, can you have another go?
Yeah, I'm very pleased to be joining this stage among your distinguished gentlemen here and great audience. Actually, if you talk about Qatar and Greece, I think we are sharing many things together. First of all, we share the same level of hospitality and culture, and we're trying to even increase this transaction of travelers between Greece and Doha. We have around 3 daily flights between Doha and Athens and other cities in Greece, which is almost fully booked. So, and Qatari-Greek relationship, it's at as highest. We have, at least in the last 2 years, we have 4 visits for His Highness the Emir to Greece. And we keep receiving many delegations from Greece to Doha. There is many to share, and especially in my sector in tourism, we're trying to learn a lot also from the great experience with for the tourism here in Greece. We're trying now, especially in 2 years or 3 years ago, we made tourism as one of our main pillars of diversification of our economy. And we have highly focused on tourism, especially after the World Cup, and trying to utilize the awareness being created after hosting the World Cup in Doha. And I can see now even Qatar World Cup being repeated now while US hosting the World Cup now. Therefore, and to keep these achievements, we focus on tourism. We successfully received around 5.2 million visitors in 2025. We were flying this in the beginning of this year, but unfortunately, this crisis occurred and disturbed a lot of many initiatives we were preparing of. But we showcase how Qatar is resilient, focus about how to overgap this crisis. Because tourism is very critical infrastructure. It should have, because it's bring foreign investment, tourists, creating jobs, and should be work as like the system should be prepared for any crisis could occur. And we saw it when the crisis occurred in the region, how Qatar responded to this crisis, how we worked together with other stakeholders how to protect around more than 12,000 tourists who were in Doha, being stranded in Doha. The government worked very highly about to protect them, safeguard everyone in Qatar, and to facilitate their way back and repatriate to their homes. And I'm very sure that every one of them went back home with a great memory, how he was safe in Doha. We facilitate many things, and this is because we were like prepared for such crisis could happen. And this is how also tourism, very sensitive sector. It can be affected with any disturbance around. But if you were very well prepared, you can recover faster than others.
Right. Okay, thanks very much. We'll come back to that point about recovery and resilience in a second, but before we do, let's move on to Mr. Agiosolu from Public Road Transport. OSY, this issue of the connecting capability of transportation, you know, rather than just buses and coaches, we're talking about people interacting with people, transacting with people. Give us your thoughts, please, on the role of your organization in bringing that about.
First of all, I would like to thank you, the economists, for giving us the opportunity to share some thoughts here today. I would like to share a point from my good friend Apostolos, who said that transport is not about mobility only. Public transport in Athens is not about moving people only. First of all, we were the point of the spear to changing technologies in the mobility. We brought electric mobility in Athens with our electric buses since 2024, and now we are increasing our fleet with electric and modern buses all the time. But it's not only about that. We are also looking into the hydrogen mobility, but that's the technical side of it. What we are aiming to do is to create an experience for our passengers, because creating an experience from our passengers with quality service and making their routes more pleasurable in order to come to us, to be with us, is very important, because We are solving other problems as well in Athens. For example, congestion and traffic problems that are huge in the greater Athens area, in the greater Attica area, to be honest. And therefore, it is very, very, very important to create an experience such as this one with quality service, good buses, in the very hot summers, air conditioning, in the very cold winters, good heating environment in the buses. We are training our drivers, our staff, to confront several situations that in a big capital of about 5 million people can happen every day with more than 1,500 buses on the road, you understand? And therefore, this is the kind of experience we want to offer to our customers, because we want to come back to numbers that will help the Athenian public to be more friendly to the public transport. For example, we are now about 25% of the population of Athens use the public transport, and especially buses and trains. And our strategic plan that is already ongoing up to 2035 is to come up to 40%. This is the important thing. We want to look our customers not only as just people that are moving around and going from one point to another. We want to look our customers in a different way. The tourists, for example. We are offering a service to the tourists during the 24-hour movement from the center of Athens to the airports, to the port, where the cruise is increasing all the time. The everyday people that are moving from one place to another, going to work, we wanted to make them happy to go to work. This is the point that we want to make in the public transport system in Athens. We are about to complete that in 80% of all the efforts we made the last 6 years, with all the investments that went into it. More than 2 billion euros went into changing the fleet and to creating all the necessary infrastructure that has to be supported from that. And we are 2 years away from completing this particular project altogether.
Excellent, thank you. If you're not careful, people aren't going to want to get off your buses. Your problem is going to be turfing them off instead of bringing them on. Okay, let's move along to Georgios Kormas, Onyx Touristiki. You're right in the middle of the tourist business and in the middle of the tourist season. So give us your thoughts, please, on the role that tourism can play in drawing communities, countries together.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank The Economist and Nectaria in particular for inviting us on this panel, and we are happy to be long-lasting supporters of the events and the conferences that we are organizing. Like you correctly said, we are spot on the business, and the opportunity to talk about infrastructure and transport is very important. Why is this very important? Because up until now, we consider infrastructure as being like networks, roads, railroads, and similar, meaning static things. What the new thing is that we want to bring into the discussion is the business perspective that is attached to that. And the business perspective enables regions to attract capital, individuals, talent, and visitors, and create an ecosystem out of it. Meaning that you have a brave new world that is being set up and is heavily depending on infrastructure and transport, obviously. Now we come, and I will take this and elevate this at the country level, where Greece is really in the middle of geographically, I mean, between the Balkans, continental Europe, Mid-East, and so on. So it is the one and only bridge that could get these two worlds together. Why is this very important? Because it can create the right development model. If you have the right development model, then you do attract all these resources that go along with the expansion and the maintenance of existing or future networks in place. And now we come down to tourism, our business. Tourism is actually the instrument that could support Greece or other regions that may have similar characteristics and create the platform, actually, and an ecosystem joining diverse worlds, this being travelers, suppliers, chains, and similar. So if you have and you create this ecosystem, then you give a sustainable future for the place that this is created. It means that you create small islands of, I wouldn't call it independence, but I would call it islands where you amalgamize many different worlds, and these at the same time can serve as a center or an area of security and a base for expanding to further objectives, if you may wish so. This is very important for the entire region. It has been before mentioned that a European network that would be connecting capitals is in progress, which is something very welcome because this allows people to travel around without having any barriers and so on. I can still recall my surprise when I have studied in Germany. So I'm an economist by profession, so when I first went there and found out that there is a common railway ticket to go around Europe, it was like me in the Alice in Wonderland. I didn't do it, but at least the opportunity was there and it was given. Something similar is there. But nevertheless, I would like to stress at this point that it is important to establish areas also outside the main areas, like the capitals or similars. And having said that, I also want to, and I will close with that, I would like also to welcome the 3Cs initiative that has previously as well been mentioned. And within these 3Cs, obviously, we do represent the Aegean Sea, and we would like and welcome to create and establish it as one of the three main pillars within that. Onyx Touristiki is actually the reality, the living example of what I just described. We are actually combining in one location a serious and very well-known established holiday destination, but we further and extend the product from being its seasonal, 5-star nice hotels, June to September. We will be establishing the new product, which is longevity, zero carbon impact, and operations throughout the entire year, meaning feeding the need for networks to feed in and to give out to the society as well a year-round product.
Okay. You mentioned 3Cs initiative. It's interesting. We think of that, I think, in terms of infrastructure and trade more than anything else. So how does tourism fit into that 3Cs structure? What role does it play? How does it contribute to the 3Cs initiative? Briefly, if you would.
The thing is that, as I already mentioned, the establishment of a network between these 3Cs strengthens the entire area. It gives it a strategic advantage as well for civil purposes, but for other purposes that were mentioned already before. So, and within this area, tourism is not is the predictability and the focus on that. And tourism is the vehicle to establish this network and strengthen it. Because mobility, if you don't have mobility, if you don't have people living and setting up their lives within this area, in our case, the 3 Seas area, then you get the entire area being weakened. Okay. And this we get to see in many countries, as well in Greece. I mean, in Greece we have, unfortunately, the centralization of within 2-3 cities all over Greece, and the rest is left to its own devices, or had been left up until now. Now there is serious moves to enforce and strengthen these areas. If we take this example and roll it out to the 3 Seas, it is exactly the same. You strengthen the entire area, then you build a frontier that can afford any challenge. Let me put it this way.
Okay, thank you. You've faced and mentioned some quite challenging circumstances for tourism in the Gulf area. And, you know, it's pretty obvious to say that peace will encourage tourism and will help the recovery of tourism. But can the recovery of tourism help peace? So can the recovery of tourism be a contributor to a more stable and a more peaceful region?
Of course, you know, I came from diplomatic background, and I can see how diplomatic tourism can play a diplomatic role, especially in this. By bringing life back to usual, by our initiatives in tourism and trying to send a message and a comforting message to everyone, we are safe, we are secure, and we are heading to our goals. I think this could give comfort message for everyone and come back. And part of our recovery plan we implemented when it was middle of the war, because I was very confident that our leaders, especially in GCC, they would do whatever it takes to stop this war, because our region didn't meant to be at this situation. So our recovery plan that about to attract our neighbors in GCC, and part of it also the operation of Qatar Airways was gradually every 2 weeks we have increased our operation in very steady plan. Then we can have, when the summer ends, we can go back to Europeans and Americans and to call them to come back again to our region. This and by hosting like many big events beginning from September, I think also can spread a positive message to bring peace and to call for peace. And this is what Qatar usually do, and it's very crucial for us to bring peace back to the region. And especially if you look, and I join Mr. Georgios also, yeah, tourism is really a vehicle and can connect every other stakeholder to one goal by establish a new accessibility, connectivity, and using, like, for us, Qatar Airways play a very important role in this. Qatar Airways going to more than 170 destinations between Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Asia, Australia. So Qatar become also a gateway connecting east to west, and not only these traditional corridors, but also the emerging markets, which I think for us, it represents for us more than 30% of our tourists. And it's very healthy also to bring also these people who might come without considering, is it peaceful now or is it not peaceful? Not everyone looking into the region in the same point of view.
Okay, excellent. Well, it's reassuring and encouraging to know that when I'm lying on my sun lounger with a margarita, I'm contributing to world peace and to regional integration. That's a very comforting thought, and you're welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Let's finish off by coming back to Mr. Agiosolu and to the Commissioner. One of the challenges that we face as a world, and you know, we've been talking about a world in upheaval, is it seems odd to say, but almost being neglected and left out of a lot of our conversations, and that is climate change. You know, other things have taken over, taken priority, but in transportation and in infrastructure and connectivity, Sustainability has been a central driver of investment decisions and policy for a few years, many years. So I just wanted to bring us back to that, to reflect on, really I want to reflect on the potential contradiction between your desire to bring about rapid investment, rapid development, and yours, and the constraints imposed by the need for sustainability. So let's start with you in the context of transportation, public transportation here in Greece.
Public transport is a public good, but also the road public transport company is a business. We are now part of the growth fund, and we have introduced in all our operations governance, transparency, and we are doing that with resilience, and we are doing that with every modern way of governing a modern business. Because the whole investment that went into that is necessary to have these attributes in order to go ahead and be able to serve the government's policy, the Ministry of Transport policy, to provide a public good that is also very cheap, but on the other side, to have the opportunity to create a business that is profitable and that is sustainable for the future. And everything that we've done in infrastructure is using material that are now very friendly to the environment, like photovoltaic things for our electricity in order to make it more sustainable. And also we are using the latest AI techniques in all our operations now in order to provide a better service, but also to try and cut back in our expenses and things like that. And we are investing a lot in our personnel, because we are a company that is based on people, and especially drivers, and drivers are a bit difficult at the moment all over Europe, and therefore this is our aim, not only to provide a public good, but also to be sustainable, profitable, and good for what we're doing.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I think I know the answer you're going to give me, but I'll ask anyway. Is there a contradiction between the pace of development and the extent of development you want to see in transportation and infrastructure across the bloc and the requirement for sustainability? Is that a contradictory situation you find yourself in, or are they complementary?
Absolutely not. Sustainability, first of all, we have to underline this. Sustainability has not to do only with the environment. Sustainability involves the resilience of the infrastructure, it involves the economy and development, it involves the society. So I would tell you, and the well-being, of course, of all local communities. So sustainability and development must and will go and is going hand in hand. After all, if you look about it, if you think about it, what has been happening in the past few years in our continent, you realize that sustainability is actually interlinked with our resilience. Why? Because let's take, for example, the fossil fuels that we are importing today. If we talk about energy, for example, what we need is a European continent that is going to be not dependent from any other third country. How are we doing this? Through investing on sustainable energy, through dealing with the CO2 emissions, not only in the logic of how to protect the environment anymore, but how to make Europe more resilient, more autonomous, stronger. So I would tell you that in the same goes with the infrastructure across our continent. Resilience and sustainability go hand in hand. And I'm here as the commissioner responsible for infrastructure, transport, shipping, and tourism to make sure exactly that. We are not going to create a difference between how we reach the goal
of a sustainable European infrastructure network, putting at the same time at the forefront the development and the upgrade of all of our infrastructure that would benefit our citizens, would benefit our economy, and our security as well.
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. We have more sessions later in the day, so I expect to see all of you back for those. Before we send you off for lunch, please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Pleasure as always.
Photo.
Yeah.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
words don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilis Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. we work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Κοίτα, εδώ στην detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω. Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα? Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ. Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε? Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Σιγά την Βλαχοδήμορφο. Είπατε κάτι? Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια. Αφού έχουμε Nova More. Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μη τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. by merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and to seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦，让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. geothermal below, solar above. 2 clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it, from major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άρα.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα? Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ. Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε? Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την πλακοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους.
Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μην τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and to seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
Tayo daw is din mo.
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above. 2 clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to carry on this session. In fact, we are swapping over our 2 afternoon sessions. So the first session that we're going to have now is the one on corruption and the limits of democracy, and then straight after that we will have the session with Kostis Hatzidakis, the Vice President of the Government of Greece, on Greece 2030. So first we turn to the topic of corruption, and I'd like to invite all the panelists please to join me on the stage. Vera Jourova, former Vice President for Values and Transparency at the European Commission; Pierre Moscovici, member of the European Court of Auditors, former First President of the French Cour des Comptes, and of course former European Commissioner, very welcome; Makis Voridis, an MP and former Minister for the New Democracy Party in Greece, welcome; Milena Apostolaki, PASOK Movement for Change, former Deputy Minister of Rural Development of Greece, and for an academic perspective, George Batsakis, Professor of International Business at the Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. All very welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Welcome. So, it's not always the easiest topic to discuss, corruption, but I hope we can have a very open conversation. It's a very important topic because it's one of those things that gets in the way, obviously, of the efficient management of the economy, and it is also one of the things that gets in the way of the faith in democracy of electorates and ordinary citizens. So anything that can be done to minimize it, I don't think eradication is a realistic aspiration given the nature of humanity, but certainly to minimize it. So let's start with a perspective from you, Vera. Where do you come at this problem from?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this fantastic place, and thank you for this challenge to compete with the fatigue after lunch, so please be brave.
We have a full room.
Yes, I admire that. And well, I was in the Commission responsible for many different things, including justice and protection of values like democracy. And here comes the issue of corruption, because corruption is always mentioned by the citizens when they are asked why they are less and less trusting democratic system. And they say there is a very strong feeling. We have a feeling of unfairness, injustice, inequality, and abuse of power from the side of those who won elections. And when I received this topic, I started to study back the directive against corruption, which was in fact written by me and my team. We can go back to that, but I will now spare you of that. I would like to zoom out a little bit and look at the system in which corruption has a tendency to flourish. And I will quote Anne Applebaum, who said that now we are in the era of predators, the leaders, the governors, the people who think that they got a mandate from the God, and they want to govern and lead without any limitations. And here comes the second quote of Lord John Acton, who said that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. And here comes our trouble in the EU, but not only in the EU member states, because we see that together with the effort to increase the power and get rid of the limitations, we see the weakening of the role and power of the media, the attacks on judiciary and dismantling of independent judiciary dismantling is too strong, but effect or negative pressure on judiciary in several member states. And we need a weakening voice of the civil society. These are three uncomfortable actors for those who want to govern without any limit. And I wanted to give you this context because I think that if somebody says we have to take a very successful action against corruption, we need at the same time to protect those who have the role in the society to control those in power. And I think that it's quite obvious that, as I said, in the European Union we have increased distrust of people in the democratic system, and that's why the European Union, the Commission, introduced a lot of measures to stop the trend, to support the media, to support the civil society, and to protect the judiciary, and to act against those who really are obviously abusing the power. And here I will stop here because I know I should be short, but I will use the example of Hungary because in Hungary Viktor Orbán introduced or developed over 16 years the system of unlimited power. And OLAF, the European Office on Investigating Fraud, reported really many very serious cases of corruption and fraud. And it resulted in stopping the EU funding going to Hungary. And it was unprecedented. It happened in case of Poland before, but for Hungary, still before elections now, the EU froze 19 billion euro. So I just want to tell you that we have a lot of, I would say, more or less efficient tools to decrease corruption. We, from the EU or the Commission level, push the member states to have the anti-corruption strategies, to have the digitalized registers of the public procurements, to have a good related legislation. And at the same time, when it doesn't work, the EU has the way how to really punish the corruption in the member state by stopping the EU money. So we are not helpless, but it is never the end of the story, because it will always be the case that there will be corruption cases, and maybe I will stop here. I promise I will stop. I come from the country which went through the revolution in 1989. I come from Czechia, or those days Czechoslovakia. I remember the times when it was a kind of publicly accepted position or a feeling that corruption is inevitable and is normal. Only after the society gets rid of this, after there is a very clear feeling or also statement from the side of politics, and media go after the cases. So after this changes and is clear that corruption is unacceptable and has to be punished, only in such country you can really decrease the level of corruption.
So I'm glad you mentioned that final actor, which is the popular opinion, because you can have all the rules you like, but unless there are norms of popular understanding, and obviously in Hungary eventually the voters threw out the government, but it's surely, and this just very briefly because our time is limited, but isn't it also the case that rather alarmingly often now there is this sense, even in advanced democracies, that everybody does it and it's no longer as shocking as it used to be? Or am I being unfair? Do you think people are as shockable as ever?
You think people are shocked about what?
I think that people are, I'm suggesting that people are less shocked than perhaps one would hope they would be by certain levels of corruption, precisely because of the similar, it's not only in old communist systems where people accept that it's normal.
I would say that in some member states there is a high level of resignation.
Yeah.
And some kind of lethargy, something like we have ourselves too much on our plates, so the people are afraid about the future, and they maybe don't have enough energy or attention to focus on what's happening in the public life. And of course, also they have, sorry to say it, but their brains and hearts and stomachs are full of what they read and see on social media. So I think that in some member states this is lethargy combined with the lack of attention. In some member states, and I will not name and shame, but in some we still see very demanding citizens who are not going through any resignation. They are demanding, they are asking questions, they are punishing their politicians in the elections. When they fail, they just change them. And this is how democracy should work, and this is how democracy, which deserves the trust of people, should work.
Very good. Pierre Moscovici.
Well, I will also start with some elements of context. We are living in a world where the global order is under strain for rivalry between major powers, and we see also a dangerous disregard for international norms. And in this moment, especially, I think we would need, I would say, principled leaders and strong independent institutions that act with integrity to protect the public interest. And that's what corruption clearly damages. We have what Vera showed a minute ago, which is often called illiberal democracy. And we have a kind of a rule of impunity. And impunity means that you have the exercise of power without accountability, which becomes, in its clearest form, the commission of crimes without punishment. This is what corruption is about. And when you think or reflect on the relationship between corruption and the limits of democracy, what should we do? I think that we've got four major effects that demonstrate that corruption distorts democracy. The first one is what Vera ended with, is that it depresses democratic participation. Study after study demonstrates that people are significantly less likely to vote when they view the political system as corrupt, because they believe, well, everybody does that way, we cannot trust anybody, so we don't even go to the polls. That is obviously the first effect. And to be clear, corruption's impact on democracy are not limited to places widely seen as chronically corrupt. And if we look at our EU globally, and without any name and shame, we see that it is a problem that we face in Europe too. The second dimension is a diminishment of citizens' willingness to punish corrupt leaders on the ballot box. Well, sometimes it happens, and rightly so, what happens in Hungary, but it was a really bunch of people who confiscated all power in their favor, and that is as well media, politics, and economics.
And state administration.
And state administration. And this creates a cycle of wrongdoing goes unpunished. That's the second effect. The third one is that it's got a wider effect. It diminishes the quality and extent of government services. It decreases citizens' approval of the government all over the place. And for example, corruption has been shown to limit tax revenues, to increase government expenditures through off-box transactions, and also limits the efficiency of public administration, and it decreases what we can invest in social programs or education, which are our priorities, and it's also the case for environment. And the fourth effect is that the erosion of trust feeds directly into rising political polarization. As allegations of corruption proliferate, partisans become more inclined to view the opposition side not only simply as competitors, but also as enemies. You are the corrupt part, we are the corrupt part. And after all, nobody can decide. And so everybody's black in this situation, and democracy itself fades. And so corruption clearly is a mark of the limits of democracy. As I said before, of course, we can see the world where countries are obviously corrupted. But it's also true in the Occident. There is a coalition about the US. We can see today the US also has a confiscation of power, and we can see that corruption is all over the place, I would say at the highest level. And this creates a problem for all of us. Corruption is not absent in Europe. Well, in Greece, I'm not going to talk a lot about Greece, although I've been involved in trying to solve the Greek program a few years ago. I would say that, certainly there have been efforts to contain corruption, but there are also changes in the form of corruption, and the European Public Prosecutor is still investigating on some cases in this country. In my own country, France, well, we've had a few laws, but it does not prohibit corruption to exist. And so, I will end by that. I believe, like Vera, that the involvement of the public opinion and civil society is major. It happens in some countries. You mentioned Albania, you also mentioned Macedonia. Gen Z feels that corruption is not acceptable. I'm afraid to say that in other countries like mine, they feel indifferent to what happens. As you may have seen, it's not about corruption, but it's about, I would say, an abuse of public position due to public money. Yesterday, there was an important decision. Madame Le Pen decided to run. I'm not going to comment that here, but obviously, we'll see in a few days whether people feel that's a game changer, that they cannot elect somebody who has been condemned. I'm afraid they will say that's not a problem. And Gen Z doesn't seem to be mobilized. That's why we clearly need to act, continue to act, as well at the European level, the international level, and the national level.
So you mentioned the example, a very striking, a very current example of Marine Le Pen. And the crucial question, as you say, is what will voters, and it relates back to what we were discussing earlier, is the electorate sufficiently outraged by examples of misuse of funds, or whether you call it corruption or not, but this is someone who was convicted of a crime. If the voters don't care, what does that tell us about democracy?
Well, to be clear, I don't want to create any dispute here. The case of Madame Le Pen is not a case of corruption, since she has not used, and her party has not used, public money for private matters. And so that's not involved in this case.
Is that the only definition of corruption?
No, I think that's the main definition of corruption, but it's different. They have used public money in favor of politics. And they did not respect if the condemnation is right. Now she's more than in appeal. She is still before the courts, and her innocence has to be demonstrated. But they've used the money for a matter that was derived from the purpose of this money. Again, I don't know. I'm afraid that the public opinion will be indifferent to that. And that says a lot about the trust of the people on their political appointees, and in politics and in democracy. And that's why the fight against corruption is as well legal, but it's also political, and it's societal. We need to have the three approaches together. We need to have laws that enforce the fight against corruption. We need to have a politics that is as clean as possible and clean. And we need to have a civil society which matters. about those issues.
Very good. Well, Makis Volides, as we've heard, of course, Greece has not been immune from this problem. How do you see this, the current state of play in Greece and the actions to at least limit the problem?
We speak in Greek or in English?
If you want to speak in Greek, we have translation. So if you prefer, it's as you like.
It's okay. So, I'd say, in my view, there is no dilemma actually here about corruption or not corruption. Obviously, we will all agree that corruption is a big issue, and I think we'll all agree that we have to deal with it. And it's important to say, leaving from there, we need to speak about specific policies that really could limit corruption. I was serving as Minister of Interior when I implemented the law for internal auditing in all ministries. Then we had, that's not enough, we had to train people as internal auditors, and that's not enough. Then we have to have a specific plan of internal audits, so we get to a specific result. And then we have to monitor what we do. So this is actually a constant struggle in that. I am also the minister who legislated the law about lobbying in our ministry. And again, there are questions of definition of what lobbying is and what is a lobbyist. So I think that this is going to be an open discussion. Other issues are always in raise. I'm proud to say that during this government mandate, actually our country has risen in all international organization evaluations. Greece is one of the 26 mature democracies in the 150-something countries. I should take out this, okay. Also, I think Greece managed to gain more positions, 11 better positions in the international transparency evaluation. So there are a lot of things that have been carried out. The relation with media, the relation with the judiciary, and all that is quite important. But I must raise also one thing that, in my view, is also a great danger in the fight for corruption. And there you have to strike a very clear balance, and one has to be cautious. And that concerns not only politicians, but also, I'm a lawyer by profession. So yesterday, actually, what a coincidence, someone came to my cabinet, and he was a prominent businessman. He was dealing with defense business and had defense contracts. This man was accused. He was incarcerated for 6 months. Then he spent another 12 months in a house arrest with
tag,
the bracelet.
Yeah.
He was accused in 10 cases of fraud, and he was acquitted in all 10. This was something that started in 2014, and it ended at 2021. The guy had companies evaluated of 800 million euros at the moment of his incarceration. Of course, after his incarceration, the stock value went down. He had loans coming from the banks. The bank said that now they're not secure. They asked the loans. The guy is completely destroyed. And now, after 10 acquittals, do you know, Commissioner, how much money he's going to get for compensation from the Greek side? 1,500 euros for each month of incarceration. 9,000 euros for a complete destruction of a fortune of 800 million. And the case I'm having now is how I'm going to raise claims against the Greek states for that. So why I'm saying that? Because one has to be very cautious also on the other side. Because something that populist politicians most likely will do is throw accusations all over, and then, if you're not careful with that, then you have a complete delegitimization
of the whole political class. So this really, one has to be very, very careful, and the judiciary has to be very careful on that, on the accusations. And the media, they have to be very careful on that. So there is a balance that you have to keep there. I'll give an example concerning the EPPO. So recently, we had 13 cases of members of parliament.
EVPO, what is the EVPO?
Is European Public Prosecutor's Office, which is a relatively new European institution, and it is supposed to try and find fraud with Olaf. Olaf, we do know. So those are the two institutions that they are trying now. The EPPO has the criminal side of you, and they're trying to safeguard the, let's say, the European money and the European funding on the way that they are being used. So, okay, Greece is part of the EPPO. Recently, we had a case, very interesting one, in the Greek Parliament, where we have a system of immunity for our MPs. So we had to lift the immunity in order to go to prosecution because the EPPO asked for that. And what's happening after we've done that in the Parliament? In the 13 cases, with evidence coming from the EPPO, but after the demand for lifting the immunity, in most cases, it comes out that there is no damage. But the political damage has been done. The opposition has used that. So I think that there, we have to be very careful on how one will use all that. And yes, we have to be very committed in dealing with corruption. We have to build the institutions that are dealing with corruption. This government is doing that. But on the other hand, one should hold accountable all those people who very easily point the finger. And then I must say the damage that's being done, it's not, well, it's the case of the businessman I told you about, but for politicians also, there's a huge danger that they are involved in long legal disputes, maybe political careers are being destroyed. And at the end of the day, we see, no political result. Even in the case of a member of parliament coming from the socialists in European Union, I remember Mrs. Kaili, a Greek European. She was incarcerated, I think, for 2 months in the Qatar issue. 4 years after, we still have no prosecution. Okay. Now, these are examples of how things could go, seriously bad, and how one must be very careful on this issue.
Thank you.
So there are this balance.
It's complicated. I can see it's also quite good for your law business because you get these cases to prosecute. But it's certainly complicated. Milena Apostolaki from a different side of the political spectrum. Give us your perspective.
Correct. Well, 70% and even more of the Greek people considered that corruption is one of the major issues in Greek society. We have, of course, issues that has to do with economy, the high prices, but then corruption is the second most important issue.
Can I just ask, has that changed, or is that a fairly
yes,
consistent?
Absolutely, it's changed. That was not constant. It's something that has to do with the current situation, and I would also say the current government, and the way the government reacted to major scandals. I would say that due to this modus operandi of the current government and to this huge lack of trust regarding the functioning of public institutions, also regarding the leadership of justice, there is a a strong trust, which is now towards European institutions like the EPPO. And I should say also that this 70% believe that all these revelations regarding these scandals were the result of this intervention, the intervention of the EPPO and its services. So there is a huge problem in Greece. Today, I should add that there was another evolution regarding one of these scandals of the wiretapping. The problem begins when corruption is not the exception. When corruption is the rule. It's the modus operandi. When everybody feels, and strongly feels, that those who had no political access or political or economic power will find a way to escape. And of course, this has to do, first of all, with politicians, because there are some laws, even preventions in our constitution, which I should say that I share that you need to have this kind of limits, but you also need to try not to protect, but try to enhance accountability, try to enhance transparency, try to enhance the outcome that everyone is will not have the privilege against the law, and that was not the case regarding all these scandals. The scandals regarding the tragedy of the railway station, the agricultural scandal, the scandal with wiretapping. And this lack of political will, which is something that I believe that we can loudly say that this is the case here in our country. There's not a lack of laws or a lack in our constitution. We have laws that are, I should say, adequate. We have a constitution with clauses that can face all these issues and problems, but there is a lack of political will, and that I should say that there is a clear and huge responsibility.
So you gave some examples of the current government of issues that have arisen under the current government. Would you also accept that it is a cross-party, that previous governments have had the similar level of corruption, or is it your contention that things have got worse?
Absolutely. I'm not telling that, as I told you, this is not a Greek problem, this is not a European problem, it is a global problem. Mm-hmm. And there are several governments, we have governments during past years where absolutely we had several problems with corruption. The previous government, even other governments during the past years. But now we have this current government, its mandate lasts for 7 years. It has been a long, long time, and they could really face the problems. They could really present a better example they could really present a strong political will, and they didn't.
Okay, now perhaps, George Batsakis, you could put this all into perspective for us from an academic point of view. How should we be thinking about this whole nexus of corruption that we've been hearing about?
Yeah, I think the positive thing about myself standing here on this panel is that I think I'm quite more objective in terms of not belonging to a party or studying a particular science or a topic of interest, which in this particular case is, of course, corruption. I would like to start with a position related to how academics see and evaluate corruption in general. And corruption, in my view, is something integrated, probably embedded well in deeper institutions. So we always see corruption as the outcome of weak institutions in a country, in a nation. So in essence, corruption is the outcome of a weak democracy. And that's why when I was introduced to the topic of this panel initially, I thought that this is not a one-directional kind of relationship. It is more likely a reverse kind of relationship that goes both ways. So corruption, yes, can actually decrease the efficiency of a democracy. It can damage democracy. At the same time, weak democracies can actually cause the possibility of having more incidents of corruption in a country. And this takes me to the next part of my position here, which is related to how Europe in general has responded to incidents of corruption and how it deals with institutions in general. And I think that Europe is actually standing very well across the globe. I will cite a very well-known index, the CPI index, Corruption Perceptions Index is the actual title, which is published biannually by Transparency International. And we clearly see that throughout all these years, the European Union is averaging much higher than any other kind of bloc of countries or country in the world.
So to be clear, averaging higher is a good thing, not more corruption, but less corruption.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because there is a positive side here and the negative side. I will come to the negative side of things. The positive side of things is that the EU is doing pretty well. In general, democratic states, strong democracies, score very high, on average 71 points. Flawed democracies score around 56, 57 on average. And then you have the case of failed states, or let's say democracies that have not managed to stand to the level that the citizens anticipated them to stand, which score actually less than 40 or 35 points. Now, this is a good thing. The bad thing is, of course, the fact that instead of enjoying and experiencing a higher degree of convergence within the European Union, we see that throughout the years we experience a higher degree of divergence. So many nation states, many countries are actually showing signals of weakness, of not being capable of standing to the level required. And Greece is a case, for example, which we are probably somewhere below the European Union average. I think we score around 50, 52 points. We have seen some progress throughout in the last few years, but we're still lagging behind the major European Union countries, which are scoring very well on that side. So I think this is something that politicians and in general institutions need to pay attention to, because we all know that, at least in my mind, corruption is essentially tightly linked to a strong institution. And When corruption exists, simply citizens will start losing trust in the governments, in the politicians, in the institutions, which is even worse. So I think there are three main, let's say, mechanisms that a government can utilize in this process. First, being impartial. It's very important. Second, a government needs to be transparent. When something bad happens, when a scandal erupts, you need to take action. You need to show to the citizens that you care about it. You will follow up on this. You will not let this happen again. And third, and most importantly, I think it's accountability. Politicians, governments, institutions should be accountable. And if we lose that, then we will be experiencing a continued, let's say, process in which citizens, businesses, organizations will not show the required level of trust towards institutions.
Well, thank you. I think the transparency international measures are very helpful in the absence of other ones. It's an area where we could badly do with sort of, even more data, I think. Listen, our time is very, very short. I want to ask you each, give you each an opportunity, perhaps in 1 minute, to comment on any aspect of what others have said, or for final thoughts from you on the whole issue, because we've had a lot of very interesting perspectives. So yeah, perhaps Vera, you go first.
I would like to use the minute for telling you my personal story. I was in jail for corruption on the basis of false accusation. It took me 2 years to get out of the process, and another 4 years to be the ground witness to put to jail those who accused me and who damaged my life. And because I hated my media picture of a corrupted, how to say it? I will quote, yeah, corrupted swine, or later the judiciary error, I wanted to do something bigger than that, and that's why I became the European Commissioner for Justice.
Fantastic.
So, but maybe
can we expect the Netflix series on your case?
I don't know. They don't want it. But maybe to react on the number of states, European states, which rank highest in the Transparency International. Denmark, Finland, Luxembourg, Sweden, Netherlands, Ireland, Estonia, Germany. When you look into who is governing in those countries, there is a higher percentage of women in the political positions. So I cannot help it. It's not a coincidence.
So you think correlation and causation are good?
Look into that.
Yes. Yeah, Moscovici.
Just two short comments. The first one is about what you said, Minister. Of course, somebody is accused has to be considered as innocent as long as he or she is not condemned. And judicial errors exist. But still, we need to trust the judicial institutions when they're solid, when themselves are not corrupted. And I would say that we need also to respect the work of EPO, which is globally serious, and the task to make sure that the public European money is well spent is, of course, of high importance. So that's my first remark. The second one is about what you said, Professor. It's about politics. Yes, a government needs to be transparent, needs to be impartial, needs to be accountable. Accountability is certainly the main word here. And not to contradict you, Vera.
Don't you dare.
It's true that certainly the governments you mentioned are led more often than others by women. But it's also true that these countries have a long-lasting culture of accountability, which is not the case of other countries. And I've noticed that some, I would say, Mediterranean countries are not in that among those who are in the best place.
Thank you.
You know, maybe the problem is that, you know, my profession as a criminal lawyer, why I'm telling you why that. Because I don't have a general, let's say, trust or distrust to anyone. I'm just checking the work that's being carried out. So I want to see the work. When I see, a nicely built, let's say, criminal accusation, I'm a defense lawyer, so I'm trying to do my best, but there I see, a serious case. But on the other hand, when I don't see that, I will say that. I will say that. And that's why I'm saying that it's very important that all parts understand their responsibilities here. It's not just the political system, but it's also the judiciary. They must understand their responsibility. And the media, they must understand their responsibility. So this is a third, let's say, project, and it's a very sensitive one, in order to build trust. I'll give you one example, very, 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 quick one. We had this horrible accident at Tempe with 57 people died. And there was, if you start asking people 2 years ago, was there a cover-up for the responsible people that had to be accountable in this horrible accident? 80% of people would say that, there was some horrible conspiracy. Why? But there was a huge explosion, and things were carried in there, and someone was trying to hide the people who were carrying all this secret stuff that used this explosion. Okay. For 2 years, our government has been accused of this cover-up. After 2 years, then of course the judiciary acted and said, well, there was no such horrible thing that was being carried that led to the explosion. But 80% of the people at that time were absolutely convinced that we were covering up. This is why I'm telling you, this is a complex equation. Yes, it's the accountability of the politicians, but also it's the responsibility of the media, and also in the responsible work of the judiciary. So we must not leave any part of this triangle out of the discussion. Everything should be discussed, and I think it's quite important, in order to have efficient work and in order to truly hold accountable those who really are.
Thank you. Elena.
Well, I didn't want to speak about this tragedy, but since Mr. Voridis reacted this way, I have to say that the whole argument, the whole problem regarding this tragedy was not that was mentioned by Mr. Voridis. It was the contract signed by the Greek government and the upgrading of our security systems that never happened in Greece. That was the problem with this tragedy. So let's say that weak institutions mean weak democracy. Justice without independence means weak democracy. And I'm a lawyer as well as Mr. Voridis, and I'm as well a politician. And being a politician in Greece nowadays makes me feel like it is my strong duty. It is my strong duty to rebuild trust and to send a clear message that myself and Mr. Voridis are totally equal with all Greek citizens towards the Greek judicial system. This is, I guess, clear.
Very good. So, George Vatsakis, falls to you to have the last word.
As a non-politician.
As a very non-politician.
Yeah, I think since we are addressing our thoughts and we talked to the business community here, it is very important to bring, even in the last minute, into our discussion the business perspective. Corruption is a hidden tax. Let's all admit that. We do not count corruption in the profit and loss account. We do not see corruption in the income statement. But we all know that corruption is a hidden tax for companies, for entrepreneurs, for individuals, for citizens. So I think what is important to start talking about, to start communicating more to the society, is that we are not only concerned about financial capital, technological capital, human capital, which is so important in this country, especially after the brain drain and, of course, the positive signs of brain gain, which has been happening in the last few years. We should also start building up and improving our institutional capital. It is the most important, maybe, capital that this government, this country, our nation, every single nation should care about, because this is the pillar of democracy, this is the pillar of any other function that goes through the government, through the processes, through the systems. So that's my last point.
Well, thank you. Well, I think we've heard some really important perspectives on it. We know that this is not a simple topic. We know that it's a very, very important one. And I think perhaps the most important thing is to be able to talk about it and talk about it as openly as possible. So I thank you all for doing so today. Thank you very much indeed.
Perfect.
Thank you. You should have the Netflix. They want a picture. Lester for the next session.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, you may be disappointed or pleased to know that the next session is our last of the day. In many ways, we're returning back, doing the full circle back to the core theme of our event this week. We're talking about securing long-term prosperity in a Europe that is changing, that is challenged. We will have a panel discussion with some leading business people from Greece. But before we do, we're going to hear from Kostis Hatzidakis, who is the Vice President of the Government of Greece. Please join us, Minister Hatzidakis.
A rather brief introduction in Greek, and then we'll continue with our discussion in English. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by asking you a specific question. Will the successes of Greece of the past years continue? Or will they be just a very temporary parenthesis, as we say? Will the evil or Sisyphus, which is an ancient, actually it's a personality from ancient Greek mythology, will he come back? So it's not a rhetoric question. The things we have achieved in the past years, from bringing down unemployment and from attaining our digital transformation to the point of strengthening our armed forces and dropping the tax evasion, were more than just governmental successes. We were talking about national cases of success. Let me comment on three very timely success stories. The data just came just a few days ago. A, increase, we have the rise of FDIs in 2025 at record levels, unprecedented. That's not something not to be challenged, and we're not talking just about one industry. It's not just about FDIs in the real estate world. No, we're talking about FDIs, foreign direct investments across the board. Second success story, dropping the unemployment rate from 18% to 8% within 7 years. 560,000 additional jobs in a country which is 11 million strong. Third point, reversing the brain drain. We call it brain drain, brain gain. Currently, we're experiencing a brain gain. In 2023 and 2024, young Greeks coming back from abroad are many more than those leaving. This happened for a reason. All these indicators are interlinked, and they demonstrate that our economy is in an upward trajectory, which translates into growth opportunities for them. So these are successes we have to preserve, we have to protect without falling victims to populism and demagogues, while at the same time building on them so that our country, so that Greece can reach a new level of growth. So what are these successes we should strive to attain with the horizon of 2030? Let me comment very briefly to 8 of them. A, we have to tap on AI in order to increase productivity and accelerate growth. This is not something self-evident. We have to do that both for the public and the private sector, especially for the SMEs, which, if they don't do that, they run the risk of being sidelined. This applies both in Greece and in other countries. We have the scientists, the experts, so we have to work towards this direction in a coordinated way. Second, we have to use the new European Competitiveness Fund, which, for the time being, there will be no national contribution so far. Based on our population, we can get a share of 8 to 10 billion euros, apart from other funds. So we're talking about another RRF by 50%. This money will be given to our universities in collaboration with organizations and research institutes, and we have some really meaningful proposals submitted to the European Commission. Of course, for this to happen, universities have to work with research institutes and with organizations, all 3 of them. Third point, we have to accelerate our growth pace and, of course, our convergence with advanced European countries. Yes, we do need to have higher average income, but how? Evidently, by promoting a pro-business reform agenda with dropping our tax rates, with more private investments, with less social contributions, and with a set of measures to the direction we have already drafted, so that our country, so that Greece can keep on sending a specific message that we are moving towards the direction we have already set, always bringing up some pleasant surprises to all, because this is the only way to speed things up, and this is the only way to satisfy the fair, the justified demand of many great parts of our population for higher income. Fourth point, it's high time for our country high time that we acquired a comprehensive urban planning scheme. We are about to close this pending issue. We need the urban planning for the industrial zones. It's about to be completed. The next one will be the residential urban planning scheme. If these things, spatial planning scheme, apologies. If these things move on smoothly, then they can help together protect the environment even more and drive growth in a harmonious and coordinated way. Fifth point, we have to support families. It's a national need. We have the biggest problem of demographics following Italy. Unless we stipulate more progressive-minded measures, we're going to have a problem at a national level and at the financial, at an economic level, because, and of course, we have to break down these measures. Also, we have to promote social mobility and equal opportunities in our society. We need a society of cohesion, of social cohesion. So what we want is equal opportunities for the young children currently being raised in remote areas, mountainous areas, in islands, vis-a-vis to those kids being raised in Athens. For this to happen, we need to detail the measures: better schools, more digital schools, better healthcare services, equal access to the labor market. And this has to be valid for the entire country. 7th point, evaluation and assessment of public servants, and this should be linked with the removal of their permanent status of employment. Nobody is permanent. We have to link these two things, and these two tools or instruments can help us kickstart the operations of the public administration. 8th, we have to shield Greece against cyber attacks, because it's not just security at the border. The border security has been strengthened already. This also has to do with cyber security, security of critical infrastructure, resilience of critical infrastructure, resilience of our supply chains, countering the weaponization of the migration flows, and the handling the misinformation campaigns. These are things we have to take care of yesterday, not today. And these are all issues that touch upon national security. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the above comprise what is actually at stake for 2030. All the things we have done so far are not enough. We need more. We have to preserve the successes we have attained so far, and we have to build on them. So, there is a question, a political question that arises. Who is the one who can lead Greece into this new era? Is it those who disseminate conspiracy theories? Is it those whose core policy is about poisoning political life and spreading hate? Is it those who fail to align with the current reality domestically and internationally? Is it those who lack the fundamental knowledge to understand these complicated international problems? Or is it those who keep on coming back again and again to the recipes of populism and demagogue policies, promising everything to everybody because they have no shame or because they have nothing else more serious to say? So, the solutions to this country may be given only by those who believe that growth may be built step by step, following a very specific, serious plan. Only by those who truly believe in the essence of European reforms. Those investing in innovation, productivity, extroversion, and meritocracy. Only those who tell the citizens the truth, even when this is not that pleasant. Of course, we have the leader, we have the team who can promote a new agenda of reforms in this new changing environment. This is the added value by Nea Demokratia party. Nea Demokratia has been proven to be a continuous force of renovation, and led by Kyriakos Mitsotakis, that's the only political force on which Greece can rely on. So the devil can wait, and it is thanks to the Greek citizens' stance, evil will wait. We will move forward based on wisdom, cohesion, unity, self-confidence, and optimism. Thank you very, very much.
Would you like to come and take a seat with me? Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. That was a very political speech, so we're going to give our business panelists an opportunity to interrogate it and give their observations, as well as their own observations on the theme at hand. So let me invite them, without further ado, up onto the stage. We have Dimitri Papalexopoulos, who's the chair of Titan. We have Michael Stasinopoulos, who is the chair of Viohalco and the president of the Hellenic Production Industry Roundtable for Growth. And we have Theodore Trifon, who is co-chief executive at Elpin Group and the president of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industries. Welcome. It's good to see you all again. I think we've all met. Thank you very much for that, Minister. That was very interesting and quite concise, actually. Nice 8 points. Let's start then with you again, Minister. You've sort of laid out a plan there and I think made an appeal for a vote next year. But let's talk about the longer term. And let's just set aside next year's elections for the moment and ask a more philosophical question, which is, what does long-term prosperity actually mean for Greece, for the Greek people? What is it, how do you hope people's lives will have been transformed between now and 2030?
I will try to avoid a rather philosophical answer. I'll try to be practical. We have actually two ways to proceed. The first is to repeat the mistakes of the past, to rely on consumption and borrowing. Or the other way, the other alternative, to rely on investments, entrepreneurship, innovation, exports. So for us, the choice is absolutely clear. In order for the recent national achievements to last, in order for us to build upon them, we have to continue combining fiscal prudence with a business-friendly approach, and at the same time to focus as much as we can to issues like productivity and innovation.
Yeah.
Without forgetting, of course, the question of the diffusion of the wealth. That's why I mentioned the key issue of equal opportunities for all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. We can come back perhaps a little later across the panel to our thoughts about 2030 and where we may be by then, but let's move on for the moment. Let's stick with our heavy industry materials representatives for now. Industrial policy is right back center stage, all the fashion around the world and including Europe. So from your point of view, I mean, Greece's industrial base has historically been smaller relative to its GDP than many of its EU competitors. Is there a realistic opportunity for Greece to rebuild its industrial base, or is that the wrong target to be going after? You first, please.
Well, it shouldn't be necessary to belabor the obvious that industry is important for any country, in Greece in particular, not only because it provides good jobs, it has a big multiplier, it makes for a good connection with technology and the challenges there, and provides a big part of our exports, and last but not least, it provides a certain amount of diversification from our two traditional strengths in tourism and shipping. Now, in that sense, I would argue that Greece's relatively small industrial base may be an advantage at this point in time more than a disadvantage.
Interesting.
And I certainly am more optimistic about Greece than I am about Europe. And let me point out 3 or 4 reasons why I believe that to be the case.
As long as you're brief.
I will be brief. So the first reason is the macro background is as good as it's ever been.
Yes.
In a number of ways, including the regulatory framework that the Minister pointed out. The second reason is that Greece does not participate in many of the big value chains in Europe, like the car industry, which is under attack now. And on the contrary, the changes of our times play to Greece's strengths in many ways, with smaller, more agile companies, play to our strength in STEM, play to our strength of entrepreneurship. And I think we can build on that. And ultimately, Greece has a number of niches where it has competitive advantage, which collectively can provide quite a boost to an economy the size of Greece. And in those, I would include pharma, I would include metals and mining and materials, I would include energy, I would include software for industry, which plays to the STEM strength again. I might include defense, maritime, and pharma. So there's a lot to be done there. Clearly, it's not all there for the taking. We have to, as the minister said, we have to continue reform to get there. But the numbers support that. So at the percentage of industry in the Greek GNP has been growing in the last few years. And at a time when foreign direct investment in Europe is cratering, has been cratering the last few years, it's actually doubled in Greece in the last 10 years. So I think we have to stay focused on where we are, but there's certainly a lot of potential to improve from where we are.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Stassinopoulos.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to commend Mr. Hatzidakis for his very interesting speech, in reminding us the work that has been done in many different levels and directions towards the better economic conditions, the growth of the economy. And I would also like to a bit correct a bit the question. So Greece had an industrial base in past decades. It's not in the readily visible past, but it's not something in our DNA or in our culture that prevents, I think, to be more active in industry. So, but this historical weakness of the last decades, of course, is visible in the low productivity and in the current account deficit. So Greece is not exporting enough, is not producing enough, and here I think we should be a bit. The reference should be the other countries in our region or elsewhere in Europe or our neighbors, who are Bulgaria is definitely has formed a very visible, let's say, more concrete industrial policy, and Romania, Turkey, they have put, like most blocs and countries in the world at the present moment with the geopolitical tensions, they have put manufacturing in the core of their growth and sustainability and strategy of the country, of the economy, and for very good reasons, because to produce globally tradable goods, it gives you strength, resilience. During the crisis, I want to say that the companies of our group, which were heavily exporting companies, almost didn't feel the crisis of 2008 and 9. It was just a V-shaped. So I would say that this path to reindustrialization of Greece passes, first of all, on the prioritization, on the realization that how important is manufacturing to rebalance the model, the economic growth model of Greece. And I would like to say here that we speak about digital transition and AI and innovation. I think that this industry is pulling this, and it's raising this in importance if industry exists and if industry grows. Even what they say about the size of companies in Greece. When you have a growing economy, the mergers and the different moves of companies and even smaller companies, they were going to be facilitated compared to an economy that does not promote manufacturing. And I would like to speak, of course, once again about the lack of a ministry for industry, even though there's a ministry for tourism, for shipping, for agriculture. And in general, I think that a clear vision has to be a clearer vision. There is a vision, of course, but a clear vision prioritizing manufacturing should be established between all the stakeholders. I would include policymakers, of course, the entrepreneurs. I would say also the banks, academics, and I think that there is starting to be a consensus because we see it all around the world. The necessity for a more balanced and robust economic model. And I would like to finish that Greece should be more present in the European forums and platforms for industry. Unfortunately, it is not very present at the moment. There are coalitions. There's the Friends of Industry, Coalition for the Energy-Intensive Industries. In the Competitiveness Council, we see a lot of activity and organization. Blocks of countries are taking initiatives and trying to influence the European aspect of industrial growth. So yes, I think that there are measures that could be taken. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
And of course, there are companies, to reiterate what Mr. Paltsopoulos said, there are companies that are worthy. They are worthy of, they are present in the global markets. Thank you.
I'm interested that you say that Greece isn't well representative in European industry bodies and in the industry discussion. Why is that?
Why?
That Greece isn't well represented among European...
We think that it could be better represented. I mean, at a higher level, there is this group now, the Friends of Industry. There are 19 countries. It's not all European countries, but Greece is a bit, and it's not the government's fault only. This is for sure. In general, we should be a bit more enthusiastic about industry. It's a big opportunity and one of the, I think, the best investment. It's an investment. I will speak also later about, thank you.
Okay, let's move along, Mr. Trifon. Pharma, life sciences, a very, very promising industry, very promising sector for Greece, but globally as well. So, you know, you don't get to operate in a field like that without competition. So your reflections, please, on prospects for your industry in Greece and in the broader international competitive context.
I would like to thank economists for the invitation. I think we have a general framework that has you know, certain things that should be taken into account. First of all is the Greek crisis of 2010, 2018. This, unfortunately, had very negative effects on the investments of many companies. It actually took away some investment capital, so we lost some space or some time in the race for competition. Rather, in that time, many of our competitors abroad were investing towards the future. The second is that, unfortunately, also Europe, the last 20 years, had a policy which resulted in deindustrialization to other parts of the world. In the industry was not a priority. We had many issues that the incentives for industry and expansion and AI and digital were not competitive to other regions of the world. And plus we had this evergreening issues that created a lot of additional costs to the companies. So in this context now, we are trying, after the COVID, to find a new model. Mm-hmm. I think Greece preceded that with from 2019, as has been mentioned, in order to be able to overcome the crisis. The government, but mainly also many Greek business during that period, we took risks. One thing I would like to say is that Greek businessmen should take more risks. I'm coming to what we should do more, take more risks, because if you don't invest to new technologies, to expansion abroad, it's a game that, you know, you might be out of the market. We took risks. The macroeconomics of the country improved. And then in certain sectors, of course, taking the risks, making investments, we saw our companies being more competitive in the European and world environment. In our industry, we had 2 or 3 local champions during between 10 and 20. Now we have 7 or 8 local champions, and 3 or 4 research and development international institutions based in Greece, a new biotech life science hub, and 10 more production sites. So I think this is a way forward by investment. A very basic thing, for us, a very important thing is the collaboration between academia, universities, research institutions, and industry.
In your field in particular, that's important.
In all fields, but in all fields. I remember that 20 years ago, not 50, 20, 25 years ago, some of the professors of medicine had to come during the night in our research center because if somebody realized that, then they would have problems in the universities. It was considered a no-go zone. So this is also a very, very important thing, that we need to do many more steps forward to bring all these groups together with funds, with investment from the company and the state.
Okay, believe it or not, time is already pressing. So I'm going to speed things up a bit, and we're going to go through the next set of questions quickly with your collaboration. I want to touch on another, your proposals and your plans for the future are going to work, and that is talent, the question of talent. Now, you mentioned a brain gain in Greece, but this is in the context of a post-crisis period when lots and lots of talented young Greeks understandably left the country and went to look for opportunity elsewhere. How serious an issue is this for Greece? What are your government's plans to accelerate the pace of return and to assure that these gentlemen and all of the other business investors in the room have access to the talent they need?
We have already adopted significant measures which contributed to this direction, to the brain gain direction. The most significant of them is the 50% reduction of taxation for 7 years period. It is, I think, a crucial incentive. But also, I think that the whole, let's say, the achievements, the national successes of the last years contributed to convincing young Greeks living abroad to come back. And we're determined to continue the same way, encouraging entrepreneurship, and encouraging innovation.
You're confident that's going to be enough to make sure that the labor pool has the right skills and numbers to supply the needs of your industries?
I mean, something will not, operate automatically.
Yeah.
Miracles do not occur in this world. So we have to implement a package of policies which can contribute globally to this objective.
Okay.
And I refer to certain 8 different.
You did.
8 different areas where we can focus on in order to further accelerate this wave of brain gain.
I noted all of your 8 initiatives. So next year I'm going to come back and we'll go off. We'll check them all off one by one. Let's move along the line. Let's stick with this issue of talent. I mean, I'm happy for you to raise any issue you want and to respond to anything you've heard, but I'm interested in this question of talent. Are you confident, as leaders in your industries, that you're going to have access to the talent you need to fulfill your plans?
I think the availability of skilled talent is the single biggest bottleneck for our economy going forward.
Okay.
By far. Financing is there, everything else is there. And I think there are no silver bullets, no simple answers. Part of it has to do with education. This will get worse because of AI, so we have to accelerate the AI component as well. We have to talk more seriously about immigration and labor force participation. But the last thing I guess I would add to this discussion is to emphasize that the brain regain is not as simple an equation. It's working. I think in some way the brain drain has been beneficial to Greece because we have a diaspora, which we didn't have until recently, of intelligent, motivated people. I found that since COVID in particular, that link with the Greek diaspora has been hugely enriched, and it's improving the way Greek companies work, how extroverted they've become, and bringing talent meritocracy and a new style of management to Greece. So I think in
now
some ways,
digitally-
that brain drain, I agree, it
Yeah.
needs to be reversed partially, but let's not look at it as only a bad thing.
Okay. And in a digitally connected world, the fact that people aren't in the country doesn't necessarily mean you don't have access to their talents. Your conclusions, very
I
brief.
fully agree with the two gentlemen. Many things have been done, and what Mr. Paxopoulos said, very important, relevant points. I would like to hope and to think that talent, except for employees, will include entrepreneurs, and towards the creation of the new, let's say, industrial and production base in Greece. So people who are going to really take risks, find a favorable environment, friendly to the establishment of new business. Because Greece, okay, the companies are growing and there is a lot of investment, but I don't think that we are building, that a new ecosystem is being built. We see some industrial parks in Greece still being empty. So I think that talent should encompass also the business people who will start new businesses. And but of course, in what concerns brain drain, and we are experiencing the same things, and we are hopeful for yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That's a really good point about entrepreneurial talent. Let's move on.
Well, I think the issue is generally, again, for Europe. I mean, on the one hand, we have India and China. They have about 200, 300 million young people that go, many of them into STEM, into science. So how do you beat that?
Yeah.
You have to be specialized. You have to have programs that need to have fast results. And actually, you have to, I think you have to interact with young people from start, from the schools. This is the first thing. And the many industry associations are doing that. The second thing is to be able for each industry to make some professional development programs. We're doing this in the pharma industry, where we have some hubs, we have some specific programs for educating younger people. And now with the new law of the government, we can make some specific two-year programs tailored on our needs. And every year we train about 500 to 600 people. And also have about 400 internships plus this development program. The other thing that Dimitris said is very, very important is the connection with the diaspora. We're doing this with American-based Greeks from the diaspora for life sciences. Mm-hmm. And we are trying to bring some of them as mentors. We had an event with the Panathina, which is an event where young people come for startups, for new ideas, to try to communicate with investors, with the society. And with 1,000 people came there, and there was also some very distinguished people from the diaspora from abroad given some direction. So this is a thing that we need to put,
wonderful.
You know, a total plan that we need to put in place.
That's a positive note, and given that we're on a positive note, it's the perfect moment to end, I think. We could have carried on a lot longer. There's an awful lot more to say, but they will literally kick us out of the room if we don't finish now. I hope you'll all agree with me that whatever talent shortage there is around the world, it's not lacking on this stage, myself excluded, of course. Please join me in thanking our panel and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
you've given me. Did you never worry that I come to depend on you? I gave you all the love I had in me, and now I find you lied, and I can't believe it's true. Wrapped in our arms, I see you across the street. And I can't help but wonder if she knows what's going on. Oh, you talk of love, but you don't know how it feels when you realize that you're not the only one. Oh, you'd better stop before you tear me all apart. You better stop before you go and break my heart. Ooh, you better stop. Time after time I've tried to walk away, but it's not that easy when your soul is torn in two. So I just resign myself to it every day. Now all I can do is to leave it up to you. What's a woman when a man don't stand by her side? What's a woman when a man has secrets to hide? She'll be weak, she'll be strong, struggle hard for so long. What's a woman when a man? What's a man without a woman? Don't go by the rule. What's a woman when a man? What's a man without a woman? Makes her feel like a fool. When right turns to wrong, she will try to hold on to the ghost of the past. When love was to last, dreams from the past faded so fast. All alone in the dark, she will swear they'll never mislead her again. All those dreams from the past faded so fast. Ghosts of the past, when love was to last. All alone in the dark, she will swear, cross her heart, never again. Cross my heart, never again. What's a man without a woman?